fellow wanderers of Middle-earth. Tonight we begin a new chronicle from the deep archives of the elder days. We turn our gaze to the most beautiful and terrible of the elder, to she whose hair held the light of the two trees, to the lady who would guard the golden wood through all the dark years of the Third Age. This is the story of Galadriel, from her youth in blessed Valinor to her final departure over the sundering seas. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade away, and journey with me into the chronicles of the Lady of Light. If this tale of rings and trees, of temptation and wisdom, stirs something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers, and drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. For every voice makes our circle stronger. The light of Lothlórien touched her hair like spun gold in the morning of the world. Galadriel walked the crystal paths of Tirion, where the Noldor dwelt in eternal bliss, and her footsteps rang like silver bells on the white stones. The great tree poured forth its golden radiance in the 12th hour, and all the towers gleamed with borrowed fire that turned the very air to liquid amber. She moved through that blessed light like a flame herself, tall beyond all women of the Eldar, save Elwë's queen alone. The Vonyar, who dwelt on Tanaketel's slopes, called her Altariel, the maiden crowned with radiant garland. Among her father's people she bore the name Artanis, noble woman, for her grace and strength of will exceeded all others born in that blessed realm. Yet those who knew her best whispered that she carried in her heart a light that came not from Lorelein's glow, but from some deeper source that burned unconquered and unconquerable. Her father, Finarfin, ruled the Noldor in Tirion with gentle wisdom, his golden hair catching the tree light as he held court in the crystal halls. But his daughter's restless spirit led her far from those marble chambers where the wise debated endlessly of beauty and craft. She walked instead the winding paths that led to stranger places, where the Valar themselves worked at the making and shaping of the world. In the halls of Aule, the smith she learned the secrets hidden in earth and stone. The great Valar's hammer rang like thunder on his anvil, yet he worked with hands gentler than spring rain when he showed her how metals sang beneath the craftsman's touch. Silver flowed like water under her fingers, and gold became as malleable as clay. The gems surrendered their inner fire to her shaping, and mithril itself grew pliant as silk when she willed it so. But more than the shaping of lifeless things, she loved the deep lore that Aule taught of how the bones of the earth were laid, and how the roots of mountains reached down to the world's heart. He showed her the hidden springs that would one day feed great rivers, and the secret places where precious things lay sleeping until their time should come. In his halls she learned to read the language written in stone and crystal, and her mind grew keen as any blade he ever forged. Yet even Aule's deep halls could not contain her wandering spirit for long. She walked also in the gardens of Yavanna, the giver of fruits, where every growing thing lifted its head in worship of the Queen of Earth. There among trees, whose names were songs and flowers, whose colours had no words, she learned the greater mysteries of root and branch, of seed and leaf, and the patient strength that draws life from earth and light from sky. The mallorns called to her most strongly of all growing things. Those mighty trees rose like golden pillars in Yavanna's sacred groves, their bark smooth as silver, their leaves catching both the gold of Lothlórien and the silver of Telperion in their broad crowns. she would sit for hours in their shade, feeling the slow pulse of their great hearts, learning the deep songs they sang to earth and sky alike. Yavanna taught her how the mallorn's roots drank from springs older than the shaping of the world, and how their leaves could catch starlight and hold it like captured music. She learned the art of speaking with growing things in the language that needed no words, and trees would bend their branches to shelter her passage, while flowers bloomed at her footfall even when Lorelein's light grew dim. The two trees waxed and waned in their endless dance, marking the passage of days in the undying lands. Lorelin would pour forth her golden radiance for 7 hours, filling all Valinor with warm light that made the crystal towers gleam like captured sunfire. Then would come the hour of mingling, when both trees shone together and their combined light was more beautiful than either could achieve alone. In that sacred hour, Galadriel would climb to Tyrion's highest tower, watching the silver and gold mingle in the sky above. The light fell on her upturned face like a blessing, and her hair became a banner of fire and starlight streaming in the windless air. In those moments she seemed less like one of the Eldar and more like a flame given form, a light that burned with its own inner fire rather than borrowed radiance. But when Telperion's silver dominion began, she would descend again to walk the quieter paths where shadow and starlight wove patterns on the ground. The great silver tree's light was cooler, more mysterious, and in its glow she could hear voices calling from beyond the circles of the world. They whispered of lands across the dark waters, of shores where no tree light fell, of forests waiting for the touch of gentle hands to wake them into glory. Her heart grew heavy with longing she could not name. The peace of Valinor seemed suddenly fragile as morning mist, and she sensed storms gathering beyond the western mountains that not even the Valar's power could long forestall. The swan ships of the Teleri burned red with blood in the harbour of Alqualunde. Galadriel stood on the marble quay where she had walked in peace not 1 hour before, and the screaming of the gulls mingled with screams of a different kind. The white ships that had danced on the waves like living birds now listed heavy in the water, their silver hulls stained crimson, their proud prows broken by axe and sword. Behind her, the great pearl gates of the Teleri's harbour city stood torn from their hinges. The guards who had welcomed her with songs that morning lay still on the carved steps, their silver mail rent and their gentle faces turned toward a sky that wept no tears for their passing. The tree light of Valinor fell on their upturned eyes, but they would see no more dawns in the blessed realm. Feanna's voice rang across the harbour like a trumpet of war, calling his sons to seize the ships by force. His eyes burned with a light fiercer than Lorelein's fire, and his right hand bore a sword wet with Teleri blood. Around him pressed the Noldor who had sworn to follow him into exile, their fair faces twisted with battle fury and the desperate hunger to escape the undying lands at any price. She had refused him when he came to her father's house at the 4th hour. His words had been honey and poison mixed, speaking of the Silmarils stolen by Morgoth and the honour of the Noldor that demanded swift vengeance. He offered her passage in his ships and a place beside the greatest of her people in the conquest of Middle-earth. But her refusal had been as firm as stone. She would not follow the maker of the cursed jewels, nor sail in ships seized by treachery from the sea elves, who had wrought them with patient love over long years. If she was to leave Valinor at all, it would not be at Feanor's bidding or in Feanor's debt. Now she watched the price of that refusal written in blood on the white stones of the quay. A Teleri lord fell not 10 paces from where she stood, his throat opened by a Noldor blade. His killer wore the device of the House of Feanor, and his young face bore an expression of sick triumph as he stepped over the body to seize a coil of silver rope from the nearest ship. The rope had been braided by the dead lord's own hands, woven with songs of the sea and blessed by almost priests in the deep places of the harbour. The sight burned itself into her memory like a brand. She would carry that image through all the long years to come. The young Noldo's face bright with tree light and dark with murder. The silver rope stained red in his hands. The gentle lord's blood spreading across stones that had known only peace since the world's making. More ships were being seized along the harbour's crescent shore. The Teleri fought with desperate courage to protect their beloved vessels, but they were a people of the sea and the crafting hall, not warriors bred for battle. Their weapons were tools of their trade, boat hooks and marlin spikes, and the long knives they used for cutting sailcloth. Against the swords and spears of Fuena's host, they could offer little more than their lives. And their lives they gave freely, spending their heart's blood like water, rather than see their swan ships sailed away by strangers' hands. They died beside their vessels with their fingers still clutching the rigging, or drowned in the harbour trying to cut the anchor chains that held their ships fast to the stone piers. The water of the bay grew dark with blood and thick with floating bodies. Swans that had nested in the ship's rigging for 1,000 years rose crying into the air, their white wings stained red as they fled the slaughter. Never again would they return to roost in the masts of the Teleri fleet, for the innocence of those blessed harbours had been broken beyond all mending. Galadriel moved like one walking in an evil dream through the chaos of the quay. Everywhere she looked, she saw the aftermath of choices that could not be undone. Noldor she had known since childhood transformed into killers. Teleri she had counted as friends lying still in pools of their own blood. Ships built for joy and beauty now serving as instruments of exile and doom. She knelt beside a fallen Teleri maiden whose silver hair spread like sea foam across the marble stones. The maiden's eyes were still open, blue as the deep waters beyond tall Eresia, but they stared at nothing now. In her hands she clutched a half-finished net woven with shells and sea glass, the work of her fingers in happier hours when the greatest sorrow in her life had been choosing which pearls to string for her lover's neck. A shadow fell across the maiden's face, and Galadriel looked up to see her uncle Fingolfin approaching with blood on his sword and grief in his eyes. His host had arrived too late to prevent the kinslaying, but not too late to be stained by it. Some of his people had joined the battle once it was begun, unable to stand aside while their kindred fought and died, whatever the justice of the cause. "It is done," he said, and his voice was hollow as a tomb. "The ships are taken, and the price is paid in blood that can never be cleansed." She rose from the dead maiden's side, her hands trembling with rage and sorrow. "This is Feanor's work, not ours. We need not sail in ships bought with murder." But even as she spoke the words, she knew their emptiness. The kinslaying had stained them all, willing and unwilling alike. The blood cried out from the stones of Alqualunde, and its voice would follow them across all the sundering seas. There would be no clean escape from Valinor now, no departure unmarked by the shadow of this terrible hour. Fingolfin's eyes met hers across the body of the slain maiden, and in them she read the same knowledge that burned in her own heart. They were all kinslayers now, bound together by shared guilt and the weight of choices that could never be unmade. The light of Valinor would shine on them no more, and the road ahead led only into darkness and exile and the long accounting that awaited them in the lands across the sea. The Helcaraxe stretched before them like a bridge of broken glass, beneath a sky that knew no sun. Galadriel wrapped her cloak tighter against the wind that cut through fabric and flesh alike, and felt the ice crack beneath her feet with sounds like breaking bones. Behind her stretched a long line of Fingolfin's host, thousands of the Noldor driven onto this terrible road by pride and the burning of the ships. Ahead lay only the grinding waste of ice and the promise of shores they might never reach. The crossing had begun with something like hope in their hearts. They had stood on the edge of the world at Ahriman's northern cape, looking across the narrow strait that separated Valinor from the outer lands, and the distance seemed small enough that strong hearts might compass it. The ice gleamed white and clean in Telperian's light, and some among them even sang as they took their first steps onto the frozen sea. But that was 50 days ago, and no songs rose from their lips now. The Helcaraxe was not clean ice as they had thought, but a grinding chaos of bergs and floes that crashed together with the sound of thunder. The narrow passages that seemed firm underfoot would split without warning, plunging the unwary into black water that killed with cold more swiftly than any blade. The survivors would haul their kinsmen out, blue and gasping, only to watch them die hours later as the killing cold worked its way from their extremities to their hearts. She had lost count of the friends who had vanished into the dark water. Finran of the house of her grandfather had slipped through a crack in the ice, while helping an injured companion cross a treacherous gap. The ice had closed over his head like a mouth, and they never saw him again, despite hours spent breaking their tools on the unyielding surface, trying to reach him. The children suffered worst of all. The Eldar brought few little ones on this desperate journey, but those who came found the crossing beyond their strength. They rode on their parents' backs when they could walk no more, their small faces blue with cold and their eyes bright with fever. Too many of them never saw Middle-earth's shores, and their parents carried empty bundles wrapped in torn cloaks, rather than abandon the forms of their beloved dead to the grinding ice. Food ran short before they had covered half the distance. The Noldor had brought provisions for a journey of weeks, not the months that the crossing would demand. They learned to crack the ice and drink the bitter water beneath, and to fight the great white bears that hunted them across the floes. The bear's flesh was tough and strange tasting, but it kept life in their bodies when nothing else remained. Sleep became a luxury more precious than mithril. They would huddle together for warmth in the lee of ice walls, but the grinding never ceased, and the cracks would open beneath them without warning. She learned to sleep with one ear, always listening for the sound of breaking ice, ready to leap to her feet and run for safer ground at the first hint of danger. The worst were the ice storms that would sweep across the waste without warning. The wind would rise to a shriek that drowned out all other sound, driving chips of ice like arrows through the air. They would press themselves against whatever shelter they could find. The side of a berg, a wall of jumbled floes, sometimes nothing more than each other, and endure the cutting blast until it passed. During one such storm, Galadriel crouched beside Elenwë, wife of Turgon, as they sheltered their infant daughter between their bodies. The wind howled around them like a living thing hungry for their warmth, and the flying ice cut their faces until blood froze on their cheeks. For 6 hours they held that position, neither moving nor speaking, focused only on keeping the child alive through the endless night. When the storm passed and they could stand again, Elenwë tried to rise, but her legs would not hold her. The cold had worked too deep into her bones, and though her eyes still held light, her body had given all it could give to the terrible crossing. She died there in Galadriel's arms while her husband wept, and their daughter reached with small hands toward her mother's still face. They carried Elenwë's body with them for 3 more days before the ice claimed it to. A sudden split in the flow sent her wrapped form sliding into the black water before anyone could catch her, and she sank from sight like a stone dropped into a well. Turgon stood at the edge of the crack for an hour, staring down into the dark water, before Fingolfin's hand on his shoulder turned him back toward the path ahead. The ice played cruel tricks on those who walked its surface too long. Shapes would appear in the distance that looked like rescue. Green lands, warm fires, the towers of cities that had never been built. They learned not to trust these visions, but sometimes a desperate soul would break from the column and go running toward what they thought was salvation, only to vanish into a crevasse or stumble off the edge of a flow into the killing sea. Galadriel herself was not immune to the ice's madness. On the 100th day of the crossing, she thought she saw mallorn trees growing from the frozen waste, their golden leaves bright against the white expanse. She walked toward them for 1/2 a mile before Fingolfin caught her arm and showed her that she was heading for a cliff edge, where the ice dropped away into bottomless dark. The hardest part was not the cold or the hunger or even the constant presence of death. It was the knowledge that they had chosen this path themselves, driven by pride and the desire to prove their strength against the powers that ruled them. Every step on the grinding ice was a reminder of the price of defying the Valar, and every friend lost to the crossing made that price heavier to bear. Yet still they pressed on, driven by something stronger than wisdom or sense. Perhaps it was the simple refusal to die in this desolate place, or perhaps it was the knowledge that turning back would mean facing the judgment they had fled. Whatever drove them, they continued to place one foot in front of the other, following Fingolfin's banner across the waste toward shores they could not see but dared not stop hoping for. The ice ground on beneath their feet, and the sky above remained empty of sun and star alike. The first step onto solid ground sent tremors through her legs that had forgotten how to walk on earth that did not crack and shift beneath her feet. Galadriel knelt on the rocky shore of Drenchist and pressed her palms against stones that held warmth from some hidden fire in the world's heart. After the endless grinding ice of the Helcaraxe, even this barren coast seemed like paradise regained. No wind cut through her cloak with knives of cold, and the ground beneath her knees remained steady as the roots of mountains. Behind her, the remnants of Fingolfin's host stumbled from the ice onto the narrow beach, like souls returning from the halls of the dead. They fell to their knees and kissed the stones, or simply lay flat against the earth and wept for joy at finding themselves still among the living. Of the thousands who had begun the crossing at Eregion, Fewer than half had survived to see these shores. The sky above was neither day nor night, as the Noldor understood such things, but something strange and new. Stars wheeled overhead in patterns she had never seen, casting silver light that seemed thin and cold after the golden radiance of the trees. No sun blazed in the heavens, for the sun and moon had not yet been made, and the world lay in the starlit twilight that would later be called the Elder Days. Fingolfin stood at the water's edge with his sword drawn, and its blade caught the starlight like captured fire. He raised it toward the wheeling constellations and spoke words that rang across the silent waters. An oath of defiance hurled at the darkness ahead, a promise that the light of the Noldor would not be quenched, though all the powers of the earth rose against them. But Galadriel's eyes were already turned inland, toward the shadowed peaks that rose like broken teeth against the star-filled sky. Somewhere beyond those mountains lay Angband, the iron prison, where Morgoth, the enemy, sat in his deep halls and planned the ruin of all fair things. The thought of him was like ice in her veins, but there was fire there too, a burning desire to test her strength against the power that had stolen the light of Valinor and plunged the world into shadow. They made their first camp in a sheltered cove where a stream ran down from the mountains to meet the sea. The water was sweet after the bitter taste of melted ice, and there were fish in the shallow pools that they caught with their hands and ate raw, too hungry to wait for fires to be kindled. Even the coarse grass that grew between the rocks seemed precious as gold after the lifeless waste they had crossed. On the third day the grey elves found them. They came at dawn when the stars were fading in the sky, moving through the shoreline mist like shadows given form. At first Galadriel thought them spirits of some kind, for they made no sound as they walked, and their grey cloaks seemed woven from the very twilight. Only when they threw back their hoods did she see that they were Eldar like herself, though shaped by long ages in this starlit land into something both familiar and strange. Their leader was tall and fair, with silver hair that fell to his shoulders and eyes like deep water under starlight. When he spoke, it was in the ancient tongue of the Eldar, but changed by centuries of use until it rang with new music on his lips. His voice was like the sound of wind in pine trees, and there was wisdom in it older than the kingdoms of Valinor, the undying lands. "I am Círdan," he said, and his gaze moved over the exhausted refugees with something that might have been pity. "Lord of the Falars, guardian of these shores since before the moon first sailed the sky. What brings the high people to these distant lands, and why do you come with blood on your hands and sorrow in your eyes?" The question hung in the salt air between them like a blade waiting to fall. How could they explain the kinslaying at Alqualunde, or the pride that had driven them into exile? How could they speak of Feanor's oath and the Silmarils stolen by the enemy, or the long road of ice and death that had brought them to these shores? Fingolfin answered with words carefully chosen, speaking of duty and the need to reclaim what had been stolen from their people. But Círdan's eyes saw deeper than words could hide, and when he looked at Galadriel, she felt that he read the truth written in her face, the guilt and grief and desperate hope that had driven her across the grinding ice to this alien shore. The grey elves received them with courtesy, if not warmth. They shared their bread and their knowledge of the land, warning of the dangers that lurked in the shadow of the mountains and the servants of the enemy who roamed the wild places. But they did not welcome the Noldor as kinsmen returning home. for they sensed the doom that walked with Feanor's people and the shadow that lay heavy on all their works. In the days that followed, more of the grey elves came to look upon the exiles with their own eyes. They were a fair people, though touched with a sadness that seemed bred in their bones. They spoke of kingdoms beyond the mountains where their king dwelt in halls of carven stone, and of the long war against the darkness that had raged since before the first sunrise. Some among them bore scars from that war, missing hands or arms, faces marked by flame, eyes that held the memory of horrors better left unspoken. They looked upon the bright mail and sharp swords of the Noldor with expressions that held both hope and fear, for they knew that the coming of Feanor's people would bring great change to their ancient conflicts. Galadriel walked often along the shore in those first days, learning to love the sound of waves against stone after the endless silence of the ice. The sea here was different from the crystal waters that lapped Valinor's shores, darker, wilder, touched with salt and storm. But it spoke to something deep in her heart, whispering of journeys yet to come, and shores beyond the edge of all maps. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient courses, and she began to learn their names as the grey elves spoke them. Each constellation told a story of the elder days, and in their light she glimpsed something of the glory and terror that awaited them in the lands beyond the sea. The gates of Menegroth opened before her like a vision from the music of creation itself. Galadriel stood at the threshold of the 1,000 caves and felt her breath catch in her throat, for no craft in Valinor had prepared her for what she saw carved from the living stone. The halls stretched away into depths that her eyes could not fathom, their walls shaped not by pick and chisel, but by the patient art of centuries, as if the mountain itself had dreamed these spaces into being and willed them to take form. Beech trees grew within the caverns, their silver trunks rising like pillars to support a roof of intertwined branches that bloomed with flowers of gold and white. Streams ran through the floors in channels of polished stone, their waters singing as they flowed toward hidden springs deep in the earth. Lamps burned without flame in niches carved like lily cups, their light softer than fire shine, yet bright enough to fill the great spaces with a warm glow that made the very air seem to shimmer. She walked the long path toward the throne hall with Celeborn of the Sindar at her side, and her footsteps rang like silver bells on the marble floors. The grey elves who lined their passage turned to watch her pass, their eyes bright with curiosity and wonder. Many had never seen one of the high elves of Valinor, the undying lands, and her golden hair caught their lamplight like captured fire from the blessed realm. The throne hall rose before them like a great heart carved from the mountain's core. Its walls curved upward to a vaulted ceiling where gems were set in patterns that mirrored the constellations wheeling overhead in the world above. The floor was polished obsidian that reflected the light of 1,000 lamps, and in its dark surface she could see the stars burning like fallen fire beneath her feet. At the hall's far end stood the throne of Eleuthingel, wrought from a single great tree trunk and carved with images of birds and beasts and flowering vines. Upon it sat the grey king himself, tallest of all the Eldar, save Elwë alone, his silver hair flowing over shoulders clad in mail of mithril and gems. A crown of holly leaves adorned his brow, and in his eyes was the wisdom of ages spent guarding his people through the long darkness of the world. Beside him, on a throne of carved birchwood, sat Melian the Maya, and at the sight of her Galadriel fell to her knees unbidden. Here was one of the Anor themselves, a spirit from before the world's making who had taken flesh for love of the Grey King and remained in Middle-earth to be his queen. Her beauty was not the beauty of the Eldar, fair as they were, but something altogether more terrible and wonderful, like looking upon a flame that burned with the very light of Aru's thought. "Rise, daughter of Finarfin," said Melian, and her voice was like music made of starlight and flowing water. "You are welcome in our halls, though you come to us stained with blood and bearing sorrow like a shadow on your heart." Galadriel rose slowly, feeling the weight of that piercing gaze as it read the truth written in her spirit. Melian saw all, the kinslaying at Alqualunde, the grinding ice of the Helcaraxe, the pride and pain that had driven her across the sundering seas. But in those ancient eyes was not judgment, but something deeper, an understanding born of wisdom older than the world itself. Thingol spoke then, and his voice carried the authority of one who had walked with the Valar in Valinor's earliest days before choosing to remain in Middle-earth with his beloved queen. He welcomed her with courtesy, but she heard the reserve in his words. For news of Alqualunde had travelled swiftly across the starlit lands, and the Grey King was not quick to trust those who bore the stain of kinslaying. Yet as the days passed and she remained in Menegroth, that reserve began to thaw like ice before the coming of spring. She sat long hours in council with the wise of the Sindar, learning the history of their ancient kingdom and the long war they had waged against the shadow in the north. The grey elves had wisdom that the Noldor lacked, born of ages spent in Middle-earth under the naked stars, and she drank from that well of knowledge like one dying of thirst. Melian became her teacher in those days, instructing her in lore that could not be found in all the libraries of Tirion. The Queen of Doriath had walked in Lórien before the world's making, tending the gardens of Ermo and learning the deep arts of protection and healing. She taught Galadriel to weave songs of power that could turn aside the spears of enemies, and to speak with the trees and streams in the tongue that all growing things understood. Most precious of all, Melian shared with her the secret of the girdle, the great enchantment that surrounded Doriath and kept it hidden from the eyes of Morgoth and his servants. It was not mere craft that wrought this wonder, but love itself made manifest, the queen's devotion to her people and her realm woven into a barrier stronger than any wall of stone. To understand such power was to touch the very heart of creation, and Galadriel felt her own strength grow as she learned to see the world, through eyes touched by the wisdom of the Ainur. The years flowed by like a river in those halls of stone and starlight. She learned the Sindarin tongue until she spoke it like one born to it, and studied the arts of war and peace that the grey elves had perfected through long ages of struggle. The warriors of Doriath taught her to handle sword and bow with skill that would shame many who boasted themselves masters of arms, while the lawmasters opened scrolls of ancient wisdom written before the first sunrise. She walked often in the gardens of Menegroth, where the beech trees grew in caverns filled with lamplight and the sound of running water. There she would sit for hours in contemplation, feeling the deep peace of the protected realm settling into her bones, like balm after the wounds of ice and exile. The gardens reminded her of Lórien in the Blessed Realm, yet they held their own beauty that belonged wholly to Middle-earth under the stars. But even in that place of refuge, she was not content to remain idle. The fire that had driven her from Valinor still burned in her heart, and she felt the call of wider realms beyond Doriath's borders. Melian saw this restlessness and spoke to her of paths that lay ahead, of choices yet unmade that would shape not only her own fate, but the destiny of all the free peoples who would come after. In the deep hours of the night, when even the lamps in Menegroth burned low, Galadriel would climb to the high places of the cavern city and look toward the north, where Angban's shadow lay heavy on the land. Somewhere in those iron halls, Morgoth sat in darkness, plotting the ruin of all that was fair and good in Middle-earth. The day would come when she must face that shadow with her own strength, and she spent her years in Doriath, preparing for that hour with the patient dedication of one who knows that the fate of worlds may hang upon a single choice made in darkness. The beech grove beyond Menegroth's eastern gates shimmered with silver light in the hour before dawn. Galadriel walked the paths between the great trees where their smooth bark caught the starlight like polished metal, and her footsteps made no sound on the carpet of fallen leaves that rustled with each breath of wind from the enchanted river. The air was sweet with the scent of Eleanor blooms and the deeper fragrance of mallorn sap. For here, in this sacred grove, the trees of Doriath grew to heights that rivaled even those in Valinor's gardens. She had come here to think, as was her custom in the hours when sleep would not claim her and the weight of exile pressed heavy on her heart. The grove was a place apart from the great halls where the Sindar held their councils, a sanctuary where even the wise kept silence and let the trees speak their ancient truths to those who had ears to hear them. A stream ran through the heart of the grove, its waters dark as polished obsidian in the starlight, yet clear as crystal, where they caught the gleam of the lamps that burned in carved niches among the tree roots. She knelt beside its banks and cupped the cool water in her palms, drinking deeply of its sweetness, while the currents sang soft songs of springs hidden deep in the earth. When she raised her head, she saw him standing on the far bank like a figure from some half-remembered dream. He was tall even among the Sindar, his hair silver as starlight, and his eyes grey as the twilight sky before the first star appears. His cloak was woven from some fabric that seemed to capture and hold the very essence of shadow and starshine, and when he moved it flowed around him like water made visible. In his hand he bore a staff of white wood carved with runes that glowed softly in the grove's eternal twilight. For a long moment neither spoke, and the only sound was the whisper of the stream between them and the gentle rustling of leaves overhead. She felt something stir in her heart that she had never known before, not the fierce fire that had driven her from the undying lands, nor the cold rage that burned when she thought of Morgoth's crimes, but something altogether gentler and more dangerous. He stepped into the stream without breaking the surface tension of the water, and she realized that this was no ordinary lord of the Sindar, but something more. The stream bent its course around his feet as he walked, and the fish that swam in its depths rose to circle him like living jewels seeking the light of stars. "Lady of the Noldor," he said, and his voice was like wind through silver bells. "I am Celeborn, kinsman to Thingol, and guardian of these groves. Long have I waited for one who could hear the tree's true speech as you do." She rose from her place beside the water, and when she did, the Elena blooms that grew along the bank turned toward her as flowers turn toward the sun. The starlight seemed to grow brighter in her hair, and for a moment the grove was filled with radiance that had nothing to do with lamps or stars, but came from some deeper source that burned unconquered in her spirit. "I hear many things in this blessed place," she said, "the memory of songs from before the world's making, and the promise of melodies yet to be sung when the darkness passes away." He smiled then, and it was like the breaking of dawn over waters long shrouded in mist. The trees themselves seemed to lean closer, as if drawn by some magnetism they shared, and she felt the grove's ancient peace settle around them like a blessing from the Valar themselves. They walked together along the stream's winding course, and with each step she learned something new about this prince of the Sindar, who moved through his forest realm like a lord in his own hall. He spoke of the trees' names and the spirits that dwelt within them, of the hidden paths that led to secret clearings where the first elves had awakened under starlight, of the long years when Doriath had stood as a bulwark against the shadow while the rest of Middle-earth lay in darkness. His knowledge was not the book learning of Tyrion's libraries, but something deeper and wilder, the wisdom that comes from walking the same paths for centuries uncounted, and learning to read the language written in bark and leaf and the flow of underground streams. When he touched the trunk of an ancient beech, she could see the tree's memories flickering behind his eyes like reflections in still water. The stars began to fade as the time of mingled light approached, though here in Middle-earth there were no trees to mark the hours with gold and silver radiance. Instead, the sky grew pale with the promise of morning, and the lamps in their carved niches dimmed as if acknowledging a greater light that was yet to come. They found themselves beside a pool where the stream widened into a perfect mirror that reflected not only their faces, but somehow their souls as well. In its depths she saw herself as he saw her, proud and beautiful and touched with the fire of Valinor, but bearing also the weight of grief and the stain of choices that could not be undone. And in the water's reflection of his face she glimpsed depths of patience and wisdom that made her own learning seem like a child's first lessons. "Will you walk with me often in this grove?" he asked, and the question held layers of meaning that went far beyond mere courtesy. She looked into his grey eyes and saw there a peace she had not known since leaving the Undying Lands, and perhaps had never truly known even there. The fire that drove her toward distant shores and unknown perils still burned in her heart, but beside it now was something cooler and more enduring, the promise of companionship that might outlast the very mountains themselves. "I will walk with you," she said, and the words were like a vow spoken before the throne of Eru himself. The pool at their feet rippled, though no wind stirred its surface, and in the expanding circles of light and shadow she glimpsed visions of days yet to come. Golden woods beside a great river, a hidden realm protected by power greater than sword or spell, and two figures walking together through all the long ages of the world, until the final shore was reached at last. The horns of Angband sounded across the northern wastes, and their brazen voices carried death on the wind. Galadriel stood upon the highest tower of Menegroth, and felt the mountain tremble beneath her feet. Yet no fear touched her heart. Beyond the borders of Doriath, the armies of Morgoth poured forth like a black tide. But here, within the girdle of Melian, the beech trees bloomed in eternal spring, and the streams sang their ancient songs unchanged. The queen's power wrapped around her realm like a cloak of starlight, and no servant of the shadow could pass its bounds. but the sounds of war carried even into that blessed sanctuary. At night, when the wind turned from the north, she could hear the clash of arms on distant battlefields, and the screams of dying warriors echoed off the mountains like the voices of tormented spirits. The Dagor Bragalic had begun, the battle of sudden flame that would break the siege of Angband and send rivers of fire across the northern lands. Refugees came to Doriath's borders in those days, fleeing the ruin of their kingdoms. They pressed against the girdle like moths against a lamp's glass, begging entry to the protected realm, but few could pass through Melian's enchantment. Only those whose hearts bore no taint of the shadow could cross that invisible threshold, and many who seemed fair to outward sight found themselves turned aside by power they could not comprehend. Those who did gain entry brought tales that chilled the blood. Fingolfin's realm in Hithlum was overrun, the High King himself fallen in single combat before the gates of Angband. His son Fingon held the pass as yet, but barely, and the survivors of his host grew fewer with each passing moon. In the east, Medros and his brothers fought desperately to hold the line, but Morgoth's servants seemed numberless as the stars, and their weapons bore poisons that no craft of healing could counter. Galadriel walked the halls of Menegroth in those days like a caged lioness, her heart burning with the desire to take up sword and shield and ride forth to battle beside her kinsmen. But Thingol would not suffer any of his people to leave the protected realm. And Melian's wisdom counselled patience, even when patience felt like cowardice. "Your time will come," the queen told her, as they stood together in the garden where the mallorn trees grew tallest. "But it is not yet, and the part you are meant to play cannot be played with sword and spear alone." The years of siege stretched on like a waking dream. Within Doriath, the seasons turned as they always had, but beyond the borders, the world grew ever darker. The sun itself seemed dimmed by the smoke that rose from Angband's pits, and the stars were often hidden by clouds of ash that drifted southward on the poisoned wind. She spent those years learning all that Melian could teach her of the deeper arts. The queen showed her how to weave light itself into tangible form, and how to speak with the spirits that dwelt in stone and stream. Most precious of all, she learned the secret of the girdle's making, not the craft alone, but the love and sacrifice that made such power possible. "Protection is not wrought by strength of arm," Melian said as they walked beside the enchanted river. "It comes from the willingness to pour out one's own life for those one loves, and to stand guard over what is precious, though the very foundations of the world should crack." The river itself was part of that great enchantment, its waters blessed by the queen's power, so that any who drank from its banks fell into a sleep filled with dreams of peace. Many servants of the enemy had tried to cross its flowing barrier, only to sink beneath the surface and never rise again. Their bones lay white and clean on the river's bed, picked clean by the fish that swam in Melian's grace. Celeborn was often her companion in those days, teaching her the lore of the Sindar and the deep history of Middle-earth under the stars. Together they would climb to the high places of the realm where the beech trees grew thickest, and there he would point out the paths that led to hidden glades where the first elves had awakened at Quivianan. Their love grew slowly like a tree putting down deep roots, and it was a thing of peace rather than passion. When they walked together, the very air seemed to shimmer with contentment, and flowers would bloom in their footsteps as if the earth itself rejoiced in their union. The birds would gather to sing when they passed, and even the shyest deer would approach to take food from their hands. In the 5th year of the siege they were wed in a grove where the stars could be seen through gaps in the leafy canopy. Thingol himself performed the ceremony, binding their hands with cords of silver while Melian sang blessings in the ancient tongue of the Annar. The trees leaned in to witness their vows, and when they spoke the words of binding, the very air grew thick with magic that made the leaves whisper like voices of approval. Their wedding feast lasted 7 days and nights, though time seemed to have no meaning in that place of eternal peace. The elves of Doriath came from every corner of the realm to celebrate, bearing gifts of song and craft that would have made the lords of Valinor weep with envy. Yet the greatest gift was the Queen's own blessing, spoken over the new-wed pair as they stood beneath the mallorn trees. "Long shall your love endure," she said, and her voice carried the certainty of prophecy. "Through all the dark years to come you shall be each other's light, and the realms you rule shall know peace because of the bond you have forged this day." The war raged on beyond the borders, but within the girdle all was joy and celebration. Yet even in her happiness, Galadriel felt the pull of destiny calling her toward distant shores. The protected realm was sweet as honey, but she was not made for such safety while the world burned beyond its borders. Her time in paradise was drawing to a close, though she did not yet know it. Soon the girdle would fail, and the protected realm would face its doom, and she would learn at last the price of the power she had been taught to wield. The girdle shattered like glass in the hour before dawn, and with it died the last light of the elder days. Galadriel woke to the sound of Melian's scream echoing through the halls of Menegroth, a cry of anguish that shook the very foundations of the mountain. She rose from her bed with Celeborn beside her, and together they ran through corridors that trembled as if the earth itself was in its death throes. The lamps that had burned for centuries without flame flickered and went dark one by one, leaving them to stumble through passages lit only by the cold gleam of stars. They found the Queen in her garden where the mallorn trees grew tallest. But she was no longer the figure of power and grace who had ruled Doriath through long ages of peace. Her form wavered like heat shimmer on summer stones, and her face was wet with tears that fell like liquid starlight to the ground. The great trees around her were withering as they watched, their golden leaves turning brown and falling like rain. "It is done," Melian said, and her voice was hollow as a tomb. "The doom, long foretold, has come to pass, and I can guard this realm no more." Thingol lay dead in the deepest vaults of Menegroth, struck down by the dwarves of Nograd in their greed for the Silmaril. His blood stained the stone floors where no violence had ever come before, and with his passing the foundations of the protected realm began to crumble. The girdle that had kept Doriath safe through all the dark years was woven from the Queen's love for her king, and with him gone that love became grief too great for any power to contain. The borders of the realm collapsed like walls of sand before a rising tide. Orcs poured through the passes that had been sealed for centuries, their harsh voices echoing off the beech trees that had never heard such sounds. Fire bloomed in the sacred groves where Galadriel had learned the deep arts of protection, and the streams that had sung with Melian's blessing ran red with blood. She fought beside Celeborn in the last defense of the 1,000 caves, her sword bright with the light that she had learned to weave into steel. The blade cut through orc flesh like water, and where her feet touched the defiled stone of Menegroth's halls, flowers bloomed even amid the carnage. But there were too many enemies, and more poured through the broken gates with each passing hour. The surviving elves of Doriath gathered what treasures they could carry and fled toward the eastern borders. Galadriel helped the wounded walk and carried children too young to run, her heart breaking as she watched the realm of her youth consumed by flames behind them. The great halls where she had learned wisdom from Melian, the wise, were filled with smoke and the screams of dying orcs. And the beech groves where she had first met Celeborn burned like torches in the night. They reached the Arrows at dawn, but the bridge was broken and the waters ran too swift and deep to ford. Behind them, the smoke of burning Menegroth rose like a black pillar to the sky, and before them stretched the wild lands where no protection lay save what they could make with their own strength. The refugees huddled on the riverbank like lost children, too stunned by the speed of their fall to comprehend the magnitude of what they had lost. It was then that the earth began to shake with tremors that had nothing to do with war or fire. The very bones of the world groaned as if in mortal pain, and cracks appeared in the ground that yawned like hungry mouths. From the north came a sound like thunder that never ceased, and the sky grew dark with clouds that glowed with unnatural fire. Eärendil had found the hidden path to Valinor, and the Valar had come at last to make an end of Morgoth and all his works. The war that had raged through the long ages of starlight was reaching its final hour, but that ending would be terrible beyond imagining. The earth split open like a ripe fruit, and through the cracks poured light brighter than 1,000 suns. The very air caught fire, and mountains older than memory cracked like eggs and poured their molten hearts across the tortured landscape. The sea rose up in waves taller than the peaks of the misty mountains, rushing inland to swallow everything in its path. Galadriel stood at the river's edge and watched the world die. To the north, Angband crumbled into ruin as the Valar's wrath fell upon it like a hammer blow, and Morgoth himself was dragged in chains from his iron halls. But the victory came at a price too terrible to count, for all of Beleriand was sinking beneath the waves. The great forests where the elves had first awakened were drowning. The kingdoms of Gil-galad and Círdan, the hidden valleys where refugees had made their homes, the very mountains where eagles nested, all were vanishing beneath waters that rose without end. An entire age of the world was being washed away like words written in sand. She took Celeborn's hand as the ground beneath their feet began to crack, and together they ran eastward with the last survivors of Doriath. Behind them the sea followed like a hungry beast, swallowing rivers and plains and forests with equal greed. The refugees ran through passes that filled with water even as they climbed, always staying just ahead of the waves that would claim the world they had known. For days they climbed higher into the misty mountains, following paths that goats would scorn, driven by terror of the waters that followed them. When at last they found a place high enough to rest, they looked back to see nothing but empty ocean where Beleriand had been. The stars reflected in those dark waters were the only remaining trace of kingdoms that had stood for ages beyond count. The first age was ended, and with it had passed the world of her youth. Now began the long exile in Middle-earth, and the search for a new realm where the light of Valinor might bloom again under alien stars. The salt wind carried the scent of new beginnings across the harbour of Mythland, yet it could not wash away the taste of ash and sorrow. Galadriel stood on the grey stone quay where Gil-galad's people had built their refuge from the drowned world, and watched the ships come in with their cargo of survivors from the sunken lands. Each vessel brought faces marked by loss, elves who had seen their kingdoms vanish beneath the waves, children who would never again play in the forests where they had been born, warriors whose weapons had failed to save the realms they loved. The harbour itself was a wonder wrought from grief and determination. Círdan and his shipwrights had raised it from the living rock with tools blessed by the sea kings of old, carving docks and warehouses, and great halls from the cliffs that faced the western sea. The grey stone seemed to weep perpetually in the ocean spray, yet it stood firm against wave and storm like the resolve of those who had built it. She moved among the refugees with Celeborn at her side, offering what comfort she could to those whose losses mirrored her own. An old lord from Doriath sat on a coil of rope with his grandchildren pressed against him, their eyes bright with fever and their faces gaunt from the long flight across the mountains. His lands had been among the first to drown, swallowed by waters that rose faster than deer could run. "Lady," he said when he recognized her, and his voice cracked like dry leaves, "my granddaughter asks when we can go home to see the mallorn trees bloom. What am I to tell her?" Galadriel knelt beside the child, whose hair was silver as starlight and whose eyes held the trust that only the very young can maintain in the face of catastrophe. The girl reached out with small fingers to touch the golden threads woven into her cloak, marveling at their brightness in the grey harbour light. "The mallorn trees bloom wherever there are hands to tend them," she said gently, "and hearts that remember their songs." The old lord's tears fell on the stone between them, but he nodded and pulled his granddaughter closer. Around them the work of the harbour went on, sailors unloading cargo, merchants arguing over the price of goods, smiths hammering out nails for new construction. Life persisted even in the shadow of unimaginable loss, because there was no other choice but death or madness. Gil-galad's tower rose at the harbour's heart like a finger of silver stone pointing toward the sky. The High King held court there daily, meeting with the lords and ladies who had escaped the drowning and planning how to make homes for their people in this strange new world. His crown was simpler than the diadems worn by the kings of Beleriand, wrought from silver and set with gems that caught the sea light like captured stars. She attended those councils when her work among the refugees allowed, for there was much to be decided about the shape of things to come. The survivors of a dozen kingdoms had been thrown together by catastrophe, and old rivalries burned as hot as ever despite their common losses. The lords of Nargothrond would not take counsel from those who had served the sons of Feanor, and the Sindar refugees kept apart from the Noldor, who had brought the curse of kinslaying to their shores. Yet slowly, through Gil-galad's patient wisdom and the simple necessities of survival, a new order began to emerge. The High King granted lands to those who could defend them, and appointed governors to oversee the building of towns and the clearing of forests. Trade routes were established with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, and expeditions sent east to explore the lands beyond the misty mountains, where some said there were forests that might remind them of home. The work was endless and often thankless. Each day brought new arguments to settle, new needs to meet, new tragedies to console. A family of refugees from Nargothrond had lost their youngest son to a fever that no healing could touch, and they blamed Gil-galad's physicians for failing to save him. A group of former soldiers had turned to banditry in the woods south of the harbour, preying on merchant caravans until the king's guards hunted them down like beasts. But there were moments of grace as well, bright jewels scattered through the grey days like stars emerging from behind storm clouds. She watched a young couple from different kingdoms marry in the harbour's great hall, their love a bridge between peoples who had been enemies for centuries. She saw children playing games learned from their elders, keeping alive the songs and stories that were all that remained of their drowned homeland. Most precious of all, she began to see the mallorn trees taking root in the soil of Lindon. Celeborn had saved a handful of seeds from Melian's garden, carrying them in a pouch close to his heart through all the dark days of flight and exile. Now they planted them in the gardens behind Gil-galad's tower, speaking the old words of blessing as they pressed them into earth that had never known their kind. The seedlings struggled at first in the alien soil, their leaves yellowing despite all her care. But she sang to them in the evenings when her other work was done, weaving into her voice the memory of Doriath's eternal spring and the sound of the enchanted river, flowing through caverns filled with lamplight. Slowly, reluctantly, the young trees began to strengthen and put forth new growth. On quiet nights, when the harbour slept and only the waves spoke their ancient secrets to the stone, she would walk the paths between the growing mallorns and remember the grove where she had first met Celeborn. The trees here would never grow as tall or fair as those that lay drowned beneath the western sea, but they carried in their heartwood the hope that somewhere, somehow, the light of the elder days might bloom again. The second age stretched ahead like an unwritten page, blank with possibility and dark with uncertainty. But she had learned in the ruins of the first age that endings could also be beginnings, and that from the deepest sorrows sometimes came the greatest joys. The Redhorn Pass opened before them like a gateway carved from wind and stone and the memory of ancient thunder. Galadriel urged her horse forward up the narrow path that wound between peaks older than the drowning of Beleriand, and felt the thin air burn in her lungs like ice and fire mixed. Behind her rode a company of Gil-galad's knights, their mail bright against the grey stone and their banners snapping in the mountain wind. They were the first to attempt this crossing since the reshaping of the world, and none knew what lay beyond the passes save rumour and the songs of birds. The climb had taken them 3 days from the valley floors where the last trees grew, up through slopes of scree and broken granite, where only the hardiest mountain plants could find purchase between the rocks. The horses picked their way with care between loose stones that rattled away into echoing chasms, and more than once they had to dismount and lead their mounts across ledges barely wide enough for a man to walk. Snow began to fall as they reached the high places where the peaks thrust their heads above the cloud line. The flakes were small and hard, driven by a wind that never ceased its howling through the rocky clefts. She pulled her hood up against the stinging cold and felt her breath freeze in the air before her face. Yet her heart sang with the joy of discovery as each turn in the path revealed new wonders. The bones of the earth lay bare in these heights, exposed by the great breaking that had remade the world. She could read the story written in stone and crystal, how the mountains had been thrust upward when the Valar's wrath fell upon Morgoth, how rivers of molten rock had flowed between the peaks before, cooling into fantastic shapes that caught the snow like white silk draped on sculptures of jade and granite. Default text at the pass's summit they found the ruins of a watchtower, built in ages past by hands unknown. The stones were worn smooth by wind and weather, and no carving remained to tell who had raised them or when they fell. But the tower commanded a view that stretched beyond the edge of sight, and from its broken crown they looked down into valleys that had never known the tread of Nolduran feet. The eastern slopes rolled away before them in waves of forest and meadowland dotted with lakes that gleamed like scattered mirrors in the afternoon light. Rivers wound through the valleys like silver serpents, and she could see smoke rising from what might have been settlements or camps scattered along their banks. The very air seemed different here, thinner and wilder, touched with the scent of pine and unknown flowers. They made their camp that night in the lee of the ruined tower, and built their fire from wood they had carried up from the western slopes. The flames danced in the thin air like spirits celebrating some ancient rite, and their light painted the surrounding peaks in shades of gold and crimson that would have made the artisans of Tirion weep with envy. She sat beside the fire and opened her mind to the whispers that rode the mountain wind. This land beyond the passes called to something deep in her spirit, promising refuge and the chance to build something new from the ashes of what had been lost. The trees that clothed these eastern valleys were not mallorns, but they sang with their own voices in tongues she longed to learn. The descent on the far side proved even more treacherous than the climb, for the path was steep and the stones were slick with ice that never fully melted even in summer's height. They led their horses down carefully, step by cautious step, while avalanches rumbled in the distance like the voices of sleeping giants disturbed in their dreams. But as they dropped below the snow line, the world opened before them like a flower blooming in the dawn. Forests of oak and ash and beech spread across the valleys, their leaves just touched with the gold of approaching autumn. Streams sang down from hidden springs in the peaks, and deer lifted their heads to watch the strangers pass before bounding away through groves that echoed with their passage. They found their first signs of habitation beside a lake that reflected the surrounding peaks like a mirror of polished silver. Circles of standing stones rose from a meadow on the water's edge, weathered and moss-grown, but clearly the work of intelligent hands. The stones were carved with spirals and interlacing patterns that reminded her of the artwork she had seen in Círdan's halls, but older and simpler, as if made by folk who shaped stone with tools of wood and bronze. An old man emerged from the forest as they approached the stone circle, leaning heavily on a staff of carved oak and watching them with eyes bright as a bird's. His hair was white as winter snow and his skin brown as tree bark, and he wore robes of rough wool dyed with the colors of earth and moss and autumn leaves. He spoke no word they could understand, but his gestures were welcoming, and he led them to a village hidden in a grove of ancient beeches, where other folk came out to stare at the strangers from beyond the mountains. They were a simple people, living in houses of timber and thatch, and working their fields with tools that would have seemed crude to the craftsmen of Gil-galad's court. Yet there was peace in that village, such as she had not felt since the drowning of Doriath. The people shared their bread and their fire freely, asking no payment save friendship, and their children played games in the twilight, while their elders sang songs in voices sweet as honey wine. She knew then that this land held promise beyond her wildest hopes, room to build and grow, and perhaps in time to create something worthy of the light she carried from the undying lands. The eagles circled overhead like living symbols written against the morning sky, and their cries echoed between the peaks with news of strangers walking the high paths. Galadriel followed the ancient track that wound through passes unnamed by the tongues of elves, where the bones of the world lay naked beneath skies so blue they seemed to burn with their own inner fire. Her footsteps rang on stone worn smooth by the passage of countless ages, and each breath of the mountain air filled her lungs with the taste of snow and pine and something wilder that had no name in any language she knew. The path had been made by the feet of the fathers of men in the dark years before the rising of the sun, when they first crossed the misty mountains in their westward wandering. She could feel the weight of their passage in the very stones, the memory of desperate flight and the hope that drove them ever toward the promise of lands beyond the sunrise. Their bones lay scattered in the high places where winter had claimed them, but their road endured. Celeborn walked beside her with the easy stride of one born to wild places, his grey cloak blending with the mountain shadows so that he seemed at times like a spirit of the stone itself. He read the signs written in rock and sky with eyes that missed nothing, the scratch marks where bears had sharpened their claws, the places where avalanches had swept the slopes clean, the hidden springs that bubbled up from the earth's deep places to nourish, the hardy plants that grew in crevices no larger than a child's hand. They were not alone on these high roads. The dwarf lords of Khazad-dûm had granted them safe passage through the paths that led to their kingdom's secret entrances, and sometimes they would meet companies of the Longbeards, travelling between their mountain halls and the settlements they were building in the foothills to the east. The dwarves greeted them with courtesy, if not warmth, for they remembered that the Noldor had been friends to their people in the elder days, before the world was broken. The greatest of the passes lay beyond the realm of Doran's folk, where the mountains thrust their heads above the clouds, and the wind never ceased, its keening through the razor-edged ridges. Here the path climbed through landscapes that seemed carved from dreams of ice and starlight, where crystalline formations jutted from the living rock, like frozen waterfalls, and the very air shimmered with veils of snow blown from the peaks. She found the watching stones on the 100th day of her journey, standing like silent guardians on a plateau so high that eagles nested below them in the crags. The stones were older than any work of dwarf or man, carved from black granite and set with runes that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. They watched the eastern passers with faces worn smooth by wind and weather, yet their vigil never ended. Each stone was taller than the towers of Gil-galad's court, and they were arranged in a perfect circle around a pool of water so dark it seemed to hold captured starlight in its depths. The water never froze, despite the bitter cold of the heights, and when she knelt beside its rim, she could see visions moving in its black surface, like memories of things that had not yet come to pass. The visions came in fragments, forests of trees she had never seen growing beside a great river, halls carved from living wood where light burned without flame, faces both fair and terrible crowned with circlets of mithril and gold. She saw her own reflection multiplied 1,000-fold in the dark water, but each image showed her older, changed by experiences that lay hidden in the mists of time. One vision lingered longer than the rest, a woman who might have been herself standing in a place of great beauty beside waters that flowed between banks of flowers, more lovely than any that grew in Valinor's gardens. The woman held something in her hands that caught light like captured fire, and her eyes were filled with a knowledge both wonderful and terrible to behold. The wind rose and scattered the visions like leaves blown from autumn trees, leaving only her own face looking back from the dark water. But the memory of what she had seen burned in her mind like brands, and she knew that the stones had shown her glimpses of paths that might yet be walked if she had the courage to seek them. Beyond the watching stones, the passes opened onto valleys that had never felt the tread of elvish feet. Here grew forests of trees whose names existed in no tongue spoken. West of the mountains, giants with bark like silver mail and leaves that sang in harmonies too complex for mortal ears to follow. Rivers ran between their roots that had their sources in springs blessed by powers older than the Valar themselves. She walked among those ancient trees with wonder growing in her heart, for they welcomed her presence as if they had been waiting through all the long ages of the world for her to find them. Their branches bent low to shelter her passage, and flowers bloomed at her footfall that had not opened their petals since the music of creation first gave them form. In the deepest part of the forest she found the heart tree, a mallorn of such size and beauty that it made even the great trees of Javanna's garden seem small by comparison. Its trunk was wider than the greatest towers of Menegroth, and its crown reached so high into the sky that clouds gathered among its upper branches like white sheep seeking shelter. But this tree was wounded, its silver bark scored by claws that could only have belonged to one of the great dragons of the north. Black sap wept from the wounds like tears of mourning, and some of the mighty branches hung dead and leafless despite the tree's otherwise perfect health. The sight filled her with rage and grief in equal measure, for here was beauty marred by the malice of Morgoth's servants. She placed her hands upon the wounded bark and sang the healing songs that Melian had taught her in the blessed days before the world broke. The tree shivered at her touch like a living thing awakening from troubled sleep, and slowly, wonderfully, new growth began to creep across the ancient scars. The great gates of Khazad-dûm opened before her like the mouth of the world itself, carved from living stone and set with gems that caught torchlight and threw it back in patterns of fire and starlight. Galadriel stood at the threshold of the Dworodelf and felt her breath catch in her throat, for no craft in Valinor had prepared her for the wonder that stretched away into depths beyond the reach of sight. Pillars rose like trees of stone from floors polished smooth as mirrors, their capitals carved with such skill that each seemed to grow from the mountain's heart rather than shaped by chisel and hammer. The very air hummed with the sound of distant forges where the Longbeards worked their will upon mithril and gold. Durin, the Deathless himself, had come to greet her at the gates, his beard white as snow and his eyes bright as the gems that adorned his crown. The king, under the mountain, bore himself with dignity that would have impressed even the lords of Valinor, the undying lands. Yet there was warmth in his manner that spoke of friendship earned rather than demanded. He had heard of her wanderings in the eastern valleys and her healing of the heart tree, and such deeds had won his people's respect. The dwarf king led her through halls that stretched for miles beneath the mountains, where the sound of her footsteps echoed off stone walls carved with the history of his people. Here were depicted the awakening of the fathers of the dwarves at the hands of Orla the smith, and their long wanderings through the darkness of the world before the rising of moon and sun. The artwork was unlike anything she had seen among the Eldar, bold and angular, wrought with tools rather than grown from living stone, yet beautiful in its own harsh way. In the Hall of Fire she met the craftsmen who had learnt their trade from Telcher himself in the elder days, and watched them work mithril with hammers that sang like silver bells. The metal flowed like water under their patient skill, taking shapes that would have made the smiths of Tyrion weep with envy. She saw mail wrought so fine it could be folded like silk, and blades that gleamed with inner light as if starfire had been trapped within the steel. They taught her secrets that no elf had ever learned, showing her how to read the language written in the veins of ore and the grain of worked metal. Each strike of the hammer had meaning, they told her, and the rhythm of the forge was like a song that spoke to the heart of the mountain itself. Under their guidance, she learned to shape silver into forms that held light like captured moonbeams, and to work gems so that they sang in harmony with the voices of deep streams. The dwarf women welcomed her into their halls with courtesy touched by curiosity, for few of the Eldar had ever walked so deep beneath the earth. They showed her treasures that never saw the light of sun or star. Gardens carved from living crystal where flowers of ruby and sapphire bloomed in eternal spring, and pools where blind fish swam in waters that glowed with their own inner radiance. These deep places held beauty stranger than any in the world above, alien yet wonderful in ways that had no words. She spent months learning the paths that wound through Khazad-dûm's endless halls, memorizing the way to forges where the greatest works were wrought and libraries, where the history of the mountain folk was carved in runes of gold. The dwarves worked without rest, their hammers ringing at all hours as they shaped wonders from the treasures that lay hidden in the mountain's heart. Their city was like a vast machine whose every part served some purpose in the great work of creation. In the deep places where mithril lay in veins like frozen starlight, she learned to sense the precious metal's presence by touch alone. The dwarves taught her how the silver steel grew in the mountain's depths, fed by springs that had their source in the very foundations of the world. To work, mithril was to handle starlight made solid, and she understood why the Noldor had treasured it above all other metals, save perhaps the Silima that had been lost when Fuena died. The friendship she forged with Durin's people grew slowly like trust between natural enemies who discover common ground. The dwarves had little love for the Noldor, who had brought kinslaying to Middle-earth. Yet they respected her skill and her willingness to learn their ways without trying to change them. In her they saw something of the ancient friendship between their people, and the Eldar in the days before pride and sorrow divided the free peoples. Celeborn walked less easily in the deep places than she did, for his nature was bound to growing things and flowing water rather than worked stone. But even he marveled at the skill of the mountain folk, and learned from them crafts that would serve him well in years to come. The dwarves taught him to work wood with tools of their devising, and to bind metal and timber in ways that made both stronger than either could be alone. When winter closed, the high passes and travel became impossible. She would sit by the forges and listen to the lore-masters tell tales of the elder days. They spoke of Belagost and Nograd, the great cities that had been drowned when the world broke, and of the craftsmen who had wrought the dragon helm of Dor Lomin and the weapons that Thingol's warriors bore. Their stories were different from the songs sung in elven halls, graver, more concerned with the making of things than with their beauty, yet touching in their dedication to craft perfected over ages of patient labor. The deep halls echoed with the sound of celebration. When news came that she had learned to forge rings of power from mithril and gold, the dwarves honored such achievement above all others, for to them the working of metal was the highest art and the truest. Worship of Aule, their maker. They gave her tools worthy of the craft she had mastered, and a hammer whose head was carved from a single star, sapphire, that had been found in the deepest mines. But even as she learned to love the deep places and their people, her heart remained restless for the world above. The valley of the Mythiathel opened before them like a green jewel set in a crown of mountains. Galadriel rode down from the high passes with the morning sun at her back, and saw the land that would become her first realm in Middle-earth spread out beneath her like a promise written in earth and stone. The river wound through meadows where wildflowers bloomed in carpets of white and gold, and beyond its banks rose hills clothed in forests of birch and rowan that rustled with the voices of hidden streams. This was Eregion, the land of the holly, where the Noldor might build anew. She made her first camp beside the river, where alders grew thick along the banks. The water ran clear over beds of smooth stone, and trout rose to take flies from the surface in circles that spread like ripples of silver light. Celeborn knelt at the water's edge and cupped the stream in his palms, tasting it as the grey elves had taught him in the forests of Doriath. Sweet water, he said, fed by springs that have never known the touch of shadow. They followed the river's course for days, mapping the valley's extent and learning the lay of the land that would become their kingdom. The hills were rich with iron and copper, and in the higher places they found veins of precious metals that would serve the craftsmen well. Game was plentiful in the woods, and the soil of the valley floor was black and rich, perfect for the growing of grain and the orchards they would plant. More refugees came to them as word spread that the Lady of the Noldor had claimed a realm beyond the mountains. They arrived in small groups, families who had fled the drowning of Beleriand, craftsmen who remembered the workshops of Gondolin, warriors who had survived the ruin of kingdoms whose names were now only songs of sorrow. Each brought skills and knowledge salvaged from the wreck of the elder days. The building began in autumn when the leaves turned gold and red. They raised their first halls where two streams joined the Mythiathel, choosing ground that was high enough to escape the river's spring floods, yet close enough to the water for their mills and workshops. The work was hard, but there was joy in it too, for they were creating rather than fleeing, making something new from the ashes of what had been lost. Celeborn proved as skilled at planning settlements as he was at reading the forest's moods. He laid out streets that followed the natural contours of the land, and placed the workshops downstream from the dwellings so that the smoke and noise would not trouble those who sought rest. The halls they built were fair but simple, wrought from local stone and timber cut from the hillside forests, yet strong enough to stand against storm and siege. She walked among the workers each day, encouraging them when the labor grew hard and settling disputes before they could fester into lasting grievances. The Noldor had not forgotten the pride that had driven them into exile, and the Sindar who came to serve her remembered old grievances against Fuena's people. but shared hardship and common purpose slowly forged them into something resembling a united folk. The first winter tested them sorely. The snows came early and deep, blocking the passes and cutting them off from Gil-galad's kingdom in the west. Food ran short despite their careful preparations, and they learned to hunt the mountain deer and gather roots that the local men had showed them were wholesome. 3 of the older refugees died of lung sickness, and they buried them in ground so hard it took all day to hack out graves deep enough to hold them. But they endured, and when spring returned they were stronger for the testing. The second year brought new settlers and the first real prosperity. Their workshops began to produce goods that merchants would travel far to buy, and their forges rang with the sound of tools being made for farmers throughout the valley. The town they built grew from a cluster of rough shelters into something that might truly be called fair. The Elrond came to them in the 5th year of their settlement, travelling from Gil-galad's court with a company of knights and scribes. He was young as the Eldar count age, having been born in the dark years before the drowning. But there was wisdom in his eyes that spoke of bloodlines reaching back to the earliest days of the world. He bore messages from the High King and gifts of friendship, but Galadriel sensed he had come for reasons deeper than diplomacy. She received him in the hall they had built for such occasions. Its walls hung with tapestries that depicted the trees of Valinor and the stars that had watched over Middle-earth since the music began. The craftsmanship was not equal to what had been lost in Menegroth or Gondolin, yet it was fair enough to honor their guests without shame. They feasted on the best their realm could provide: trout from the river, venison from the hills, bread made from grain grown in their own fields. Elrond spoke of the growing darkness in the world, of rumors that came from the southern lands where the servants of the enemy still dwelt. Sauron had not been destroyed when Morgoth fell, but had fled to distant realms where he gathered strength for evils yet to come. The free peoples would need to stand together in the years ahead, united in watchfulness, if not always in counsel. She listened to his words with growing unease, for she had hoped that the evil of the elder days was ended forever. But even in Eregion's peaceful valley she had felt shadows stirring, and her dreams were sometimes touched by visions of fire and ruin that might yet come to pass. The realm prospered despite such warnings. They planted orchards that would bloom for centuries to come, and built workshops where the finest goods in Middle-earth were wrought. Ost-in-Edhil rose from the valley floor like a dream made manifest in stone and silver. Galadriel stood on the steps of her hall and watched the sun's first rays touch the towers that had grown from her vision into reality. The city spread before her in terraces that followed the river's curve, each level connected to the next by stairs carved from white stone, and bridges that arched overflowing water like frozen music. 200 years of patient building had transformed the simple settlement beside the Mythothel into something that might have graced the shores of Valinor itself. The workshops hummed with activity even in the early morning hours. Smoke rose from a dozen forges where the mastersmiths were already at their labors, and the sound of hammers on anvils rang like bells across the water. She could smell the sweet scent of burning charcoal mixed with the sharper Thames of heated metal, and underneath it all, the green fragrance of the gardens that grew on every terrace and rooftop. Celebrimbor had arrived 3 days ago from Gil-galad's court. his wagons loaded with tools and materials that would have made the dwarves of Khazad-dûm nod in approval. The grandson of Fuena carried himself with the pride of his lineage, yet there was something in his manner that spoke of wounds not fully healed. He had come seeking a place where his craft might flourish, he said, far from the shadows of his grandfather's deeds. She found him in the workshops that morning, bent over an anvil where silver flowed like water under his hammer's patient strokes. His assistants worked in careful silence around him, for when Celebrimbor was shaping metal, it was said that even the fire held its breath to see what wonders would emerge. The piece taking form beneath his hands was a circlet wrought from mithril, so pure it seemed to glow with inner light. "Beautiful work," she said, and meant it. He looked up from his labor, sweat gleaming on his brow despite the morning coolness. "It will be a gift for Gil-galad, if it proves worthy. The High King has been generous to me, and I would honor that friendship with craft he will treasure." Around them, the workshop buzzed with a controlled chaos that marked any place where skilled artisans pursued their trade. Apprentices tended fires and sorted materials, while journeymen worked on projects that would one day establish their mastery. The air shimmered with heat waves rising from the forges, and the walls were lined with tools whose purpose she could only guess at. Other masters had followed Celebrimbor to Eregion, drawn by reports of the workshops she had built and the freedom she offered to those who would perfect their arts. They came from Gil-galad's realm and from settlements scattered across Middle-earth, carrying with them techniques learned in the halls of Khazad-dûm or preserved from the elder days when Gondolin smiths were counted among the greatest in the world. The city grew to accommodate them all. New workshops rose beside the old, each designed for specific crafts and furnished with tools that pushed the boundaries of what had been thought possible. The jewel cutters worked in halls where the light was controlled to show each stone's hidden fire, while the weavers spun threads from materials as exotic as spider silk and the down of swans. Trade flowed to Ost-in-Edhil like water seeking the sea. Merchants came from Lindon with silver from Gil-galad's mines, and from Khazad-dûm with mithril that the dwarves were willing to part with in exchange for works that honored their own traditions. Even men from the settlements along the Grey Flood brought amber and furs and strange woods from forests she had never seen. The halls of learning grew alongside the workshops. She gathered lawmasters who had salvaged fragments of ancient wisdom from the ruins of drowned kingdoms, and scribes who could write in scripts that predated the rising of the sun. They built libraries where the knowledge of ages was preserved in books bound with silver clasps, and written on parchment made from reeds that grew beside sacred pools. Students came to learn from the masters, young elves whose eyes burned with the desire to create wonders that would outlast the turning of the world. She watched them struggle with techniques that required decades to master, and saw in their determination something of the fire that had driven her own people into exile from the undying lands. That same hunger for perfection that had made Feanor forge the Silmarils lived on in these halls, though perhaps tempered by wisdom bought with sorrow. The festivals they held to mark the seasons became renowned throughout Middle-earth. At midsummer, the whole city would glow with lights reflected from works of crystal and polished metal, while autumn brought exhibitions where the year's finest pieces were displayed for all to admire. These gatherings drew visitors from every realm of the free peoples, and friendships formed in Ost-in-Edhil that would endure through dark years yet to come. But it was the quiet moments she treasured most. evening walks through streets where lamplight gleamed on walls of dressed stone, and conversations with craftsmen who spoke of their work with the passion others reserved for love. She would climb to her hall's highest tower and look out over the city she had built, watching the lights come on in workshops where patient hands shaped beauty from raw materials. The realm prospered beyond her most ambitious dreams, yet sometimes she felt a restlessness that no accomplishment could quiet. In the deepest hours of the night, she would wake from dreams of lands yet unseen, and know that her path led far beyond the borders of fair Eregion. Change was coming to her carefully ordered world, though she did not yet know what form it would take. He came at the hour when shadows grew long across Ost-in-Edhil's white stones, and the first thing Galadriel noticed was that the dogs fell silent. The stranger walked up the main thoroughfare like a lord returning to his own halls, his robes shimmering with threads that seemed to hold captured starlight. His hair was golden as wheat in summer sun, and his face bore the kind of beauty that made mortal hearts ache with longing. When he smiled, which he did often as he passed through the market squares, flowers seemed to bloom brighter in the window boxes, and children stopped their games to stare. But the dogs cowered in doorways and would not come when called. She watched his approach from the steps of her hall, and felt something cold touch her heart like the first breath of winter. There was nothing in his appearance to inspire fear. Indeed, he seemed fair as the morning star, and gracious as a prince of the Vanir. Yet every instinct learned in Melian's court screamed warnings that made her hand drift toward the knife at her belt. Celeborn came hurrying from his workshops with silver still clinging to his hands, his face bright with curiosity and welcome. The master smith had been expecting this visitor, she realized, though he had said nothing to her of such an appointment. Behind him came a crowd of craftsmen and apprentices, all drawn by reports of the stranger's beauty and the gifts he was said to bear. Lady Galadriel, the stranger called, and his voice was like honey mixed with wine. I am Annatar, servant of Aule the smith, come to offer aid to the craftsmen of Middle-earth in their noble labours. He bowed low, and when he straightened his eyes, met hers with a directness that would have been presumptuous in any other visitor. But there was power in that gaze, old and deep, and for a moment she felt as if she stood before one of the Valar themselves. Yet underneath that power lay something else, a hunger that reminded her of wolves watching from the edges of firelight. The gifts he brought forth from his travel packs were wonders that made the assembled craftsmen gasp with awe. Gems cut in shapes that had no names, their facets arranged to catch light and throw it back in patterns that hurt the eyes to follow. Tools wrought from metals unknown in Middle-earth, their edges keener than razors and their handles warm to the touch. Scrolls covered with diagrams and formulas that promised to unlock secrets the Eldar had dreamed of for ages uncounted. Celeborn reached for one of the gems with hands that trembled like a miser touching gold. The stone pulsed with inner fire as his fingers closed around it, and his eyes widened with wonder at the visions it showed him. Around them the other smiths pressed close, their faces hungry with the desire to learn whatever lore this stranger might teach. But Galadriel stepped back. The wrongness of him filled her nostrils like the stench of rotting meat. Though to all outward appearance he smelled of nothing more threatening than summer rain and mountain flowers. Her skin crawled as if insects walked upon it. and the light that had always burned steady in her heart flickered like a candle in a drafty room. "Your gifts are fair," she said, and her voice carried across the square with authority that made the crowd fall silent. "Yet I would know more of their making before they find use in our workshops." Annatar's smile never wavered, but something shifted behind his eyes, like shadows moving in deep water. Wise words from the Lady of Eregion. Indeed, such work should not be accepted lightly, for they represent knowledge that has taken ages to perfect. He spoke then of techniques lost since the breaking of the world, of arts that the Eldar had practiced in Valinor before their exile and might practice again if they had the will to learn. His words painted visions of workshops where every tool was perfect and every creation surpassed the dreams of its maker. The assembled craftsmen hung on every syllable like drowning men clutching at ropes. But she heard the lies woven through the truth like poison mixed with honey. This was no servant of Aule, whatever he might claim. The smith's true servants carried themselves with the honest pride of those who made things with their hands, not the calculated grace of predators stalking prey. And in all the long years since her exile from Valinor, she had never heard tell of such a messenger being sent to Middle-earth. The crowd pressed closer as Annatar began demonstrating his techniques, showing how common silver could be transformed into something approaching Mithril's purity, through processes that seemed simple enough, yet required knowledge that none of them possessed. Celeborn watched with eyes that gleamed like a lover's, already lost to the promise of wonders that lay just within reach. "You honor us with such gifts," she said when the demonstration ended. "Yet Eregion has prospered through the patient application of arts learned honestly and practiced with dedication. We have no need of shortcuts, however fair they might appear." The words fell into silence like stones dropped into still water. The craftsman turned to stare at her as if she had spoken blasphemy, while Annatar's smile grew sharp as a blade's edge. For just a moment the mask slipped, and she glimpsed something behind that fair face that made her blood turn to ice in her veins. Then the moment passed, and he was all courtesy again. "Of course, my lady, wisdom must always temper enthusiasm, lest haste lead to sorrow." But his eyes promised that this conversation was far from over. The morning came when Galadriel could no longer bear the weight of false light in her cousin's halls. She had watched Annatar move through the workshops like shadow given fair form. His hands touched silver that dimmed. His voice spoke wisdom that rang hollow against the memory of Valinor's true teaching. Yet Celeborn saw only the beauty of enhanced craft and the promise of works beyond all previous making. Galadriel felt the wrongness in her bones. The Eldar of Eregion bent their heads over new designs. They whispered of techniques that surpassed even Feanna's skill. The forges burned hotter, and the hammers rang with rhythms that made her spirit recoil. This was not the music of creation, but its mockery. She packed her belongings in the grey hours before dawn. Her hands moved carefully through possessions gathered across long centuries. The mirror from Doriath's making went into silk wrappings. Books of lore found places in leather satchels. Her riding cloak she folded last, remembering how it had turned rain in Beleriand's final years and caught starlight on the grinding ice. Celeborn found her in the stables as she readied her horse. His face carried the hurt of kinship betrayed. Questions hung between them like morning mist. But she had learned in Doriath's ruin that warnings given too plainly fell on ears determined not to hear. Her kiss upon his brow spoke what words could not. The gates of Ost-in-Edhil opened to her passage. Behind her the workshops hummed with alien song. Before her stretched the roads that led beyond the misty mountains' eastern shoulders. Her horse stepped, sure-footed, on paths worn, smooth by trading caravans and the passage of friendly feet between dwarf halls and elf towers. But today those paths felt different beneath her. The very stones seemed to whisper of changes coming. Rivers that had run clear now carried shadows in their depths. Trees leaned away from western winds, as if some blight approached on air itself. The earth remembered older songs and grieved for what approached. She rode through valleys where golden leaves still caught autumn's final light. Yet even beauty felt fragile now. Every glade might be the last to know such peace. Every stream might run red before the turning seasons came again. The knowledge sat heavy in her heart, like lead settled in still water. The misty mountains rose before her in walls of grey stone. Their peaks pierced clouds that gathered thick and strange. Snow fell when it should not fall. Winds carried voices that spoke no earthly tongue. But the high passes still knew her step, and the eagles still called greeting from their distant eyries. She climbed toward Redhorn Gate as winter deepened. The path grew treacherous with ice that formed in patterns too perfect for nature's hand. Her horse picked careful way over stones that rang like bells beneath his hooves. Behind them, Eregion's lights dimmed to memory, while ahead lay lands unknown since Beleriand's drowning. At the pass's height, she turned for final sight of all she left. Smoke rose from Ost-in-Edhil's chimneys like prayers ascending. But the prayers felt wrong, directed toward powers that should not hear them. Her heart ached for Celebrimber's blindness and for the folk, who would learn too late what seeds their fair visitor planted. Then she faced eastward and began descent. The world beyond the mountains stretched vast and green. Rivers wound silver through forests older than the kingdoms of men. Here dwelt sylvan folk who remembered trees before they remembered kings. Their songs echoed through valleys untouched by the ambitions that drove Western craft. She followed deer paths through the growing woods. Ancient oaks spread branches wide enough to shelter armies. Their leaves whispered secrets in tongues that predated speech itself. Mallorn trees caught her eye with bark of silver and crowns that seemed to hold captured starlight even in full day. The forest floor breathed beneath her horse's steps. Moss, soft as velvet, carpeted the ground. Springs bubbled clear between roots that had drunk deep of earth's first rains. Flowers bloomed here that she had not seen since Lórien's gardens beyond the western sea, and their fragrance spoke of sorrows healed and beauty that endured beyond the breaking of all things. She came at last to waters that flowed like liquid music. The river ran broad and peaceful between banks lined with mallorn groves. Its voice sang melodies that made her heart leap with recognition. This was Celeborn, the White's eastern child, born of mountain snows and nurtured by countless woodland streams. Here she would make her dwelling. The trees leaned down as if to offer welcome. The water reflected not just her face, but something deeper, the light that had never failed in her since Valinor's twilight. A power moved in this place that answered to her will, older than Morgoth's malice and cleaner than Annatar's false gifts. She dismounted beside the singing waters. Her hands touched mallorn bark and felt the pulse of life untroubled by shadow. Here she could weave protections, drawn from memory of the blessed realm. Here she could kindle lights that darkness could not quench. Here she could stand guard over beauty that might else be lost when the storm broke westward. The sun set golden through the mallorn leaves. Birds called evening songs that spoke of peace preserved and sanctuary found. Her horse cropped grass beside waters that would soon reflect more than stars. Tomorrow she would begin the work of warding, but tonight she simply sat beside the river and remembered light that neither malice nor time could diminish. The eastern woods whispered welcome in voices old as starlight. The mallorn groves grew tall under Galadriel's watchful eyes. 50 years had passed since her first night beside the singing waters, and the trees responded to her presence like children to their mother's voice. Their silver bark gleamed brighter now, and their golden leaves caught starlight even on the darkest nights. The forest floor beneath them sparkled with Eleanor and Nifredil, flowers that had not bloomed east of the sea since the world's youth. She walked among the trees in the grey hour before dawn. Her feet made no sound on the moss-carpeted paths. The air hummed with power that flowed from her like warmth from hidden fire. Every root, every branch, every blade of grass knew her touch and answered to her will. This was not dominion as Annatar would understand it, but partnership older than the making of the rings. The sylvan folk called her Galadriel the Golden. They came to her clearings with wonder in their eyes, bringing gifts of woven cloth and carved wood. Their songs spoke of the lady who made mallorn trees dance in windless air and called birds from distant lands to nest in branches that bore fruit out of season. She accepted their reverence with the grace learned in Doriath's halls, but her heart remembered always that she was their guardian, not their mistress. Celeborn found her by the river on a morning when mist rose white from the water. He moved through the mallorn groves like one born to their shadows, and indeed he had dwelt in these woods when they were wild and unnamed. The sylvan folk were his people, and his wisdom ran as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. Their meeting had been foretold in songs neither remembered fully, but both recognized the truth of it when their eyes first met across the flowing water. Their love grew slowly like the turning of seasons. She was fire and starlight, memory of Valinor's glory and the sea's endless calling. He was earth and growing things, the deep patience of trees and the quiet strength of stone. Together they walked the boundaries of what would become the Golden Wood, and where their hands touched bark or stone, protection settled like dew on morning grass. The realm took shape around their joined will. Paths appeared where none had been, winding between mallorn trunks in patterns that confused unfriendly eyes. Springs bubbled up in places where the land thirsted, their waters carrying healing for hurts both of body and spirit. The very air grew thick with power that turned aside dark thoughts and made evil creatures flee to lands less well defended. Word came sometimes from the western mountains. Traders spoke of marvels wrought in Eregion's workshops, of craft that surpassed all previous making. The dwarf smiths of Khazad-dûm brought tales of Celebrimber's growing skill and the fair stranger, who guided his hands to works of impossible beauty. But the news sat ill in Galadriel's heart, for she felt shadow beneath the tales of light. She stood often at the wood's western edge, gazing toward peaks that hid her cousin's halls. The wind brought whispers of hammers ringing in rhythms that made her spirit cringe. Something was being forged there that should not be, something that would bind more than metal and stone. Her hands clenched at her sides as she remembered Fëanor's pride and the oath that had led the Noldor into exile. But here, in the growing wood, she could build barriers against whatever darkness approached. The mallorn trees spread their protective canopy wider each year. Their roots drank deep of waters blessed by her will, and their branches reached toward stars that sang the music of creation's dawn. This would be sanctuary when the storm broke, a place where beauty endured and hope kindled bright against the coming night. The sylvan folk brought their children to touch the mallorn bark. The little ones laughed as golden leaves swirled around them in spirals that defied wind or season. They played games of hide and seek among roots that shifted to grant them better hiding places, and napped in groves where no nightmare could find them. Their innocence strengthened the wood's protection more than any spell Galadriel might weave. She taught them songs remembered from before the sun's rising. Her voice carried melodies that had rung in Valinor's courts when the world was young and unmarred. The children learned words they did not understand, but felt the truth of syllables that named stars and called rain and made flowers bloom in their mother's gardens. These were gifts more precious than gold, memories of light that darkness could not touch. Celeborn brought word from the borders where his folk kept watch. The forest's protection extended further each year, pushing back shadows that crept down from northern mountains. Wolves found other hunting grounds. Orcs turned aside from paths that once they had travelled freely. The very earth rejected their footsteps, and streams ran bitter when they tried to drink. At night they sat together beside the mirrored waters. The river reflected stars that seemed closer here, as if the boundary between earth and sky grew thin beneath the mallorn boughs. Galadriel's hair caught starlight like captured flame, and Celeborn's eyes held depths that spoke of roots running down to the world's foundation. Their love was a song that the trees learned by heart and hummed in evening breezes. Yet still she felt the wrongness growing in the west. Annatar's work proceeded in Eregion's halls, and Celebrimber's pride blinded him to the shadow behind fair promises. The rings would be forged soon. She felt their making like distant thunder before the storm. When that day came, all Middle-earth would need such refuges as she prepared here in the golden groves. The mallorn trees grew tall and strong, their silver bark gleaming like mithril in moonlight. Their protection would endure whatever darkness fell upon the world beyond their boundaries. In the heart of the golden wood, hope would kindle bright through all the ages yet to come. The crown came to her in a dream of silver mallorn leaves. She woke beside the mirrored waters, with starlight still dancing behind her eyes, and the memory of voices singing her name in tongues older than the sundering. The sylvan folk had no tradition of kings or queens, but they knew when power walked among them clothed in wisdom and protection. Thranduil's grandfather came first among the chieftains. His name was Orifer, and his eyes held the grey light of northern forests where his people once dwelt before shadow drove them south. He knelt beside the singing river at dawn while mist rose white from the water, and offered her the loyalty of the scattered wood clans who had found refuge beneath her mallorn trees. She raised him gently with hands that trembled slightly. The memory of Doriath's fall lived sharp in her heart still, the weight of crowns that could not turn aside the darkness when it came with fire and sword. But these folk needed her strength, and the wood itself sang with voices that urged her to accept what was freely offered. The ceremony took place beneath the greatest of the mallorn trees. Its trunk rose silver and straight as a tower built by giants, and its crown spread so wide that 1,000 folk could shelter in its shade. Flowers carpeted the grove in gold and white, and the air shimmered with power that made even the stones beneath their feet seem to pulse with hidden life. She wore no circlet of metal or jewel. The sylvan folk brought her gifts more precious than gold, a cloak woven from spider silk that caught light like captured moonbeams, a belt of mallorn leaves that never withered, slippers soft as moss that made no sound on any path she walked. But her true crown was the light that streamed from her like water from a hidden spring, blessing all it touched. The wood elves came from groves scattered across leagues of forest. Some dwelt in tree houses woven among the branches. Others made their homes in clearings where ancient oaks stood guard like gentle giants. Their songs were older than kingdoms, carrying memories of the first dawn when trees learned to dance and rivers learned to sing. Each clan brought tokens of their fealty, carved arrows that would fly true in her service, bows of yew wood that sang when drawn, harps strung with hair from horses that had never known bit or bridle. But most precious were the children they brought to touch her hands and receive her blessing, their eyes wide with wonder at the lady who made flowers bloom in winter and called birds from distant lands. Celeborn stood beside her as the sun reached its zenith. His presence steadied her like roots anchor the mightiest trees. The sylvan folk were his people by blood and song, and his acceptance gave weight to their choice. Together they would guard this realm against whatever storms approached from the darkness beyond the mountains. The pledging lasted until stars appeared above the mallorn crown. One by one the chieftains spoke their ancient words of binding, promises given not to dominion but to protection. She answered in the old tongue of Doriath, but her voice carried music learned beneath the light of the trees, and the very forest seemed to lean closer to hear. When the last word was spoken, power settled over the wood like dew on morning grass. The malone trees straightened taller, their silver bark gleaming with inner light. Springs bubbled up in places where the earth had been dry, and paths appeared that would guide friendly feet while confusing those who came with evil intent. The years that followed brought changes subtle as the turning seasons. The golden wood grew in beauty and in strength. Mallorn groves spread along the river's banks, their roots drinking deep of waters blessed by her will. The sylvan folk prospered under her protection, and their songs rang clearer through valleys where shadows once had crept. But news from the west grew darker with each passing season. Traders spoke of marvels wrought in Eregion, but their voices carried undertones of unease. The fair stranger's influence over Celebrimbor deepened like water seeping into stone. Forges burned with fires that cast no warmth, and hammers rang with rhythms that made wise hearts tremble. She stood often at the wood's edge, gazing toward mountains that hid her cousin's halls. The wind brought whispers that chilled her spirit even on the warmest days. Something was stirring in the depths of the earth, ancient malice waking from sleep that had lasted since the world's youth. The very stones seemed to hold their breath in anticipation of thunder yet to come. Her mirror showed her glimpses of what approached. The dark pool reflected not just starlight, but images that spoke of choices yet unmade. She saw rings of power gleaming on hands that should not bear them. She saw cities burning and armies marching beneath banners that made her heart recoil. But always the visions shifted like smoke in wind, for the future remained unwritten while choice endured. The sylvan folk felt her unease, though she spoke no word of warning. Their songs grew more precious to them, as if melody itself might provide armor against approaching darkness. Children learned the old lore with new urgency, committing to memory tales of light that had endured through previous shadows. The wood itself grew more protective, its boundaries strengthening like walls built of living light. She taught them what defenses she could weave, paths that would lead enemies in circles until they fled in confusion. Groves where hostile minds could find no rest or refuge. Waters that would run bitter to lips that had tasted cruelty. These were gifts drawn from memory of Melian's teaching, protections that no force of arms could break. Yet still she felt the hammer beats growing stronger from the west. The rings of power approached their making, and with them would come testing beyond anything Middle-earth had known since Morgoth's defeat. In her golden wood she prepared what sanctuary she could against the storm that would surely follow. The mallorn trees grew tall and strong, their silver crowns reaching toward stars that sang of hope preserved through the longest night. The crown of leaves never left her brow, though few eyes could see it clearly. It was woven of starlight and memory, of love for growing things and fierce determination to guard what beauty yet remained in the world. Under its blessing, the golden wood would endure whatever darkness fell upon the lands beyond its borders. The Malone seeds took root wherever Galadriel's feet had walked. 90 years passed since the crown of leaves first settled on her brow, and the golden wood spread its borders like slow tide, creeping up a gentle shore. What had been scattered groves became a realm of silver trees and golden light, stretching from the great river's banks to the feet of the misty mountains. She walked the new paths at twilight when stars appeared above the mallorn crowns. Her passage left traces of blessing in bark and stone, small magics that would guard against evil long after her footsteps faded. Springs bubbled clear where her hands touched earth. Flowers bloomed out of season where her shadow fell. The very air grew thick with protection that made hostile hearts turn aside. The sylvan folk multiplied under her care. Children born since her crowning knew no fear of wolves or darker creatures. They played in groves where nightmares could not find them, and swam in streams that ran pure as crystal through all seasons. Their laughter rang through valleys that had known only windsong and wolf-howl since the world's youth. New clans came seeking refuge beneath the mallorn boughs. Some fled shadows creeping down from the northern mountains where ancient evils stirred in deep places. Others brought word of forests withering under blights that struck without warning. All found welcome in the growing wood. For Galadriel's heart held room for every folk who sought protection rather than dominion. The borders shifted like living things. Where the wood's influence reached, malone trees sprouted and silver-barked willows bent to drink from streams that sang with hidden music. The very grass grew greener and flowers bloomed brighter. Animals lost their fear of elven folk and came to drink at pools that reflected more than sky and cloud. Celeborn rode the far boundaries with companies of silent guards. His knowledge of woodcraft ran deeper than rivers, and his wisdom guided the realm's growth like gardeners' hands shaping young trees. Under his watch, the defenses strengthened. Not walls of stone, but barriers woven from living light that turned aside enemies before they knew they had been defeated. The river became a highway singing with friendly voices. Boats carved from single mallorn trunks carried folk between settlements that grew like flowers in the wood's heart. Their sails caught wind that blew only fair, and their passage left no wake upon waters that seemed deeper and clearer than nature should allow. Messages came sometimes from the western mountains. The dwarf lords of Khazad-dûm sent greetings worked in mithril and precious stone. Their smiths spoke with wonder of craft beyond their own long learning, rings and jewels that surpassed all previous making. But the words carried undertones that made Galadriel's heart grow cold, pride speaking where wisdom should have counselled caution. She stood at the wood's western edge more often now. The wind brought whispers of hammers ringing in rhythms that hurt her spirit to hear. Celebrimba's work proceeded in Eregion's halls, guided by the fair stranger whose true nature remained hidden behind beauty too perfect for earthly making. The very air tasted of metal heated beyond its natural temperament. Her mirror showed visions that shifted like flames in windless air, dark hands reaching for bright things. Cities falling while their defenders stood paralyzed by their own weapons turned against them. Armies marching under banners that made the stars dim with horror. But always the images dissolved before she could grasp their full meaning. For the future bent and twisted around choices yet unmade. The sylvan folk felt her growing unease, though she spoke no direct warning. Their songs grew more precious, as if melody itself might provide armor against approaching storm. The old tales were told with new urgency, stories of light that had endured through previous darkness and would endure again when hope seemed lost. She taught them what protections she could weave without revealing the full depth of her fears, paths that led in circles until evil hearts grew confused and fled. Groves where hostile minds found no rest. Springs that would run bitter to lips that had tasted innocent blood. These were gifts drawn from Melion's long teaching, defenses that no army could break with sword or flame. The realm grew stronger with each season's turning. Mallorn groves spread their silver branches over valleys that had known only wildness since the world's youth. The sylvan folk prospered and multiplied, their voices joining the eternal song that rose from root and branch and flowing water. Children learned the star names in tongues older than kingdoms, carrying forward memories that would outlast whatever darkness gathered beyond the mountains. Yet still the hammer beats grew stronger from the west. The rings of power approached their forging, and with them would come testing beyond anything the free peoples had known. In her golden wood, Galadriel prepared what sanctuary she could against the storm that would surely break, when proud craft overreached its proper bounds. The mallorn trees stood ready like an army clothed in silver mail and crowned with gold. Their roots drank deep of blessed waters, and their branches reached toward stars that sang of hope preserved through all the ages of the world. Whatever shadow fell upon Middle-earth, this realm would endure as beacon in the darkness, lighthouse for all who sought refuge from the rising storm. The first tremor ran through the golden wood like earthquake, born of malice rather than shifting stone. Galadriel felt it in her bones before the mallorn trees began to shiver, their silver leaves rustling without wind to stir them. Something had been forged in the western mountains that should never have taken shape, and the very foundations of the world groaned under its weight. She stood at the wood's heart, where the greatest mallorn spread its crown like silver stars caught in living branches. Her hands pressed against the ancient bark and felt the trees distressed like fever in her own flesh. The protection she had woven through root and branch trembled as if struck by invisible hammers, and shadows crept closer to the realm's borders than they had dared in decades. Celeborn found her there as night deepened around them. His face carried news that made words unnecessary, but he spoke them nonetheless. Messages had come from the dwarf roads, whispered tales of marvels and horrors wrought in Eregion's halls. Celebrimbor had finished his great work at last, guided by hands that no longer troubled to hide their true nature. The rings of power were forged, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die, but 3 were wrought in secret by Celebrimbor's hands alone, untouched by the fair stranger's influence, though not unmarked by his teaching. These 3 were mightiest save one, and that one ruled them all from its place on a dark hand in a tower of shadow. Galadriel felt their making like physical wounds. Each ring's completion sent fresh tremors through the web of protection she had woven across her realm. The very air grew thick with power that tasted of metal heated beyond all natural temperament and shaped by will that brooked no opposition to its designs. But through the darkness came a different note. One of the 3 called to her across the leagues between forest and mountain, its voice singing with music that remembered starlight and the first dawn. Vilya blazed blue in the high air above Eregion, burned red like forge fire turned to gentler purpose, and Nenya sang silver like moonlight on water, its power reaching toward the mallorn groves where kindred strength had grown for nigh a century. The messenger came at dawn, riding a horse white as winter snow. Her feet made no sound as she dismounted in the grove's heart, and her eyes held depths that spoke of sorrows beyond mortal understanding. This was Gil-galad's herald, bearing word from the High King, whose realm lay between the Golden Wood and the Western Sea. She spoke no greeting, but extended hands that held a casket carved from single pearl. Within lay Nenya like captured starlight given form, the ring of water that would guard and protect but never seek dominion over free hearts. Its making had cost Celebrimbor dear, for he poured into its forging all his love for things that grew and flourished under wisdom's care. Galadriel lifted the ring with hands that trembled. The moment it touched her finger, power flowed between them like recognition between long-separated kin. The mallorn trees straightened around her as if winter's weight had lifted from their branches. Springs bubbled clearer and flowers bloomed brighter as Nenya's strength joined her own in bonds that would endure while the world lasted. The herald spoke words that Gil-galad had charged her to remember exactly. The 9 and the 7 were already abroad, seeking the hands they were wrought to adorn. But their power came with prices that few would recognize until too late. The one ring ruled them all from its place in Mordor's darkness, and its master's will could command any who wore his gifts. Only the 3 remained free of direct dominion. Vilya stayed with Gil-galad in Lindon's halls. Narya would go to Círdan at the Grey Havens where ships carried hope across western waters. And Nenya would guard the Golden Wood, strengthening protections that no force of arms could break, but only treachery from within. The days that followed brought confirmation of fears long harboured. Sauron had revealed himself at last, casting off the fair form that had deceived even Celebrimber's wisdom. War was coming to Middle-earth as it had not come since Morgoth's defeat, and this time the enemy would wield weapons forged by those who meant only to preserve what they held dear. Yet in the Golden Wood, new strength flowed through root and branch and singing water. Nenya's power merged with protections woven across decades of patient work, creating barriers that would stand against whatever storm approached. The mallorn trees grew taller and their crowns spread wider, offering sanctuary to all who sought refuge from the darkness gathering beyond the mountains. The Sylvan folk felt the change, though few understood its source. Their songs grew sweeter and their step grew lighter, as if burdens they had carried unknowing were lifted from their shoulders. Children played in groves where evil thoughts could find no purchase, and their laughter rang clearer through valleys blessed by power drawn from memory of creation's dawn. Galadriel walked the realm's borders with new purpose. Where her feet touched earth, blessed by Ninya's influence, protection settled deep as bedrock. Streams ran purer, and flowers bloomed in patterns that spoke protection in tongues older than speech. The very air grew thick with power that would turn aside armies if they came with malice in their hearts. But beyond the wood's edges, darkness gathered like storm clouds massing before the breaking. Mordor's will reached forth through rings that had seemed such precious gifts, binding minds that wore them to purposes not their own. The shadow would fall soon across all Middle-earth, but here in the Golden Wood, hope would kindle bright through all the long years yet to come. Nenya sang silver on her hand, and the mallorn trees answered with voices like harps of starlight. Whatever trials lay ahead, this realm would endure as beacon in the darkness, refuge for all who remembered that power's truest purpose was protection of the beautiful and free. The screaming began at midnight and did not stop for 7 days. It came from the west like wind carrying voices of the damned. But Galadriel knew it for what it truly was. The rings had found their bearers at last, and those who wore Sauron's gifts discovered the price of power freely given. 9 kings of men writhed in their halls as their wills bent like heated metal under hammer blows. 7 dwarf lords felt chains of gold settle round hearts that had beaten proud and free since the world's youth. She stood in the mallorn grove's heart while Nenya blazed silver on her hand. The ring of water sang with power drawn from memory of creation's dawn. But even its strength trembled before the malice that poured from Mordor like poison into clear springs. The one ring had awakened fully, and its master's will reached forth through every lesser ring to claim dominion over all who had accepted his gifts. The first refugees came stumbling through the wood's eastern borders before the sun rose again. They were men of Rhovanion whose kings had received gifts of gold and gems that seemed too beautiful to refuse. Now those same kings sat empty-eyed upon their thrones, while servants of shadow gave commands in voices that had once spoken wisdom and justice. Whole cities emptied as folk fled masters they no longer recognized as their own. Celeborn brought word from the dwarf roads, where his riders kept watch. The 7 rings blazed in the mountain halls, but the dwarf lords fought, against their influence with strength born of stone and iron. Their wills proved harder to break than mortal minds, yet still the rings worked their poison slowly. ancient friendships crumbled as suspicion crept between folk who had shared bread and song for countless years. But it was from Eregion that the worst news came. Sauron had cast off his fair seeming at last, and revealed himself in might and terror before Ost-in-Edhil's gates. His armies poured from passes that had seemed empty, orcs and wolves and creatures whose names had been forgotten since Morgoth's defeat. The siege had begun with fury that shook the mountains to their roots. Galadriel felt each blow that fell upon Eregion's walls. The distance meant nothing when Ninya's power flowed through her spirit like water seeking its level. Celebrimber's anguish reached her across the leagues, his pride crumbling as he realized the full depth of his deception. The rings he had wrought with such love and care had become shackles for those who bore them, and his hands were stained with the betrayal he had never intended. The mallorn trees leaned closer as if offering comfort for griefs beyond their understanding. Their silver bark gleamed brighter in response to her distress, and their golden leaves rustled with voices that spoke protection in tongues older than the sundering. Here in the golden wood, Nenya's influence wove barriers that no force of shadow could breach. But those barriers felt fragile as spider silk before the storm that raged beyond them. Days blurred into nights as the war spread like wildfire across all Middle-earth. Gil-galad's armies marched from Lindon while the dwarf lords sealed their halls and prepared for siege. The Numenorians sent ships black with warriors whose hearts burned with desire for conquest beyond the sea. But nowhere was the fighting fiercer than before Eregion's walls, where Sauron himself led the assault. The first mallorn leaf fell at summer's end, touched with brown, though no frost had come to the golden wood. Galadriel caught it as it drifted down like a tear shed by the tree itself. Even here, protected by all her strength and Nenya's power, the war's poison crept through root and branch. The shadow was too vast and its malice too deep for any single realm to stand untouched. More refugees fled eastward as the months turned, men whose kings served new masters now, elves who had escaped when lesser strongholds fell to Sauron's assault. Even some dwarves came seeking sanctuary, their proud faces marked by sorrows they would not name aloud. All found welcome beneath the mallorn boughs, for Galadriel's heart could not turn away any who sought refuge from the darkness. The wood grew crowded with folk who had known no home but the roads for months of fleeing. They brought skills that strengthened the realm even as their numbers strained its resources. Smiths who could work without forge fire, weaving metal with songs alone. Healers whose touch could mend hurts that went deeper than flesh. Lawmasters who carried in their memories the wisdom of halls now burned to ash. Yet still the news from westward darkened like storm clouds gathering before the final breaking. Eregion's outer walls had fallen, and Sauron's forces poured through streets where Celebrimber had once walked in pride and joy. The workshops burned with fires that gave no warmth, and hammers rang with rhythms that made the very stones weep. The age of craft and beauty was ending in smoke and screaming, and the clash of weapons forged for nothing but destruction. Galadriel walked the wood's borders nightly, strengthening protections that grew more precious with each league the shadow claimed. Nenya's power flowed through her like molten silver, sealing barriers that would endure long after the war's ending. Here the mallorn trees would stand as testimony that not all fair things perished when darkness fell upon the world. The mirror of Galadriel first showed itself during those dark months, born of necessity and Nenya's strength combined. The silver basin caught reflections that had nothing to do with faces bent above it. Instead, it showed glimpses of the war's progress, images that shifted like smoke but carried truth sharper than any messenger's report. Through its depths she watched Eregion burn. She saw Celebrimber's final stand in his workshop's heart, while Sauron's servants broke down doors that had never known violence. She saw the moment when understanding came too late, pride crumbling into grief that would haunt her dreams for ages yet to come. And she saw the darkness spreading like spilled ink across maps that had once showed realms of peace and plenty. But the mirror showed hope as well as horror. Gil-galad's banners flying proud against the sunset. Elrond leading reinforcements through passes thought impassable. The dwarf lords holding fast in their mountain halls, while Sauron's power broke like waves against cliffs of living stone. The war was far from over, and victory might yet be wrested from defeat's very jaws. The mallorn trees stood tall against the starlight, their silver crowns catching gleams that seemed to come from beyond the circles of the world. Whatever the war's outcome, this realm would endure as beacon in the darkness. Sanctuary for all who remembered that power's truest purpose was protection of the beautiful and free. The mirror showed her Celebrimber's death in fragments that cut like shattered glass. His hands hung broken from chains of his own making, while Sauron's servants worked their will upon flesh that had once shaped Mithril and starlight into works of wonder. The workshop where he had labored with such pride became his prison, its forges cold and its tools scattered like bones across floors slick with blood. Galadriel turned from the silver basin with tears streaming down her face. Nenya blazed on her finger with light that seemed to weep, its power trembling as if the ring of water felt its maker's anguish across the leagues between forest and burning city. The mallorn trees around her drooped their branches like mourners at a funeral, their golden leaves falling though no wind stirred to shake them loose. The last defenders of Eregion came stumbling through the golden wood's borders 3 days after the final wall fell. They moved like men walking in nightmares, their eyes hollow with sights that would haunt them through all their remaining years. Some bore wounds that would never fully heal. Others carried hurts deeper than flesh, spirits broken by the sight of beauty twisted into instruments of torment. Elrond led the survivors with shoulders bent beneath burdens no warrior should bear. Gil-galad's herald had become general through necessity and grief, shepherding the remnants of Celebrimber's people eastward while Sauron's armies poured through valleys that had known only peace since the world's youth. His young face carried lines that would never fade, wisdom purchased with a price too dear for any heart to bear willingly. They brought word that made the mallorn trees shiver to their roots. Sauron had claimed the 9 and the 7 from their hiding places, though 3 rings remained beyond his reaching. The craft halls of Ost-in-Edhil burned with fires that would smoulder for decades, their smoke carrying the dreams of generations into wind that scattered them like ashes. The age of making was ended, and only the age of unmaking remained. The refugees filled clearings that had known only birdsong and the whisper of leaves in evening breezes. Their grief settled over the golden wood like winter coming early, touching even flowers that should have bloomed eternal with frost that spoke of hopes destroyed. Yet still they lived, and in their living carried forward memories of light that darkness could not wholly extinguish. Galadriel walked among them with hands that healed what healing could touch. Her voice carried comfort drawn from songs older than the Sundering, melodies that spoke of sorrows endured and beauty preserved through the longest night. But some wounds went too deep for any art to mend, carved into souls by sights that should never have been witnessed by eyes that loved the making of fair things. The mirror showed her glimpses of the wider war that raged beyond her borders. Sauron's armies poured eastward like floodwaters, seeking their level, carrying destruction to realms that had thought themselves safe behind mountain walls and flowing rivers. The dwarf lords held fast in Khazad-dûm, but their outer settlements burned. Men who had never known the touch of rings still fled before servants whose hearts beat only to rhythms set in Mordor's darkness. Yet resistance kindled in places where hope seemed lost completely. Gil-galad's banners flew proud above Lindon's towers, while Círdan's ships carried warriors swift as the wind across waters that sang with power drawn from Naria's flame. The Númenóreans came in might such as Middle-earth had not seen since the Elder Days, their hearts burning with desire for glory that would outlast the turning of all ages. The seasons turned slowly in the golden wood where time moved to rhythms older than the count of years. Spring came with flowers that bloomed defiant in the face of all that dark news brought. Summer brought healing to hearts that had thought themselves beyond all mending. Autumn painted the mallown leaves with gold that seemed to hold captured sunlight from days when the world was young and unmarked. The craft knowledge came to her in pieces like a shattered mirror slowly reformed. Some refugees had saved tools blessed by years of faithful use. Others carried in their memories techniques that might else have died with Eregion's burning. She gathered these fragments with care, born of necessity, for the skills of making would be needed when the war's ending came at last. In hidden clearings deep within the wood's heart, new workshops rose beneath the mallorn boughs, not the grand halls that had made Ost-in-Edhil famous across all Middle-earth, but quiet places where hands could shape silver and starlight, without pride or ambition driving them beyond wisdom's counsel. Here the survivors learned to make again their work, blessed by Ninya's power and guided by love rather than the hunger for perfection that had led their master into Shadow's snare. The mirror showed her Sauron's forces turning toward new objectives as the months passed. The eastern lands offered rich plunder for armies that fed on destruction, but the Dark Lord's will reached beyond mere conquest. He sought the three rings with hunger that made mountains tremble, for while they remained free, his dominion would never be complete. Gil-galad sent messengers through paths that few knew riders whose horses left no tracks, and whose passage stirred no leaf. The High King's words carried weight of decisions that would shape the war's course for years yet to come. An alliance was forming that would stand against Mordor's might, but its success would depend upon the three rings remaining beyond Sauron's reach. The years flowed by like water finding its level, each one bringing changes, subtle as the growth of trees, yet profound as the shifting of mountain roots. The golden wood became a beacon for all who sought refuge from the darkness, its borders expanding as Nenya's influence spread through forest paths and river courses. What had begun as sanctuary became something greater, a realm where the memory of peace endured while war raged beyond its boundaries. The mallorn trees grew tall and strong, their silver crowns catching starlight that seemed to come from beyond the circles of the world. In their shadows, the survivors of Erigion's fall found healing for hurts that time alone could never mend. Their children learned songs that carried forward the wisdom of the craft halls, ensuring that beauty would return to Middle-earth when the shadow lifted at last. Nenya sang silver on her finger, its power flowing through root and branch and singing water like blood through the veins of some vast living thing. The war would rage for years yet to come, but here in the golden wood hope kindled bright against the darkness. Lighthouse for all who remembered that creation's song was stronger than destruction's scream. The paths began to shift of their own accord in the 3rd year after Eregion's fall. Galadriel woke one morning to find that trails she had walked for decades now wound through groves that had not existed the night before. Mallorn trees had moved in the darkness like dancers changing partners, their silver roots drinking deep of earth blessed by Nenya's power, while their crowns spread to weave new patterns against the sky. The golden wood was learning to hide itself. She placed her hand against the bark of an ancient oak that stood where yesterday a stream had bubbled over smooth stones. The tree's heartwood thrummed with purpose that needed no explanation. Wisdom older than words flowing between them like recognition between kindred spirits. Here was protection beyond any she had consciously woven. The forest itself becoming guardian of all who sheltered beneath its boughs. The sylvan folk adapted to these changes with the fluid grace of water finding new channels. Their tree houses appeared in branches that had grown overnight to hold them. Their pathways led them safely through groves that would confuse unfriendly eyes with passages that doubled back upon themselves like knots tied in moonlight. Children played games of hide-and-seek that lasted days, discovering clearings that existed only when approached with laughter in the heart. Scouts brought word from the borders where Celeborn kept watch with companies of silent guards. The wood's edges had become fluid as mist, expanding here and contracting there as need demanded. What had been open meadow at sunset might be dense forest by dawn, complete with trees whose rings spoke of centuries of growth. Streams appeared where parched earth had cracked the day before, their waters running clear and cold as if they had bubbled from hidden springs since the world's youth. The mirror showed her glimpses of armies that marched toward her realm and found only empty plains where maps marked dense woodland. Sauron's servants raged at borders they could not find, their feet carrying them in circles while their eyes saw only grassland stretching toward distant hills. Some gave up and turned aside to seek easier prey. Others pressed forward until exhaustion claimed them, their bones feeding flowers that bloomed brighter for the nourishment. Years flowed by like seasons turning in the dance of leaves and starlight. The war beyond the wood's borders raged with fury that shook mountains to their roots. But within the Mallorn groves, time moved to rhythms older than the count of days. Here spring came when hearts needed renewal, and autumn lingered when its beauty could heal spirits wounded by too much sorrow. The craft halls hidden in the wood's heart grew more skilled with each turning year. Survivors from Eregion's fall taught their knowledge to children born beneath the mallorn boughs, passing forward techniques that might else have died with their cities burning. But these new works carried no taint of pride or ambition. They were made with love alone, tools to preserve beauty and protect life rather than monuments to skill that reached beyond wisdom's counsel. Nenya's power deepened like roots drinking from springs that never ran dry. The ring of water flowed through Galadriel's spirit with strength that increased rather than diminished through use. Every blessing she wove into bark and stone, every protection she laid upon path and stream, returned to her multiplied like light reflected from countless mirrors. The realm grew stronger as her power grew, each feeding the other in bonds that would endure while the world lasted. The refugees never stopped coming, though their numbers dwindled as Sauron's conquest spread across Middle-earth like spilled ink staining clean parchment. They arrived with tales that made even the mallorn trees weep silver tears. Cities that had stood since the Second Age's dawn reduced to ash and memory. Kings whose wisdom had been praised in songs, now serving masters whose names could not be spoken without fouling the tongue that voiced them. Yet still they came, seeking sanctuary beneath boughs that whispered welcome in voices older than speech itself. Elves whose realms had fallen to Sauron's malice, men whose lords wore rings that made slaves of their own souls. Even dwarves fled their mountain holes when shadow crept too deep for stone and iron to hold it back. All found refuge in the golden wood where borders shifted to accommodate hearts that sought nothing but peace. The decades became centuries as the war ground onward with the inexorable patience of glaciers carving valleys from living stone. Sauron's power waxed and waned like phases of a dark moon, but his malice never lessened. The Nine Rings had claimed their bearers completely now, kings of men who rode the night winds as shadows wrapped in terror. The Seven drove their dwarf lords deeper into mountains that became tombs for folk, who had once sung hammer songs that made the very peaks dance. But the Three remained free, and while they endured hope, lived on in hearts that might else have despaired completely. Vilia blazed blue above Gil-galad's throne, where the High King gathered what strength remained to the free peoples. Naya burned red in Círdan's, keeping at the grey havens where ships brought word from lands beyond the western sea. And Nenya sang silver in the golden wood where beauty endured like starlight piercing the deepest night. The mirror showed her visions that shifted like smoke in wind, glimpses of futures that might yet come to pass if courage did not fail at the testing. She saw armies gathering under banners that had not flown together since the elder days. She saw ships black with warriors, whose hearts burned bright despite the darkness that pressed against all borders. And she saw a moment balanced on knife's edge, when all would hang upon choices made by folk who knew not what power lay in their hands. The wood's defences grew subtler with each year's passing, where once mallorn trees had stood in ordered groves. Now they wove themselves into patterns that confused the eye and led unfriendly feet away from paths they sought to find. Streams ran backward when approached by hearts that harboured malice. Flowers bloomed only for those who came in peace, while others found only thorns and shadows where light and beauty should have welcomed them. The sylvan folk multiplied and prospered under protection that grew stronger rather than weaker through the long years of siege. Their children learned songs that carried power in their very syllables, words that could turn aside arrows and make wolves flee howling to their dens. They played in groves where nightmares could not find them and swam in pools that reflected visions of joy rather than sorrow. Yet still, Galadriel felt the weight of years accumulating like sediment in slow rivers. The war had lasted longer than the lives of trees, and its end seemed no closer despite all the blood that had been shed. Sauron's malice pressed against her borders with patient hunger, seeking always for cracks in defences that must be maintained through will alone. Sometimes in the darkest hours before dawn, She wondered if the golden wood would become another ruin for future ages to mourn. But then morning would come with light streaming golden through the mallorn crowns, and children's laughter would ring clear through groves where evil could find no purchase. Nenya would sing on her finger with power drawn from sources deeper than despair, and hope would kindle bright again in hearts that had forgotten how to dream of peace. The hidden borders held strong against all that darkness could bring to bear against them, sanctuary preserved while the world burned beyond the wood's protection. The ships came from the west, like storm clouds gathering on a clear horizon. Their sails were black as midnight, and their hulls rode deep with the weight of warriors whose hearts burned with hungers that peace could never satisfy. Galadriel felt their approach before any lookouts spied them on the great river, Nenya trembling on her finger as if the ring of water recognized a power that had grown beyond all natural bounds. The Númenóreans had changed since their first ships brought aid to Gil-galad's banners, where once they came as allies seeking glory in righteous war. Now they sailed as conquerors whose eyes saw only wealth to be claimed and lands to be mastered. Their voices carried no songs of friendship, only commands that expected obedience from folk they deemed lesser than themselves. The Sea Kings had fallen under Shadow's influence without ever wearing Sauron's rings, their pride becoming weapon enough to serve his purposes. She stood at the wood's edge, watching their tall ships anchor in the Anduin's deeper channels. Their banners flew proud in wind that seemed to blow from directions that had no names, and their armor gleamed with alloys that held light too long and reflected it strangely. These were no longer the Edain she had known in Beleriand's final years, children of hope who had stood against darkness when all seemed lost. Something fundamental had twisted in their hearts, nobility curdling into arrogance that would brook no wisdom save their own. The golden wood drew its borders closer, like cloak pulled tight against sudden chill. Paths that had led to river landings now wound away into groves where strangers found only thorns and confusion. Streams that had run clear to the Anduin's banks now disappeared underground before they reached waters where foreign keels cut wake. The mallorn trees leaned away from the western wind as if it carried scents that made their silver bark recoil. Messages came from Gil-galad's court, where the High King struggled to maintain alliance with folk who saw themselves as his superiors in all things save the accident of dwelling east of the sea. The Númenóreans brought armies vast enough to break Sauron's power, but their terms grew harsher with each year's passing. They wanted tribute from realms they protected, overlordship of lands they helped defend. Their aid came with prices that transformed allies into subjects. Celeborn brought word from the borders, where his riders watched roads that had become highways for conquest, disguised as protection. The Sea Kings carved their realm from territories that had never known foreign rule, raising towers that proclaimed their dominion over folk who had governed themselves since the elder days. Their laws replaced customs older than their islands rising, and their governors sat in judgment over chiefs whose wisdom ran deeper than the newcomers' shallow understanding. The refugees who found their way to the golden woods' hidden borders brought tales that made the mallorn trees shiver despite the warmth of eternal summer. Whole peoples driven from lands their ancestors had tended since the world's youth. Ancient groves felled to build ships that would carry their timber to wars fought for glory alone. Rivers dammed and diverted to serve cities whose streets had never known the sound of friendly voices raised in song. Yet still they called themselves Sauron's enemies, and fought his armies with valor that could not be questioned. Their swords stayed bright, and their shields held firm against orcs and trolls and creatures worse than either. But their victory carried its own darkness, for they won battles only to chain what they had saved. Every land they liberated became subject to their rule. Every people they rescued became servants in all but name. Galadriel felt the world's balance shifting like scales weighed down by gold that had lost all value save its weight. Two powers contended for dominion over Middle-earth, and both demanded submission from those they claimed to serve. Sauron offered chains of gold and jewels that bound the spirit through desire for beautiful things. Numenor offered chains of law and order that bound through fear of chaos if their protection were withdrawn. The mirror showed her visions that chilled her heart, despite the warmth that flowed from Nenya's blessing. She saw cities rising where forests had stood, their walls built from stones that wept for the earth they had been torn from. She saw harbors carved into coastlines that had never known the bite of foreign tools, their waters running black with ships that brought only demands for tribute and submission. She saw the sea itself growing restless, as if it grieved for children who had forgotten their place in the greater song. The years accumulated like layers of sediment in deep pools, each one bringing fresh evidence of corruption that spread like poison in clear springs. The Númenóreans' power waxed beyond all previous bounds, their ships carrying warriors to shores that had thought themselves protected by distance and storm. No realm seemed safe from their reaching, no people too remote to escape their notice. But in the Golden Wood, time moved to rhythms that remembered songs older than the Sea King's rising. The mallorn trees grew tall and strong, while kingdoms rose and fell beyond their borders. Children learned the star names in tongues that predated law codes, and their laughter rang clear through groves where power served love alone. Here the ancient patterns endured, protection offered freely to any heart that sought beauty rather than dominion. The craft halls hidden in the wood's heart created works that carried no taint of pride or ambition. Their makers shaped silver and starlight with hands guided by wisdom earned through suffering, fashioning tools to preserve life rather than monuments to skill that reached beyond proper bounds. Every cup and bowl, every blade and buckle, sang with harmonies that remembered creation's dawn when making was blessed and no shadow fell between thought and deed. Nenya's power flowed through these works like water finding its natural channels. The ring of water blessed every tool that served protection, every implement that guarded rather than conquered. Under its influence, the craft halls produced marvels that rivaled anything wrought in Eregion's glory. But these carried healing rather than dominion, hope rather than the hunger for power over other wills. The seasons turned in their eternal dance, while two shadows lengthened across Middle-earth. Sauron's malice pressed against all borders, like weight of storm clouds, heavy with rain that would drown rather than nourish. Númenor's pride reached out like tide that acknowledged no boundary to its rising. Between them, the free peoples dwindled like flowers caught between millstones, ground to dust by forces that claimed to serve their welfare. Yet still the Golden Wood endured, borders shifting like mist but never failing completely. The mallorn trees spread their silver crowns wider with each year's passing, offering sanctuary to any who came seeking beauty rather than conquest. In their shadows, time moved gently, and hope kindled bright despite the darkness that pressed against all other realms. The mirror showed glimpses of endings that approached like distant thunder, promises of breaking that would shake the world to its foundations. She saw waves higher than mountains and winds that would scatter islands like leaves before the storm. She saw the sea rising to claim its children who had forgotten their proper place beneath sky and star. And she saw power returning to those who had waited long in patience for the proud to learn wisdom through loss. The 1,000 years drew toward their close like seasons approaching winter's depth. The Numenorian shadow stretched longer each day, but Galadriel felt currents moving beneath visible events, tides that would turn when all seemed lost to arrogance and pride. In the Golden Wood she prepared what sanctuary she could for the storm that must come before the breaking. The mallorn trees stood ready like an army clothed in silver and crowned with gold, their roots drinking deep of blessed waters, while their branches reached toward stars that sang of hope preserved through all the world's dark ages. The first tremor reached the Golden Wood like earthquake born in depths no dwarf had ever plumbed. Galadriel felt it in her bones as she walked among the mallorn trees, Nenya blazing on her finger with light that seemed to weep silver tears. The sea itself was crying out in anguish, and the trees heard its voice across leagues of land that separated forest from foam. Numenor was dying of its own pride. The mirror showed her glimpses that made her heart clench like fist around thorns. The star-shaped island that had been Iru's gift to the faithful now blazed with temples raised to shadow. Sauron walked in chains of gold through streets that rang with songs of worship offered to darkness, dressed in beauty. The Sea Kings had taken prisoner the very enemy they had sailed forth to defeat, but the victor wore their shackles while they bent knee before his throne. The Numenorians who came to Middle-earth's shores now carried malice that needed no rings to bind their hearts to evil purpose. Their ships bore tributes stolen from every realm their armies could reach, gold and jewels and works of craft that wept for the hands that had made them. They built temples where shadows gathered thick as blood, and their voices rose in prayers that fouled the very air with words that should never have been spoken. Refugees fled these new conquerors as they had once fled Sauron's orcs. Elves abandoned halls their people had built when the world was young. Men left fields their families had tended since the sun first rose. All came seeking sanctuary in realms that might yet offer protection against warriors, who served shadow willingly and counted cruelty as virtue. The Golden Wood drew its borders tighter with each season's turning. What had been paths to welcome friendly visitors became mazes that led strangers in circles until they fled in confusion. Streams that had run clear to the great river now vanished underground before reaching waters where black ships cast anchor. The malin trees grew closer together, their silver branches weaving barriers that no enemy could penetrate. Years passed like fever dreams where waking brought no relief from nightmare. The Numenorians' power reached toward heights that made mountains seem low hills. Their fleets darkened every sea, and their armies claimed dominion over lands that stretched beyond the count of leagues. Yet still their hunger grew, fed by voices that whispered promises of immortality for those who dared claim what the Valar had forbidden. Gil-galad sent word through paths that few knew, messages carried by riders whose horses left no tracks. The High King's realm diminished like snow before summer's heat, pressed between Sauron's malice and Numenor's pride. The free peoples dwindled to scattered remnants hiding in places power had not yet noticed. Hope survived only in hearts that remembered songs older than the count of kingdoms. But in the Golden Wood, time moved to rhythms that acknowledged no master save beauty itself. The sylvan folk prospered in groves where seasons turned gently and flowers bloomed eternal. Children learned star names in tongues that predated empire, and their laughter rang clear through valleys where peace endured despite the darkness pressing against all borders. The craft halls hidden in the wood's heart worked with desperate urgency now, not to create new wonders, but to preserve knowledge that might else be lost when the breaking came. Every technique, every song, every memory of making blessed rather than cursed was committed to forms that could survive whatever storm approached. The survivors of Eregion's fall taught children born beneath mallorn boughs, passing forward wisdom that must not die with the age that bore it. Nenya's power flowed through these efforts like water blessing drought-stricken land. The ring of water carried memory in its depths, holding safe the patterns that shaped silver and starlight into forms of lasting beauty. Here, at least, the ancient knowledge would endure, ready to flourish again when shadow lifted and hearts turned once more toward light. The mirror showed visions that shifted like flames in wind, glimpses of endings that approached like tide that acknowledged no boundary to its rising. She saw the star isle sinking beneath waves that rose to claim children who had forgotten their place in the greater song. She saw ships burning on waters that boiled with the heat of Iru's wrath, and she saw silence falling over temples where prayers to shadow had drowned out wisdom's voice. The final years crawled by like wounded animals seeking some place to die in peace. Numenor's madness reached heights that made the very stars recoil in horror. They built fleets to sail against Valinor itself, their pride swollen beyond all bounds of reason. The faithful fled in ships that carried hope like precious cargo, but the king's men remained to share their island's fate. Then came the night when thunder spoke with voices older than the world's making. The sea rose in walls higher than mountains, and winds howled with the grief of gulls, whose nesting places had been swallowed by hungry waves. The starl died in fire and water, its proud towers becoming coral for fish that had never seen sunlight. In the Golden Wood, the mallorn trees bent before winds that came from no earthly quarter. Their silver leaves rustled with voices that spoke endings and beginnings in the same breath. The world was changing shape around them, but their roots drank deep of waters blessed by older power than pride or malice could claim. When morning came, the sea had found new shores, and the very shape of earth was altered. But the Golden Wood endured, sanctuary preserved while empires drowned in the depths they had scorned to acknowledge. The mallorn trees stood tall against new skies, their crowns reaching toward stars that sang of hope preserved through the world's remaking. The survivors came not as conquerors, but as children seeking shelter from storm's aftermath. Their ships limped into harbours that the great wave had carved from coastlines, hulls scarred by waters that had boiled with the heat of Iru's wrath. These were the faithful who had fled Numenor before its final madness, and their eyes held grief for a home that now fed fish in depths no line could sound. Galadriel felt their sorrow like physical weight pressing against her spirit. These were not the proud sea kings who had demanded tribute from every shore they touched. The wave had washed away more than their island home. It had cleansed their hearts of pride that had poisoned 3,000 years of growing power. What remained was the nobility that had first earned them Eru's favor, tempered now by loss that would humble the mightiest heart. The world itself bore scars from the breaking. Rivers ran in channels the wave had carved, their waters seeking new paths to seize whose shapes no map could chart. Mountains stood where islands had been, and depths yawned where peaks had pierced the sky. The very stars seemed different, as if heaven itself had turned away from the sight of children who had dared raise hands against their father's house. Elendel's name reached the Golden Wood, carried on winds that spoke of landing made good despite all odds. The tall ship had found harbour where the Anduin met waters, still roiled by recent violence. From his refuge came word that made Galadriel's heart leap with recognition of purpose, fulfilled through patient waiting. The faithful had brought more than ships and swords from Númenor's ruin. The Palantiri gleamed in caskets that had somehow survived the drowning. 7 seeing stones wrought in Valinor's blessed halls now lay scattered among folk who barely understood their power. But Galadriel felt their presence like distant lights piercing darkness, stones that would link the scattered realms when shadow rose again to test what remained of hope in Middle-earth. Isildur and Anarion carved kingdoms from lands the wave had reshaped. Their hammers rang with different music than their father's tools had made, building to preserve rather than conquer. Cities rose where refugees could find shelter, harbours opened where ships could bring aid instead of chains. The white tree took root in soil blessed by tears of those who remembered. Numenor, not as it died, but as it lived in days when wonder filled its gardens. The refugees brought skills that had survived their island's drowning. Shipwrights who could build vessels swift as gulls, their hulls carved with wards against storm and shadow. Stonemasons whose towers would stand when lesser works had crumbled to dust. Lawmasters who carried in memory the wisdom of 3,000 years. Knowledge preserved when libraries burned and scrolls dissolved in salt water. But they brought humility as well, pride drowned with their homeland's towers. They came seeking alliance rather than dominion, offering friendship to folk they had once named subjects. The Golden Wood's borders opened to welcome them, paths appearing where thornbrakes had turned away their predecessors. The mallorn trees leaned down as if offering blessing to hearts that had learned wisdom through loss. The decades flowed by like seasons turning in their ancient dance. Arnor spread its borders under stars that seemed brighter now that Numenor's smoke no longer darkened western skies. Gondor raised walls of white stone beside the great river, its towers catching sunrise like beacons kindled to guide ships home from distant waters. Both realms grew in strength, but not in arrogance, their kings remembering always the wave that had humbled their father's pride. Messages passed between the exile kingdoms and the Golden Wood, carried by riders who knew paths that led through shadows where unfriendly eyes could not follow. Gil-galad's realm breathed easier now that fleets no longer darkened every horizon. The free peoples gathered strength like streams converging toward the river that would carry them through whatever rapids lay ahead. The mirror showed glimpses of powers stirring in places where darkness had taken deeper root. Sauron's realm grew stronger while his enemies fought among themselves or drowned beneath waves of their own making. The rings of power blazed with hunger that had fed on chaos, and their masters will reached forth through every league his influence could touch. Yet something had changed in the balance between light and shadow. The faithful carried blood, blessed by Eru's favor, and their kingdoms would endure trials that would break lesser folk. The Palantry linked their realms with bonds stronger than steel, communication that no distance could sever. Most precious of all, they had learned that power, unchecked by wisdom, led only to ruin, that pride was foundation built on sand. The golden wood flourished under protection that grew stronger rather than weaker through long years of testing. The malon trees spread their silver crowns wider, offering sanctuary to any who came seeking beauty rather than conquest. Children born since the waves breaking learned songs that carried forward, memory of light that endured through all the world's turning ages. Nenya sang silver on Galadriel's finger, its power flowing through root and branch like blood through veins of living gold. The realm stood ready for whatever trials yet approached. Sanctuary preserved while kingdoms rose and fell beyond its borders. In groves where time moved gently, hope kindled bright against the darkness that pressed always at the edges of the light. The exile kingdoms took their place in the great pattern, threads woven into tapestry that would display its full design only when the final thread was set. The wave had washed away more than Numenor's towers. It had cleansed the path for feet that would walk toward victory or defeat with equal courage, knowing that some prizes could only be won by those willing to lose everything in their pursuit. The kingdoms grew like saplings planted in rich soil, their roots spreading deep while their crowns reached toward light that seemed brighter now that Numenor's shadow no longer darkened western skies. Galadriel watched from the golden wood as Arnor and Gondor took their places in the great pattern. Threads of silver and gold woven into tapestry that would display its design only when darkness came to test what the faithful had built from grief and hope. Isildur's realm stretched northward along paths that had known only wild things since the world's youth. His people carved homes from hillsides that welcomed their touch, building with stone that sang when shaped by hands that remembered how to serve rather than command. The palantor of Anumenaz blazed like captured star above halls where voices spoke justice instead of dominion. Anarian's towers rose white beside the great river, their peaks catching sunrise like beacons kindled to guide ships home from distant waters. As Gileath spread its bridges across currents that carried trade instead of tribute, its workshops ringing with hammers that made music instead of weapons. Here the arts of peace flourished under protection earned through wisdom, purchased with a price no heart should willingly pay. The white tree bloomed in Minas Anar's highest court, its flowers opening to breezes that carried memory of gardens lost beneath waves that no chart could fathom. Children played in its shade while their parents spoke of Numenor, not as it died but as it lived, when wonder filled its streets and ships brought friendship to every shore they touched. Messages passed between the exile kingdoms and the golden wood like water finding its natural level. Elendil's voice carried respect rather than commands when he sought counsel from the lady whose wisdom ran deeper than rivers. His sons walked paths to the Malon groves with gifts offered freely. Friendship extended without thought of what service such alliance might require. The borders between realms blurred like mist where streams converged. Rangers of Arna learned woodcraft from sylvan folk whose songs could turn aside wolves. Gondor's mariners studied star lore in clearings where mallorn trees, caught light from constellations that had guided ships since the world's youth. Knowledge flowed both ways, like tides that lift all vessels riding their waters. Galadriel felt the change in patterns that moved beneath visible events. These kingdoms carried blessing earned through suffering, their foundations set on bedrock of humility rather than sand of pride. When darkness came again to test what remained of light in Middle-earth, they would stand like mountains weathering storms that scattered lesser peaks like pebbles. The mirror showed glimpses of shadows stirring in places where malice had taken deeper root. Mordor's fires burned brighter, while its master gathered strength from chaos that had scattered his enemies. But the vision carried different quality now, as if the breaking of Numenor had shifted balances older than the count of ages. Years flowed by like seasons turning in their ancient dance. The exile kingdoms grew in wisdom as well as strength, their borders expanding not through conquest, but through welcome extended to folk, who sought refuge from darkness pressing against all other realms. Children learned the star names in tongues that predated empire, and their voices joined songs that carried forward memory of light preserved through every shadow. The craft halls of both kingdoms worked with purpose that transformed making into something approaching prayer. Smiths who shaped steel remembered always that swords existed to protect rather than threaten. Masons who raised walls built sanctuary rather than prison. Every tool and weapon, every cup and crown, carried blessing drawn from memory of hands that had served beauty instead of pride. But beneath the growth and prosperity, currents moved that spoke of testing yet to come. The palantry blazed brighter with each year's passing, as if the seeing stones felt distant gaze that watched and waited for a moment when vigilance might slacken. Shadows crept closer to borders that had seemed safely distant from Mordor's malice. The alliance took shape slowly like dawn, spreading across eastern peaks. Not the formal treaties that bound through fear of penalty, but bonds forged in shared memory of loss and hope for redemption. Gil-galad's realm found new strength as scattered forces, gathered under banners that flew proud against storm clouds massing beyond the mountains. The free peoples stirred like sleepers, waking from dreams that had mixed beauty with nightmare. Elrond's folk returned to valleys where their songs had once made flowers bloom in barren ground. The dwarf lords opened halls that had been sealed since shadow first crept down from northern peaks. Even men who had never known the touch of rings took up weapons their fathers had forged in hope of peace. The golden wood stood ready, like harbour prepared for ships that sailed before whatever storm approached. The mallorn trees spread their protective canopy wider with each season's turning, their silver crowns catching starlight that seemed to come from beyond the circles of the world. Nenya sang on Galadriel's finger with power that flowed through root and branch like blood through veins of living gold. When the testing came, they would face it not as scattered remnants, but as alliance forged in wisdom earned through suffering. The exile kingdoms had grown strong, but not proud, their foundations set on bedrock of humility rather than sand of ambition. Whatever darkness approached from Mordor's fires, it would find not easy prey, but unity born of shared purpose and strengthened by memory of light that endured through all the world's turning ages. The fires of Orodruin blazed red against southern skies, their light visible even from the golden wood's heart, where mallorn trees caught the hellish glow on their silver leaves. Galadriel felt each rumble that shook the mountains, Nenya trembling on her finger, as if the ring of water recoiled from heat that turned rivers to steam and made stones weep molten tears. Sauron had cast off all pretense at last. No longer did he work through deception or the corruption of distant servants. His armies poured from Mordor's gates like floodwaters breaking ancient dams. Orcs and trolls and creatures whose names had been forgotten since Morgoth's defeat. The time for hiding was ended, and darkness showed its true face to all who had eyes to see. Gil-galad's herald came riding through paths that shifted to accommodate urgent need. Her horse bore wounds from arrows that had missed their mark by finger-widths, and her eyes held visions that would haunt sleep for years yet to come. The High King summoned alliance such as Middle-earth had not seen since the Elder Days, calling every free folk to stand against shadow that threatened to devour all light. The message spread like wildfire leaping from tree to tree. Elendel's voice rang from Annuminas, while his sons raised banners in Gondor's white towers. The dwarf lords opened halls that had been sealed for centuries, their hammers singing as they forged weapons that would bite deep into Orcish flesh. Even the eagles came down from mountain peaks where they had watched and waited through long ages of lesser conflicts. Galadriel walked the woods borders where Celeborn marshalled companies of silent guards. The Sylvan folk had never loved war, but they understood that some evils could only be answered with sword and bow. Their arrows flew true as starlight, and their blades sang with music learned from mallown leaves that rustled in evening breezes. The mirror showed visions that made her heart clench like fist around thorns. She saw armies gathering on plains that had known only peace, their banners flying proud against storm clouds that built beyond the mountains. She saw ships black with warriors sailing up rivers that carried hope instead of conquest. And she saw faces of folk she loved preparing for battles that would claim more than victory could ever repay. The alliance took shape slowly like dawn, spreading across peaks that pierced the sky. Not treaties written on parchment that moths could devour, but bonds forged in shared recognition that some things mattered more than life itself. Freedom was worth dying for, beauty was worth preserving, and the songs that children sang were worth defending against voices that knew only discord and hate. Gil-galad came himself to the golden wood in the spring when flowers bloomed despite the darkness pressing against all borders. His crown caught light from mallorn boughs that leaned down as if offering blessing to courage that would face whatever trials lay ahead. Here beneath trees that remembered the world's youth, the last alliance was sealed with words that carried power older than the count of kingdoms. The preparations spread like ripples from stones dropped in still water. Smiths worked through nights illuminated by forge fires that cast no warmth, creating weapons blessed by those who would wield them. Healers gathered herbs that would ease pain no art could fully mend. Children learned songs that would carry forward memory of their parents. Sacrifice should darkness triumph over all their hopes. The golden wood became armory as well as sanctuary. The craft halls hidden in its heart worked with desperate urgency now, shaping arrows that would fly true and blades that would not break when tested against Mordor's malice. Nenya's power flowed through every tool and weapon, blessing them with strength drawn from memory of creation's dawn. Elendel's sons visited the Malon groves with reverence that humbled hearts accustomed to command. Isildur's eyes held fire that would burn bright in whatever darkness fell upon the world. Anarion carried wisdom that would guide his people through trials yet to come. Both accepted gifts that gleamed with inner light. Weapons that would serve them well in the testing that approached like tide, that acknowledged no boundary to its rising. The months shortened like days in winter's grip. Sauron's power waxed beyond all previous bounds, his will reaching forth through every league his influence could touch. Cities fell that had stood since the Second Age's dawn. Rivers ran red with blood of folk whose only crime was dwelling in lands the Dark Lord claimed for his own. Yet still the alliance grew stronger rather than weaker through each test that tried their resolve. Hope kindled in hearts that had thought themselves beyond all comfort. Songs rose from camps where warriors prepared for battle, voices joining melodies that carried power enough to turn aside arrows and make wolves flee howling to their dens. The final gathering came at summer's height, when all seemed ready for the march that would decide Middle-earth's fate. Gil-galad's host stretched beyond the count of eyes, banners flying proud under stars that sang of glory earned through suffering willingly accepted. The free peoples stood united at last, their differences set aside before necessity that brooked no division in their ranks. Galadriel blessed them from the wood's edge, where ancient trees witnessed oaths that would be kept though heaven fell. Her voice carried blessing drawn from Valinor's memory, power that would shield hearts against despair when battle turned against them. The mallorn trees rustled with wind that seemed to blow from shores where light was born, their leaves whispering songs of hope preserved through all the world's dark ages. The last alliance marched forth like dawn breaking over mountains that had known only night. Behind them the golden wood stood ready to receive whatever refugees might flee from battles yet to come. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang of victory earned through sacrifice, their crowns catching light that would endure whatever darkness fell upon the lands beyond their protection. The screaming of iron on stone carried across 7 years like wind that never ceased its howling. Galadriel felt every blow that fell against Barador's walls through Nenya's trembling light, the ring of water shivering on her finger as if it felt kinship with tears shed by folk who would never see their homes again. The dark tower stood against assault that shook mountains to their roots, its black stones drinking blood like thirsty earth drinks rain. The mirror showed fragments that cut like shattered glass. Gil-galad's spear blazing white against shadow that pressed from every quarter. Elendil's sword singing songs of Numenor's glory while orcs fell like wheat before the scythe. The siege engines hurling stones that struck Mordor's walls with thunder that made eagles cry out in their distant eyries. Yet still the tower stood, its peak lost in clouds that rained ash instead of water. Years crawled by like wounded beasts, seeking some place to die in peace. The alliance held firm, though its ranks thinned with each season's bitter harvest. Elrond's healing tents filled with warriors whose wounds went deeper than flesh, spirits broken by sights that should never have been witnessed by eyes that loved the making of fair things. Still they fought, these children of hope who had seen too much darkness to believe that light could triumph without price beyond all counting. The mallorn trees drooped their branches like mourners at endless funeral. Their golden leaves fell, though no wind stirred to shake them loose, and their silver bark grew pale as if the trees themselves grieved for blood that watered distant battlefields. The golden wood drew its borders closer, offering sanctuary to any who fled from war that consumed more than victory could ever restore. Messages came through paths that few could find, carried by riders whose horses bore wounds from arrows that had missed their mark by finger widths. The dwarf lords held firm in their mountain halls, but their axes dripped with blood that would stain stone for generations yet to come. The Numenorian ships brought fresh warriors to replace the fallen, but their numbers dwindled like snow before spring's relentless advance. The mirror showed glimpses of endings that approached like tide, that acknowledged no boundary to its rising. Sauron himself emerged from his tower's heart, his form blazing with heat that turned armor to slag and made brave hearts quail like children before thunder. The ring of power blazed on his hand like captured fire, its malice reaching forth to claim dominion over every lesser ring that had accepted his poisoned gifts. Gil-galad and Elendil stood against him on slopes that ran red with mingled blood. Their weapons caught light that seemed to come from beyond the circles of the world, brightness that made shadow recoil like serpent before the flame. But the cost of that confrontation would empty thrones and leave children orphaned in halls that had once rung with their fathers' voices. Galadriel felt their deaths like physical blows that drove her to her knees beside the mirrored waters. The High King's light guttered like candle flame before the storm, his years of wisdom ending in fire that cleansed more than flesh from bone. Elendil fell with Narsil breaking beneath him, the great sword shattering like hope itself shattered on the anvil of necessity. Yet from that breaking came moment, balanced on knife's edge, when all hung upon choices made by hearts that knew not what power lay in their hands. Isildur took his father's hilt and cut the ring from finger that had worn it through ages of malice and pride. The dark tower swayed like tree in gale that threatened to uproot all growing things, its black stones weeping as if they felt their master's sudden weakness. The moment stretched like eternity contained in single heartbeat. Mount Doom blazed with fires that had burned since the world's youth, its heart open to receive what should never have been forged in its depths. The ring hung heavy on chain around Isildur's neck, its weight greater than mountains, yet light as spider silk that breaks at the touch of careless hand. But pride spoke louder than wisdom in that crucial hour. The ring sang with voices that promised dominion over all the works of enemy hands, beauty that would never fade and power that would brook no opposition to its will. Isildur's heart, wounded by loss that no healing could mend, heard promises that seemed to offer balm for griefs that went deeper than death itself. He kept what should have been destroyed. The mirror showed the ring's journey like dream remembered upon waking. The gladdened fields where ambush waited beneath willows that had known only peace since their planting. Water that ran clear and cold, hungry for treasures that kings would die to possess. The ring slipping from finger that had worn it too briefly to feel its full corruption, sinking to depths where darkness waited patient as death itself. In the golden wood the mallorn trees straightened slowly as if winter's weight had lifted from their branches. The war was ended, but not the shadow that had caused it. Sauron's form was broken and his armies scattered like leaves before autumn wind. Yet still his malice endured wherever the ring wandered. The victory was real but incomplete, triumph shadowed by failure that would echo through all the ages yet to come. Nenya sang silver on her finger, its power flowing through root and branch like blood through veins of living gold. The realm stood ready for whatever trials yet approached. Sanctuary preserved while kingdoms counted cost that victory had demanded. The alliance was broken now by death and loss. but memory of their courage would kindle hope in hearts that might else have despaired completely. The Third Age dawned with darkness, defeated but not destroyed. Hope preserved but tested by knowledge that evil endured beyond the reach of any sword to slay completely. The victory tasted of ashes in mouths that had hungered for peace through 7 years of blood and screaming. Galadriel stood beside the mirrored waters where the golden wood's heart beat slow and steady, feeling through Nenya's light the emptiness that stretched across battlefields where silence had replaced the clash of weapons. Sauron's form was broken and his tower cast down, but the ring endured in hands that should have cast it to the fires that gave it birth. She had watched through the mirror's depths as Isildur stood at Mount Doom's edge, with chance to end the shadow forever. The fires blazed white-hot below him, hungry for treasure that had caused more grief than all the wars of elder days. One moment of courage, one choice made for wisdom rather than desire, and Middle-earth would have known peace such as it had not tasted since the world's youth. But the ring sang with voices sweeter than any melody Isildur had ever heard. It promised dominion over realms that stretched beyond the count of leagues, power to rebuild what war had destroyed and protect what remained from future darkness. His heart, wounded by loss of father and friends, whose blood had watered Mordor's stones, heard balm for griefs that went deeper than any healing could reach. The moment passed like breath held too long, released at last. The ring remained, and with it the shadow that would never fully lift from Middle-earth, while Sauron's malice endured in gold that had drunk deep of his will. Victory was real but incomplete, triumph shadowed by failure that would echo through ages yet to come. The mirror showed her glimpses of what followed like scenes from nightmare that waking could not dispel. The Gladden fields where ambush waited beneath willows whose roots drank from streams that ran clear and cold. Isildur's company dying one by one as arrows found gaps in mail that had turned aside orc blades, the ring slipping from finger grown too thin to hold it, seeking depths where patience dwelt like spider in its web. In the golden wood the mallorn trees felt change settling over the world like snow that would not melt with spring's return. Their silver leaves rustled with voices that spoke endings and beginnings in the same breath. The Second Age died with Gil-galad's light guttering like candle flame before storm. But what emerged from its ashes carried both hope and shadow woven together, like threads in tapestry too complex for mortal eyes to comprehend. The survivors came seeking sanctuary beneath boughs that remembered songs older than the count of kingdoms. Some bore wounds that would never fully heal, spirits broken by visions of friends, consumed by flames that gave no warmth. Others carried guilt heavier than any burden flesh could bear, knowing they lived while better folk fed crows on fields that would bloom red each spring with flowers watered by heroic blood. Elrond walked among the mallorn groves, with face aged beyond his years by sorrows that would never fully fade. His hands shook as he touched bark that offered comfort no art could provide, and his eyes held depths that spoke of choices made in darkness when wisdom's voice was drowned by necessity's cruel demands. Gil-galad was gone, and with him went light that had burned bright since Beleriand's earliest days. The refugees brought word of kingdoms that struggled to find their footing in world reshaped by victory's terrible price. Arna and Gondor mourned kings whose courage had purchased peace at cost beyond all previous payment. The dwarf lords sealed their halls again, weary of battles that consumed more than they preserved. Even the eagles retreated to peaks where wind carried only sky song instead of voices raised in grief. But in the craft halls hidden in the wood's heart, new work began as survivors sought purpose beyond mourning for what could never be restored. They shaped tools for building rather than weapons for destroying, their hammers ringing with music that spoke of gardens planted in ground watered by tears. Every cup and bowl, every knife and buckle, carried blessing drawn from memory of light that endured through all the world's turning seasons. Nenya's power flowed through these works like water finding its natural channels. The ring of water blessed every tool that served protection, every implement that guarded rather than conquered. Under its influence, the craft halls produced marvels that carried healing instead of dominion, hope instead of the hunger for power over other wills. The borders shifted slowly as the golden wood prepared for age that would bring different trials than war's open challenge. What had been paths to welcome warriors returning from battle became ways to guide folk who sought wisdom rather than glory. The mallorn trees grew taller and their crowns spread wider, offering sanctuary to any who came seeking beauty instead of conquest. Years flowed by like seasons turning in their ancient dance, while the free peoples learned to live with victory that felt more like defeat. Children born after the alliance's breaking would know peace, but it would be peace bought with price their parents paid in blood and sacrifice. The songs they learned would carry forward memory of courage that had faced shadow when all seemed lost. The third age dawned with promise and peril, walking hand in hand like lovers whose passion might lead to joy or destruction. The ring endured somewhere in depths that no chart could fathom, waiting with patience that outlasted empires for hand that would lift it again to light. When that day came, the golden wood would stand ready as it had always stood, sanctuary preserved while darkness pressed against all other realms. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang of hope maintained through vigilance that never slept. Their silver crowns caught light that seemed to come from beyond the circles of the world, and their roots drank deep of waters, blessed by power older than malice or pride. Whatever trials the new age brought, this realm would endure as beacon in whatever darkness fell upon the lands beyond its borders. The first snow of the third age fell on graves that would never know spring's return. Galadriel walked between cairns that marked where Gil-galad's champions lay beneath earth that drank their blood like wine, and felt winter settling into her bones despite Nenya's warmth. The ring of water sang with voices of streams frozen solid, its music carrying grief that no Thor would ever mend completely. Isildur's heir ruled from throne his father's hands would never touch again. Young Valinor bore crown heavy with memory of choices that had shaped the world's fate. His child's face marked by knowledge that innocence was luxury the third age could not afford. Anna struggled to find footing in realm where every stone reminded folk of kings who had paid victory's price with their lives. The golden wood drew survivors like harbour welcoming ships that had weathered storms beyond their strength to endure alone. They came not as conquerors seeking spoil, but as children seeking comfort after nightmares that waking could not dispel. Elrond's folk found refuge beneath mallorn bows that whispered healing in tongues older than grief itself. Their wounds went deeper than flesh, carved into spirits by sights that should never have stained eyes that loved the making of beautiful things. Celeborn walked among them with patience learned through centuries of loss. His hands gentle on shoulders that shook with memories of friends consumed by flames that gave no warmth. The survivors spoke little of what they had witnessed in Mordor's depths, but their silence carried weight that pressed against the heart, like stones gathered for cairns that marked where hope itself had died. The mirror showed glimpses of kingdoms struggling to rebuild from foundations cracked by earthquake, born of malice rather than shifting stone. Gondor's towers rose white beside the great river, but their beauty carried undertones of mourning that no architect could banish from his designs. Men worked with tools that remembered the hands of smiths who would forge no more, and every stone they set spoke names of folk who would never see the halls their sacrifice had made possible. Seasons turned with rhythm older than the count of years, while the free peoples learned what peace meant when purchased with blood of those they loved. Children played in gardens where their parents had learned to walk, but their laughter rang hollow in ears that remembered songs cut short by arrows that found their mark in hearts too brave for their own good. The victory was real but incomplete, triumph shadowed by knowledge that evil endured beyond reach of any sword to slay. The craft halls hidden in the woods, heart worked with purpose, born of necessity rather than joy in making. They shaped tools for building rather than weapons for destroying. But every hammer blow echoed with memory of forges that had cooled forever when their makers chose to follow lords whose courage led them beyond the circles of the world. The arts of peace required learning anew by hands that had known only war's demands. Years accumulated like snow on peaks that pierce the sky, each one bringing changes subtle as the growth of trees, yet profound as the shifting of bedrock. The golden wood became refuge for folk who carried skills that might else have died with the kingdoms that bore them. Healers whose touch could mend hurts deeper than flesh. Lawmasters who held in memory the wisdom of halls, now given over to silence and the growth of weeds, between stones that had once rung with friendly voices. Nenya's power flowed through these efforts like water blessing drought-stricken ground. The ring of water carried memory in its depths, holding safe the patterns that shaped silver and starlight into forms of lasting beauty. Here, at least the ancient knowledge would endure, ready to flourish again when hearts turned once more toward light rather than the shadows that gathered at the edges of every flame. The borders shifted like mist that acknowledges no boundaries save its own will. What had been paths to welcome warriors returning from battle became ways that led to groves where time moved gently and seasons turned without haste. The mallorn trees grew closer together, their silver branches weaving barriers that would confuse unfriendly eyes, while guiding feet that sought sanctuary rather than conquest. Messages came sometimes from courts where young kings learned to bear crowns their father's sacrifice had won. They spoke of progress slow as the growth of mountains, realms taking shape from ruins that war had left in its wake. But their voices carried undertones that made Galadriel's heart clench like fist around thorns. For she heard in their words the echo of choices that would shape whatever trials yet approached. The ring endured somewhere in depths that no line could sound, waiting with patience that outlasted empires for the hand that would lift it again to light. Its song drifted up through water and stone like poison seeping into wells that had run clear since the world's youth. Every shadow seemed deeper for knowing what treasures might hide in darkness beyond torch's reach. But in the golden wood hope kindled bright despite knowledge that evil waited patient as death itself. The mallorn trees stood tall against starlight that seemed to come from shores where light was born, their crowns catching gleams that would endure whatever darkness fell upon the lands beyond their protection. Here the ancient songs would continue, carried forward by voices that remembered how to sing of beauty rather than the glory won through others' blood. The saplings had become forests in the generations since victory's bitter harvest. Galadriel walked borders that shifted like morning mist, while kingdoms beyond the mallorn groves carved their names into stone that would outlast the hands that shaped it. Gondor's white towers caught sunrise on peaks that had known only starlight when the last alliance marched to war. And Arna spread its realm through valleys where wolves had been the only kings since the world's youth. Children born after the alliance's breaking now ruled from thrones their grandfathers had won with blood. They spoke of Isildur and Gil-galad as figures from ancient songs rather than men whose breath had misted in morning air, whose hands had trembled with more than age when they lifted swords that would never return to scabbards. Memory faded like footprints in sand, while the urgent needs of the living demanded attention that the dead could no longer claim. The golden wood felt these changes, like tree feeling wind that speaks of weather moving across distant peaks. Refugees still came, seeking sanctuary beneath boughs that remembered older songs. But their numbers dwindled as the free peoples found their footing in the new age. Those who did arrive brought different griefs than their predecessors, sorrows born of time's passage rather than war's immediate wounds. Celeborn brought word from the borders where his riders watched roads that had become highways for trade instead of armies. Gondor's merchants carried goods that spoke of prosperity, earned through patient labor rather than plunder seized with sword and flame. Their ships bore ivory and gold from shores that maps had marked with warnings, but their captains flew banners of friendship rather than conquest. The craft halls hidden in the woods heart worked with joy that had been absent since Eregion's fall. Young hands learned skills their masters had thought lost forever, techniques preserved through the long darkness when making seemed folly in world devoted to unmaking. Hammers rang with music that spoke of gardens growing rather than cities burning, and every tool they shaped carried blessing drawn from memory of peace earned through others' sacrifice. Nenya's power flowed through these works like water finding channels carved by patience rather than flood. The ring of water blessed every cup that would hold wine shared between friends, every blade that would cut bread rather than flesh. Under its influence, the workshops produced marvels that carried healing where they went, beauty that would kindle hope in hearts that had forgotten how to dream of joy. The mirror showed glimpses of realms taking shape like sculptures emerging from stone beneath sculptors' patient hands. Minas Anor grew from fortress into city where children played in streets their parents had built with their own hands. Osgiliath's bridges carried voices raised in song rather than battle cries, and its workshops produced goods that would travel to lands that had never known Sauron's shadow. Yet beneath the growth and prosperity, currents moved that spoke of trials yet to come. The ring endured in depths that no chart could fathom, its song drifting up through water and stone like poison seeping into wells that had run clear since the world's youth. Every shadow seemed deeper for knowing what treasures might hide in darkness where torchlight never reached. The seasons turned with rhythm that acknowledged neither haste nor delay, while the free peoples learned what peace meant when separated from war by more than single generation's span. Trade roads connected realms that had known only isolation since the Second Age's ending. Ships carried more than goods between harbors, bringing news that knit scattered folk into a web of mutual support and shared purpose. Young kings ruled with wisdom earned through listening to counselors, whose hair had gone grey in service to crowns that changed hands, while the realm's needs remained constant. They spoke of building rather than breaking, of roads that would carry friendship rather than armies. Their voices held hope that had been absent from royal halls, since Numenor's waves washed over pride that had grown beyond all proper bounds. Young kings ruled with wisdom earned through listening to counselors, whose hair had gone grey in service to crowns that changed hands, while the realm's needs remained constant. They spoke of building rather than breaking, of roads that would carry friendship rather than armies. Their voices held hope that had been absent from royal halls, since Numenor's waves washed over pride that had grown beyond all proper bounds. But Galadriel felt shadows stirring in places where darkness had taken deeper root than war could reach. The eastern lands bred creatures that had never known light's touch, and their hunger grew as the free peoples prospered in realms that seemed safely distant from their reaching. Time itself was weapon in hands that had learned patience through defeats that would have broken lesser malice. The borders between realms blurred like streams converging toward the sea. Rangers of Arna shared knowledge with guards who watched Gondor's frontiers, their skills combining into lore that served protection rather than conquest. The dwarf lords opened halls that had been sealed since the alliance's breaking, their hammers ringing with welcome rather than warning. Messages passed between the kingdoms and the golden wood like water finding its natural level. They spoke of friendship freely offered, alliance born of mutual respect rather than necessity's cruel demands. The age was young and full of promise, but Galadriel felt currents moving beneath visible events that would test whatever the free peoples had built in years of peace. The malone trees stood ready, like harbour prepared for ships that might yet need sanctuary from storms gathering beyond the eastern mountains. Their silver crowns caught starlight that seemed to come from shores where light was born, and their roots drank deep of waters blessed by power older than malice or pride. The white ships came up, the Anduin bearing tribute freely given rather than demanded at sword point. Galadriel watched from the wood's edge as Gondor's vessels rode deep with goods that spoke of realms eager to trade with folk whose reputation for justice had spread beyond the count of leagues. Gold and ivory, silk and spices, weapons wrought by smiths who had learned their craft in halls where honor meant more than profit. King Ostawa ruled from Minas Anor's highest tower, his crown catching sunlight that seemed brighter now that peace had taken root in soil watered by his ancestors' blood. His voice carried across courtyards where children played games their grandparents had learned during siege's darkest hours. But now the song spoke of victory rather than endurance through suffering that had no foreseeable end. Arna's realm stretched northward through valleys where towns rose like flowers after rain. The young king's halls rang with voices that had forgotten the sound of weapons drawn in anger. Merchants and craftsmen whose concerns reached no further than the next season's harvest, or the quality of steel that would shoe horses rather than pierce mail. The golden wood felt these changes like tree feeling spring's return after winter that had lasted beyond memory's reach. Trade caravans sought passage through paths that had once known only refugees fleeing from war's aftermath. Their drivers spoke respectfully to trees that seemed to lean closer when addressed with courtesy, and their horses found water that ran clearer than any stream they had drunk from in all their travels. The borders expanded slowly as mallorn groves spread roots through soil blessed by Nenya's influence. What had been scattered clearings became connected woodlands where time moved to rhythms older than the count of kingdoms. The Sylvan folk prospered under protection that grew stronger rather than weaker through long years of peace. Their children learning star names in tongues that predated the rise of any throne. Messages passed between the realms like water finding its level. Gondor's kings sought counsel from the lady whose wisdom ran deeper than rivers. Their letters carried by riders who knew paths that led through shadows where unfriendly eyes could not follow. They spoke of building rather than breaking, of roads that would unite rather than divide the scattered folk who called Middle-earth their home. The craft halls hidden in the woods heart-produced works that rivaled anything wrought in Eregion's glory. But these carried no taint of pride or ambition beyond their maker's reach. Every cup and crown, every sword and buckle, sang with harmonies that remembered creation's dawn when making was blessed in shadow, had not yet learned to twist beauty into instruments of torment. Years flowed by like seasons turning in their ancient dance, while prosperity spread through realms that had known only struggle since the last alliance marched to war. Cities grew where camps had sheltered survivors, and gardens bloomed where graves had marked the price of victory. The free peoples learned to hope again, cautiously at first, but with growing confidence as peace proved more than temporary respite between wars. The mirror showed glimpses of kingdoms that stretched their borders through diplomacy rather than conquest. Gondor's influence reached to shores that had never known the sound of friendly voices, and Anna's trade roads carried goods to peoples who had thought themselves too distant for any crown to notice. Yet beneath the growth and glory, shadows stirred that would test everything the Third Age had built. Celeborn brought word from eastern borders where his watchers kept vigil against darkness that pressed always at the edges of the light. Strange creatures moved in forests that maps marked with warnings, and their eyes held hunger that peace could only sharpen rather than satisfy. The victories of the last alliance had broken Sauron's power, but not destroyed the malice that bred in places where light had never reached. The seasons passed with rhythm that acknowledged neither haste nor delay, while the realms grew in strength and wisdom. Young kings learned statecraft from counselors, whose memories reached back to days when hope seemed folly and courage meant accepting death as the likely price of standing against shadow. Their voices carried forward lessons earned through sacrifice, but also joy that such sacrifices had purchased peace for generations yet unborn. The golden wood stood ready like fortress that had never known siege, its defenses woven from living light rather than stone and steel. The mallorn trees grew taller with each year's passing, their silver crowns catching starlight that seemed to come from shores where beauty was born. Nenya sang on Galadriel's finger with power that flowed through root and branch like blood through veins of some vast creature, whose heartbeat measured ages rather than moments. But she felt currents moving beneath visible events, tides that would turn when the free peoples had grown comfortable with peace that seemed as permanent as the mountains themselves. The ring endured somewhere in depths that patience had learned to call home, and its song drifted up through water and stone like promise of tests that would come when hope had grown, strong enough to survive whatever breaking was required. The king's glory blazed bright across realms that had earned their moment in the sun through blood and suffering beyond easy reckoning. Yet Galadriel knew that glory was light that cast shadows, and in those shadows dwelt hungers that fed on prosperity as surely as they had fed on war. The age was young and full of promise, but she felt winter's approach despite the warmth that flowed from every hearth, where families gathered to speak of futures bright with possibility. The mallorn trees stood guard against whatever trials yet approached, their branches reaching toward stars that sang of hope preserved through every trial the world had yet endured. The first darkness came not as armies marching under banners, but as whispers carried on winds that blew from directions that had no names. Galadriel felt it through Nenya's trembling light, the ring of water growing cold on her finger, as if it sensed currents moving in depths where patience had learned to call itself by sweeter names. The golden woods borders shivered like skin touched by fingers that belonged to no living hand. Strange dreams troubled the sleep of folk who had known only peace since their cradles. Children woke crying from visions of cities burning beneath skies that rained ash instead of water, their small hands reaching for mothers whose faces carried shadows that daylight could not dispel. The sylvan elves sang healing songs through nights that seemed longer than seasons should allow. But their melodies faltered when touched by discord that came from beyond the music's reach. The mirror showed glimpses that made her heart clench like fist around thorns. Creatures moving in forests where maps marked only empty wilderness, their forms twisted into shapes that mocked the memory of things that had once walked upright in the light. They bore no banners and followed no lord that any eye could see, but their hunger spoke of will that had learned patience through defeats that would have broken lesser malice. Gondor's eastern borders grew restless as settlements reported losses that could not be explained by wolf or weather. Cattle vanished from fields that showed no sign of struggle, and shepherds found flocks scattered like leaves before wind that had blown from no earthly quarter. The king's riders brought word of tracks that led nowhere and fires that burned without fuel through nights, when stars seemed dimmer than they had any right to be. Celeborn walked the woods' borders with companies whose arrows had grown sharp again through practice they had hoped never to need. His face carried lines that peace had begun to smooth away, but now they deepened like furrows carved by plough that cut too deep for ground to heal completely. The watchers spoke of movements glimpsed at the edge of sight, shadows that fled when challenged but returned when vigilance slacked. Years crawled by like wounded animals seeking some place to hide from hunters whose faces they could not see clearly. The prosperity that had blessed the free peoples for generations began to taste of metal in mouths that had grown accustomed to honey. Trade roads that had carried friendship between realms now bore merchants, whose eyes darted toward shadows that might hide bandits grown bold through desperation or design. The craft halls and the wood's heart worked with urgency that had been absent since the last alliance gathered for war, but now they shaped tools for protection rather than beauty, their hammers ringing with rhythms that spoke of storm clouds gathering beyond the eastern peaks. Every blade they forged carried blessing drawn from memory of light that had endured through previous darkness, but the metal seemed to drink their songs like thirsty earth drinks rain. Messages from Arna's northern reaches brought word of settlements that had simply ceased to send word at all. Riders found halls where hearth fires still burned, but no voices answered calls for greeting. Tables set for meals that no mouth would taste, beds turned down for sleep that would never come. The only signs of struggle were shadows burned into stone walls, outlines that spoke of folk who had simply vanished between one breath and the next. The kingdoms responded as kingdoms must, sending armies to patrol borders that grew longer with each year's retreat from lands that had become unsafe for folk, who sought nothing more than fields to till and children to raise in peace. But steel could not strike what cast no shadow, and arrows found no mark in enemies that might have been nothing more than evil dreams, given form through will that acknowledged no boundary between thought and deed. The golden wood drew its protection closer, like cloak pulled tight against wind that carried sense of distant burning. The mallorn trees leaned away from eastern breezes, as if they smelled corruption that no cleansing could wash from air itself. Their silver leaves rustled with voices that spoke warnings in tongues older than the count of kingdoms. But the words were scattered like seeds on ground too hard to let them take root. Nenya's power flowed through barriers woven from living light, strengthening defenses that had stood since the Second Age's ending. But even the ring of water felt strain as it turned aside malice that pressed against the wood's borders with hunger that had learned patience through centuries of feeding on smaller prey. The very stones seemed to whisper of appetites that grew larger rather than smaller through satisfaction. The refugees began coming again. Not the war-weary survivors who had sought healing after the last alliance's victory, but folk whose eyes held terror of things that should not have existed in world where light had triumphed over shadow. They spoke of loved ones taken in night's darkest hour, of voices calling from forest depths where no paths led and no maps showed dwelling places. Yet still hope endured in hearts that remembered how darkness had been broken before through courage that asked no reward save the preservation of what it loved. The free peoples gathered strength like streams, converging toward rapids that might destroy them or carry them to clearer waters beyond. Their voices rose in songs that carried power older than the count of years. Melodies that had turned aside despair when all seemed lost to malice beyond reckoning. The seasons turned with rhythm that spoke of changes coming whether hearts were ready or not. The eastern shadow lengthened like late afternoon stretching toward evening. But stars still shone above the mallorn crowns, and hope still kindled bright in groves, where time moved gently and beauty endured whatever darkness pressed against the borders of the light. The crown split like heart torn between two loves that could not dwell beneath the same roof. Galadriel felt the breaking through Nenya's light as Gondor's realm divided itself to face threats that came from every quarter save the direction where help might be found. Two kings now ruled where one had governed since Isildur's line began. Their voices raised in council chambers where agreement had become luxury the age could not afford. Furnaces' towers grew tall in northern lands where Anna gathered strength against shadows that crept down from mountains whose peaks had never known friendly fire. The kingdom's heart beat faster now, its pulse quickened by necessity, that brooked no delay in preparations for war that might come with next season's turning or the one beyond. Their riders bore messages written in haste, words that spoke of borders that shrank daily despite all efforts to hold ground their fathers had claimed through blood. The golden wood felt these divisions like tree-feeling wind that threatens to split trunk that has weathered storms beyond counting. What had been alliance forged in shared purpose became competition between realms whose needs pressed against each other like millstones, grinding grain that might have fed both if patience had counseled sharing rather than hoarding. The mallorn trees drooped branches that had once reached toward each other, their silver leaves rustling with sorrows that peace had promised would never return. Eastern settlements withered like flowers touched by frost that came from no natural winter. Whole villages emptied between sunset and dawn, their people vanishing like smoke dispersed by wind that blew from directions maps had never named. The survivors spoke of voices calling from forest depths where paths led deeper rather than out, of lights that danced through trees but cast shadows that moved independently of any flame. Celeborn brought word from borders that had become battlefields where no armies met in open combat. His riders fought enemies that fled when faced but struck when backs were turned, creatures whose forms shifted between beast and shadow depending on which I beheld them. Their arrows flew true, but found marks that dissolved like mist, while claws that seemed solid. Enough left wounds that would not heal through any art the healers knew. The craft halls worked through nights that seemed longer than winter should allow, their forges burning with fires that gave warmth but cast light that revealed too much of what moved in darkness beyond their reach. They shaped weapons for warriors who might never return to claim them, tools for tasks that might never be completed by hands that had grown them. Every blade carried blessing drawn from memory of victories earned through sacrifice, but the metal sang with undertones that spoke of battles yet to come. Years passed like fever dreams, where waking brought no relief from visions that daylight could not dispel. The free peoples drew apart like family members, who could no longer bear to share grief that multiplied rather than diminished when divided among too many hearts. Trade roads that had carried friendship between realms now bore only messages that spoke of needs too urgent for generosity to answer. The mirror showed glimpses of powers stirring in depths where patience had learned to feed on its own hunger. Ancient malice woke from sleep that had lasted since the world's youth, its dreams bleeding into reality like poison seeping into wells that had run clear since creation's dawn. The very stones seemed to whisper of appetites that had grown vast through long fasting, hungers that would not be satisfied by any feast the living could provide. Refugees came in greater numbers now, their eyes holding terror of things that should not have existed in world where light had triumphed over shadow. They brought tales of loved ones taken in darkness that fell like curtains drawn by hands that belonged to no living thing. Children cried for parents who had answered calls that came from forest depths where maps showed only empty wilderness stretching toward horizons that had no names. The kingdoms responded as kingdoms must when faced with threats that acknowledged no border save their own expanding reach. Armies marched toward battles that might already be lost before steel met whatever passed for flesh in enemies that wore shapes like borrowed clothes. Their banners flew proud against skies that seemed grayer than weather alone could account for, and their voices rose in songs that carried more courage than hope. But courage proved weapon enough against malice that had forgotten what it meant to face hearts that chose light despite knowledge of what such choice might cost. The free peoples stood firm, though their numbers dwindled like snow before spring's advance, their swords staying bright though darkness pressed against them from every quarter. They learned to fight shadows with fire, to answer whispers with songs that carried power older than the count of years. The golden wood remained sanctuary, though its borders shifted like mist that acknowledged no boundaries save its own will. The mallorn trees grew closer together, their silver branches weaving barriers that confused unfriendly eyes while guiding feet that sought beauty rather than conquest. Nenya sang on Galadriel's finger with power that flowed through root and branch like blood through veins of creature, whose heartbeat measured ages rather than moments. The eastern shadow lengthened like evening stretching toward night that might last longer than any dawn could dispel. But stars still shone above the mallorn crowns, and hope still kindled bright in groves, where time moved gently and seasons turned without haste. The kingdoms divided, but did not break, their strength scattered, but not destroyed by forces that had learned patience through defeats that would have broken lesser malice. The ships came from the west bearing passengers whose feet had never touched Middle-earth's shores, yet whose eyes held wisdom older than the count of ages. Galadriel felt their approach through Nenya's brightening light, the ring of water singing with recognition of power that came not to conquer but to serve, not to rule but to kindle hope in hearts that had grown weary of standing against darkness that pressed from every quarter. 5 there were who walked the grey docks of Mythland, their forms clothed in flesh, but their spirits carrying memory of shores where light was born. Círdan greeted them with reverence that spoke of messages received in dreams, his hands trembling as he offered welcome to folk whose names he knew, though no herald had announced their coming. The Istari had arrived at last, sent by powers that watched from beyond the circles of the world. The grey pilgrim came first to the golden wood, his staff tapping rhythms on paths that opened at his approach. Gandalf walked among the mallorn trees like one returning to halls where his youth had been spent in joy, and the silver leaves rustled with voices that spoke welcome in tongues older than speech itself. His eyes held starlight that had never dimmed, and his voice carried music that made even stones remember songs they had heard in creation's dawn. Saruman the White passed through the wood's borders with courtesy that barely masked, ambition burning beneath robes that seemed to clean for roads that had known only dust and rain. His knowledge ran deep as mountain roots, but his hunger for understanding pressed against mysteries that wisdom counselled should remain veiled. The mallorn trees leaned away from his presence, though they could name no reason for their unease. The others took paths that led toward purposes only they could see clearly. Radagast sought forests where trees grew wild and free, his heart turning toward creatures that had never learned to speak but whose voices carried truth cleaner than words. The blue wizards vanished eastward like morning mist touched by sunrise, their mission carrying them beyond the reach of friendly fire into lands where shadow bred in depths no map had charted. Years flowed by like seasons turning, while the Istari found their places in world that had grown strange through. Long separation from the guidance their coming was meant to restore. Gandalf walked roads that led to unexpected friendships, his pipe smoke carrying scents that reminded folk of gardens there. Grandmothers had described in stories that seemed too fair to be believed. His laughter rang clear through valleys where despair had taken root, and children learned to dream again of futures bright with possibility. The mirror showed glimpses of changes subtle as water, wearing stone yet profound as earthquakes that reshape coastlines. Hope kindled in hearts that had forgotten how to trust that tomorrow might bring relief from griefs that seemed to grow heavier with each day's burden. The free peoples stirred like sleepers, waking from dreams that had mixed beauty with nightmare, their voices joining songs that carried power older than the Count of Kingdoms. Saruman raised his tower in Isengard's circle, where ancient stones remembered songs of making rather than unmaking. His workshops rang with hammers that shaped tools for purposes he claimed served wisdom's ends. But the rhythms carried undertones that made wise hearts grow cold with recognition of patterns that had led others down paths that ended in shadow. His knowledge grew vast, but his understanding narrowed like river channeled between, walls that grew higher with each season's building. The eastern borders grew more secure as the grey pilgrims' influence spread through realms that had learned to expect nothing but ill news from horizons where storm clouds gathered. His presence turned aside creatures that had fed on despair, and his words carried weight that pressed against malice like sword against shield. Where Gandalf walked, shadows grew shorter and stars shone brighter through nights that had seemed endless. The craft halls in the wood's heart produced works that carried new hope woven into metal and wood-like threads of light running through tapestry that had grown too dark for beauty to survive unaided. Every tool they shaped rang with music that spoke of tasks that might yet be completed, of hands that would return to claim weapons forged in faith, that courage would find strength to wield them. The ancient knowledge flowed more freely now, blessed by presence of those who remembered how making should serve joy rather than feed pride. Celeborn brought word from borders where his watchers reported changes that lifted hearts, grown heavy with watching for threats that came like thieves in night's darkest hour. The creatures that had pressed against the wood's protection drew back like waves retreating before tides turning, their hunger frustrated by powers that had learned patience through service rather than dominion. The very air seemed cleaner, as if wind had learned to blow from directions that carried hope instead of warning. The kingdoms stirred with new purpose as the Istari's influence spread through realms that had grown accustomed to standing alone against darkness that seemed to multiply rather than diminish through resistance. Trade roads carried more than goods between cities whose walls had been built to keep enemies out rather than welcome friends. In messages spoke of alliances renewed, and borders that might expand rather than contract under pressure that had seemed relentless as winter's grip. Yet, beneath the hope and renewal, currents moved that spoke of trials yet to come. The eastern shadow had not withdrawn, but gathered strength in depths where patience fed on its own hunger. The Istari had come to guide rather than fight, to kindle courage rather than wield power that might corrupt purpose it was meant to serve. Their presence changed the balance but did not tip scales that still hung poised between light and darkness. The golden wood flourished under protection that grew stronger through presence of those who understood how power should serve beauty rather than command it. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang with voices clearer than they had rung since the elder days, and their silver crowns caught light that seemed to come from shores where hope was born. Dol Guldur rose from Mirkwood's heart like poisonous flower blooming in soil that had once known only starlight's kiss. The fortress appeared between one season and the next, its black towers growing from earth that wept shadows instead of dew. Galadriel saw its birth through the mirror's silver depths and felt winter settle into her bones despite summer's warmth flowing through the mallorn groves. The name came whispered on winds that had blown through valleys where no living thing dared walk upright. Necromancer, the servants of Gondor, called this new power, for graves opened at his passing, and bones danced to music that fouled the very air. Yet Galadriel's heart knew truth that others dared not speak. This was no upstart sorcerer, drunk on power, discovered in forgotten tombs, but malice older than kingdoms, wearing shadow like familiar clothes. Mirkwood earned its name as trees that had sung with sylvan voices since the world's youth fell silent beneath blight that spread like oil on water. Ancient oaks became gallows where corpses swayed, though no wind stirred their branches. Streams that had run clear as crystal now carried poison that burned the throats of beasts desperate enough to drink. The very stones grew black, as if they mourned for light they would never see again. Thranduil's realm retreated like tide pulling back from shores it could no longer claim. The woodland king built new halls deeper in forest depths, where ancient protections still held. Some power against darkness that pressed like weight of earth on buried things. His warriors fought running battles against spiders, whose voices spoke words in black speech. Creatures spawned in depths where corruption had learned to breed with its own reflection. 2 centuries crawled by while the shadows spread through lands that had thought themselves beyond reach of any evil save time's passage. The necromancer's influence seeped through soil and stone like water seeking its level, but this water brought death instead of life to everything it touched. Villages emptied as folk fled from dreams that came knocking at their doors, with voices of loved ones long buried. Gondor's eastern borders became wasteland where only the desperate or foolish dared venture. The great fortresses that had guarded river crossings since Isildur's day fell not to siege, but to corruption that rotted their foundations from within. Towers collapsed without warning, their stones screaming as they fell. Wells that had given sweet water for generations suddenly ran with liquid that burned like fire. But strangest of all were the 9 who rode the night winds like storm clouds given terrible purpose. The Nazgul emerged from legend into reality that made legend seem pale shadow of truth. Their voices carried across leagues like wolves howling for prey, but these hunters sought souls rather than flesh. Kings who had ruled in wisdom suddenly served masters, whose names could not be spoken without fouling the tongue that voiced them. Gandalf walked paths that grew more perilous with each year's turning, his staff blazing with light that made shadows recoil like serpents from flame. The grey pilgrim's journeys took him close to borders where sanity frayed like rope worn thin by constant strain. He returned from these wanderings with eyes that held knowledge heavier than lead, wisdom purchased at prices that made even immortal hearts grow weary. The golden wood became island of peace in sea that grew stormier with each tide's turning. Refugees came not just from Mirkwood's poisoned depths, but from Gondor's eastern provinces where madness spread, like plague among folk who had never worn rings or spoken with voices that promised power beyond natural reach. The mallorn trees grew closer together, their silver branches weaving barriers that confused eyes that sought entry with malice in their hearts. Trade ceased on roads that had carried friendship between realms for centuries. Merchants who ventured eastward disappeared like smoke in wind. Their caravans found weeks later with goods scattered and animals fled, but no sign of what had taken folk, whose only crime was carrying hope to lands that had forgotten how to nurture such tender growth. The mirror showed visions that made Galadriel's heart clench like fist around thorns sharper than any metal could hold. She saw figures moving in Dol Guldur's depths, their forms wavering between flesh and shadow, as if they could not decide which nature better served their purposes. At their center stood shape that memory recognized, though reason recoiled from naming what should have passed beyond all return. Nenya grew cold on her finger, despite the warmth that flowed from mallorn roots drunk deep of blessed waters. The ring of water felt its kin stirring in depths where patience had learned to call itself by sweeter names. 9 rings answered their master's call, while 7 burned in mountain halls, where dwarf lords fought against madness that crept through stone itself. Only the 3 remained free, and their freedom hung balanced on knife's edge that grew sharper with each day's passage. Saruman's voice carried new urgency when he visited the golden wood, his white robes somehow less bright than they had been in years when hope seemed commodity the world possessed in abundance. His eyes held hunger that spoke of knowledge pursued beyond wisdom's counsel, understanding sought at prices that wise hearts knew better than to pay. He spoke of necessity and greater good, but his words rang hollow in halls where truth was valued more than cleverness. The eastern shadow lengthened like afternoon stretching toward evening that might last longer than any dawn could dispel. But still the mallorn trees stood tall against starlight that seemed dimmer now, their crowns reaching toward heaven that felt more distant than it had in ages past. In groves where time moved gently, hope endured though it burned lower than it had when the third age was young and full of promise that seemed bright enough to light whatever paths lay ahead. The council gathered in secret beneath Elrond's roof, where stars shone through leaves that had never known winter's touch. 5 voices spoke in languages older than kingdoms, while shadow pressed against borders that seemed to shrink. With each season's turning, Galadriel felt the weight of decisions settling over them like snow that would not melt. Choices that would shape whatever remained of light in mid. Saruman's voice carried conviction that burned bright as forge fire, his words painting visions of victory won through strength, applied at moment when enemy thought himself beyond all reaching. The White Wizard's knowledge had grown vast as mountain ranges, but his understanding had narrowed like river channeled between walls that grew higher with ambition's building. He spoke of striking now before the necromancer's power waxed beyond all hope of breaking. The assault came at summer's height when Dol Guldur's towers cast shadows that reached toward realms that had never known their touch. The White Council moved like storm, breaking over peaks that had thought themselves safe from heaven's fury. Saruman's power blazed white-hot against darkness that recoiled like serpent from flame, and for one shining moment it seemed that evil might be torn from Middle-earth's heart by roots that had grown too deep for any healing. But the necromancer fled rather than face destruction, his form dissolving like mist before wind that blew from directions maps had never named. The fortress stood empty, a skull picked clean by carrion birds, its towers reaching toward sky that seemed brighter now that their masters were no longer pressed against heaven's dome. Yet Galadriel felt no triumph in this victory, for her heart knew that retreat was not defeat, and patience was weapon that served darkness better than any sword. The peace that followed tasted sweet as honey to tongues that had grown bitter with constant watching for threats that came like thieves in night's darkest hour. Mirkwood's trees straightened slowly as if winter's weight had lifted from their branches. Streams began to run clear again, their waters carrying song instead of poison to lands that had forgotten how rivers should sound when flowing toward the sea. 3 centuries passed like seasons turning in their ancient dance, while the free peoples learned to hope again cautiously. Trade roads reopened between realms that had drawn apart like family members, who could no longer bear to share grief that multiplied rather than diminished when divided among too many hearts. Children born during the peace knew shadow only as word in stories. Their grandparents told when winter winds made the hearth fire dance. The golden wood flourished under protection that grew stronger through years when vigilance could rest without constant fear of what might creep through borders while attention wandered. The mallorn trees spread their silver crowns wider, offering sanctuary to merchants whose caravans carried goods that spoke of realms where prosperity had taken root again. Birds returned to groves that had known only silence since the necromancer's rising. Yet beneath the peace and plenty, currents moved that spoke of trials merely postponed rather than prevented. The mirror showed glimpses of movements in eastern lands where maps marked only wilderness stretching toward horizons that acknowledged no king's dominion. Creatures stirred in depths where corruption had learnt to breed with its own reflection, spawning horrors that fed on hope itself. Saruman's visits to the Golden Wood grew less frequent as his attention turned toward studies that consumed more of his time with each year's passing. His tower in Isengard rang with hammers that shaped tools for purposes he claimed served wisdom's ends. But the rhythms carried undertones that made the mallorn trees lean away from winds that blew from Orthang's heights. Knowledge pursued beyond wisdom's counsel was blade that cut the hand that wielded it. The craft halls worked with joy that had been absent since Eregion's fall, their makers shaping silver and starlight into forms that carried blessing rather than burden. Young hands learned techniques their masters had thought lost forever, skills preserved through darkness when making seemed folly in world devoted to unmaking. Every cup and crown sang with harmonies that remembered creation's dawn. Nenya's power flowed through these works like water finding channels, carved by patience rather than flood. The ring of water blessed every tool that served protection, every implement that guarded rather than conquered. Under its influence, the workshops produced marvels that carried healing where they went, beauty that would kindle hope in hearts that had forgotten how to dream of tomorrow's dawn. The borders between realms blurred like streams, converging toward the sea as friendship flowed more freely between folk who had learned that isolation bred weakness while alliance fostered strength. Rangers of Arnor shared knowledge with guards who watched Gondor's frontiers, their skills combining into lore that served protection rather than conquest. Even the dwarf lords opened halls that had been sealed since shadow first crept down from northern peaks. But Galadriel felt shadows stirring beyond the edges of sight, malice that had learned patience through defeats that would have broken lesser hunger. The necromancer's retreat had been strategic withdrawal, not surrender to forces that commanded only temporary advantage. In eastern lands, where no friendly fire burned, power gathered that would test whatever the peace had built. Messages came, sometimes through paths that few could find, carried by riders whose horses bore wounds from arrows that had missed their mark by finger widths. They spoke of movements glimpsed at edge of vision, shadows that fled when challenged but returned when vigilance slacked. The peace held firm, but its foundations rested on sand that shifted with each tide's turning. The years flowed by like water, seeking its level, while the free peoples prospered under protection that seemed as permanent as stars themselves. Yet stars could be veiled by clouds, and even the mightiest peace was only interlude. between storms that gathered strength in silence before breaking with fury that shook the world to its foundations. In the golden wood hope kindled bright despite knowledge that evil waited patient as death itself, for a moment when hearts grew comfortable with safety that was gift rather than birthright earned through constant vigilance. The sickness came riding eastern winds like poison distilled from every grave that had ever been opened in malice. Galadriel felt its approach through Nenya's sudden chill, the ring of water growing cold as winter's heart, while something fouler than any natural disease spread across lands that had known only healing for generations. The very air tasted of metal and corruption, as if breath itself had been transformed into weapon that struck without sword or arrow. Gondor's white towers began to empty before anyone understood what stalked through streets where children had played only days before. The plague moved faster than wildfire through drought-stricken forests, claiming lives with hunger that grew larger rather than smaller through feeding. King Telemner died with his children around him, their faces peaceful as if they had simply chosen to sleep together rather than face whatever horror walked among the living. The Golden Wood sealed its borders like fortress under siege, but this enemy required different defenses than any army could breach. Galadriel walked among the mallorn trees with hands that blazed silver-white, weaving protections drawn from memory of Valinor's healing gardens, where her fingers touched bark or stone. Barriers settled that turned aside corruption, seeking entry through root and branch and flowing water. Nenya sang with power that flowed like river in flood, its influence spreading through every leaf and flower until the entire realm pulsed with resistance that no plague could overcome. The ring of water remembered springs that had bubbled clear since creation's dawn, and its blessing ensured that no taint would find purchase in soil blessed by power older than malice or disease. Yet beyond the wood's borders, Middle-earth writhed in agony that made mountains weep. Whole cities stood empty save for carrion birds that fed on flesh that had housed wisdom and laughter only seasons before. The great road between Gondor and Arnor became highway for the dead, its stones marked by cairns that stretched beyond the count of eyes. Minas Anor's bells tolled endlessly for lives that passed like candles guttering in wind too strong for any flame to survive. The guard towers fell silent as their watchers joined the growing host of those who would never again see sunrise paint the eastern peaks with gold. Ships drifted down the great river with no hands to guide them, their holds filled with cargo that would never reach harbours where merchants waited with purses that would buy nothing now. Arnor fared no better than its southern brother, its northern halls echoing with silence that pressed against the heart-like weight of earth on buried things. Fernost's crown passed 2 hands too young to bear its weight. Children ruling remnants of realms their fathers had governed when the world seemed stable as bedrock beneath mountain roots. The craft halls in distant lands fell quiet as smiths and weavers joined the countless dead. Knowledge that had survived wars and the breaking of kingdoms disappeared like smoke in wind, carried away by voices that would never again speak the words that shaped silver into starlight or wove, protection into cloth that turned aside more than weather's bite. Celeborn brought word from borders where his watchers reported changes that chilled hearts already grown cold with grief beyond easy bearing. The plague served purposes darker than mere destruction, clearing lands for inhabitants that thrived in emptiness where life had once flourished. Creatures crept from eastern wastes to claim territories that no longer knew the sound of human voices raised in song or sorrow. Years passed like fever dreams, where waking brought no relief from visions that daylight could not dispel. The free peoples dwindled to scattered remnants hiding in places power had not yet noticed. Cities that had stood since the Second Age's dawn became monuments to silence, their streets carpeted with bones that would never feel warmth of flesh again. But in the golden wood life endured as it had endured through every trial the world had yet witnessed. The sylvan folk prospered under protection that grew stronger rather than weaker through testing that would have broken lesser defenses. Children learned star names in tongues that predated plague or any other evil that walked among the living, their voices carrying forward memory of light that darkness could never fully extinguish. The mirror showed glimpses of lands slowly healing as the plague's fury spent itself against populations too thin to feed its hunger much longer. Survivors crept from caves and hidden valleys where they had waited for death to pass by their doors. They found world transformed, empty as battlefield after armies had moved on to claim fresh victories. Yet still they lived, these remnants of kingdoms that had seemed permanent as stars themselves. Their hands shook as they lifted tools to rebuild what pestilence had torn down. But they worked with determination that spoke of hope preserved through trials that would have broken spirits, less tempered by suffering willingly accepted for sake of those who might come after. Gondor's throne passed two distant heirs whose blood ran thin, but whose hearts carried forward. Memory of courage that had faced shadow when all seemed lost. They ruled over lands that stretched emptier than maps could show. But they ruled with wisdom earned through loss that taught what truly mattered when all else was stripped away, by forces beyond any sword's power to resist. The golden wood stood ready like beacon in darkness that had swallowed so much light. Its borders open to welcome any who sought sanctuary from worlds that had learned new lessons about how fragile peace could be when tested by malice that acknowledged no mercy in its hunger. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that shone brighter now in skies cleared of smoke from hearth fires that would never burn again, their silver crowns catching light that seemed to come from shores where healing lived and hope was more than memory of better days. Thunder rolled across empty plains where armies should have marched to meet invasion, but the thunder came from wheels rather than storm clouds. The Wainriders descended from eastern steppes like locusts, stripped of everything save hunger and the knowledge that weakness called to strength as carrion calls to crows. Their chariots carved ruts in soil still soft from graves the plague had filled, and their voices rose in songs that celebrated conquest over lands too emptied to resist. Galadriel watched through the mirror's silver depths as Gondor's weakened borders crumbled, before assault that came not as single blow, but as tide returning again and again, until even the mightiest cliffs were worn to sand. King Narmusil died in his halls rather than on battlefield, his heart stopping when messengers brought word of defeats that meant the end of everything his bloodline had built through patient centuries. The eastern hordes swept across Ravanion like wildfire through forests dried by summer's heat. Their wheels crushed bones that plague had scattered, and their horses trampled graves that had been dug by hands, now dust themselves. Behind them came settlers who planted crops in soil enriched by more blood than any earth should drink, their children playing in ruins of cities whose names would be forgotten before the next generation learnt to speak. Years crawled by while Gondor struggled to find footing in worlds that had shifted beneath its feet like quicksand. The kings who followed Narmasil fought with courage that would have moved mountains in better days. But courage alone could not restore armies that pestilence had claimed, or rebuild walls that stood empty of defenders willing to die for realms they barely remembered. King Calameta led the survivors westward from battlefields where victory and defeat had become words without meaning. His army moved like shadows of the hosts that had marched under Gil-galad's banners. Their numbers diminished, but their resolve hardened by losses that would have broken spirits less tempered by generations of standing against darkness. They carried weapons blessed in the golden wood's hidden halls, blades that sang with music drawn from memory of creation's dawn. The Wainriders learned that conquest was easier than rule when their wheels stopped rolling and their voices grew hoarse from celebrating victories that felt increasingly hollow. The lands they claimed stretched empty as bone fields where nothing grew, save thorns that fed on blood spilled by both victor and vanquished. Their chieftains quarreled over territories that offered little more than memories of prosperity their arrival had destroyed. Anduin's crown weighed heavy as mountains when he took throne that had passed through too many hands in too few years. His realm extended barely beyond sight of Minas Anna's walls. But what remained he guarded with determination that spoke of oak trees standing against gales that stripped their leaves, yet could not uproot foundations sunk deep in earth that remembered better days. The final war came like winter's last storm, fiercer for being born of desperation rather than strength. The Wainriders gathered clans that had scattered across lands too vast for any single tribe to hold, their wheels rolling westward one last time, toward prizes that glittered like mirages in desert heat. They brought everything they possessed to battles that would either crown their dominion or end it in blood that would water Gondor's soil for generations yet to come. Anduin fell at the Morannon's shadow with his sons beside him, their blood mingling on stones that had witnessed more death than any place should hold in memory. Yet their sacrifice was seed planted in ground prepared by all who had died before them. And from that planting grew victory that scattered the eastern hordes like leaves before autumn wind. The Wainriders' power broke like wave against cliffs that had seemed ready to crumble but proved stronger than the forces that tested them. Their wheels turned eastward for the last time, carrying survivors back to steppes that had birthed their hunger but would not feed it again. Behind them they left lands empty but free, silence but not slavery. Ernal's banner rose above Pelinor's field where crows feasted on enemies, whose names would be forgotten before their bones had bleached white under stars that had seen too much of war. The last king's crown fit his head like burden he had never sought, but would bear with grace that honoured all who had died to place it there. His realm was shadow of what his ancestors had ruled, but it endured. When Ernal's son died without heir to follow, the crown passed two hands that would hold it not as inheritance, but as trust given by people to few and too precious to risk in battles that kings had always been expected to lead. Mardel took the white rod with words that bound him to service rather than sovereignty, and the age of stewards began. The golden wood had stood through all these trials like harbour welcoming ships, battered by storms beyond their strength to weather alone. Refugees came bearing news of kingdoms that rose and fell like tides, their voices carrying tales of courage that shone bright against darkness that pressed from every quarter. The mallorn trees leaned down to offer comfort for griefs that went deeper than any single loss could account for. Nenya sang with power that flowed through root and branch like blood through veins of creature whose heartbeat measured ages rather than moments. The ring of water had felt every death that watered distant battlefields, but it had also felt every birth that promised tomorrow might know peace, even if today brought only sorrow. In groves where time moved gently, hope endured though kingdoms fell and rose and fell again. The world was changing shape around them, like landscape reshaped by earthquake born of forces deeper than surface tremors could reveal. The Third Age was growing old, its joints stiff with accumulated sorrows and its eyes dimmed by visions of glory that seemed more distant with each year's passage. Yet still, the mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang of light preserved through all the world's turning seasons. The white rod passed two hands that had never sought to hold it. Mardel Voronway knelt in halls where kings had ruled since Isildur's time, but his oath spoke of guardianship rather than dominion, service rather than sovereignty. The steward's words echoed through chambers that had grown too familiar with the sound of crowns passing to heads, that would not wear them long enough to leave warmth in the metal. The years that followed moved like convalescent learning to walk again after fever that had burned away flesh and left only essential bone. Mardel's wisdom flowed through council chambers where decisions were weighed against needs of folk, who might never see their steward's face, but whose welfare hung upon choices made in towers that scraped the sky. He rebuilt what could be rebuilt and mourned what was lost beyond any craft's power to restore. Galadriel felt these changes like tree feeling seasons shift from one pattern to another. The golden wood's borders opened wider to welcome merchants whose caravans carried goods that spoke of realms, learning to prosper under protection that asked no glory save the right to continue. Trade flowed between lands that had drawn apart during the plague years, their streams converging toward sea that reflected hope rather than despair. For centuries passed while the stewards proved that crowns were ornaments, but wisdom was foundation that could bear whatever weight the world chose to place upon it. Each ruler added strength to walls their predecessors had built, their names spoken with respect that kings had earned through conquest, but stewards earned through service that continued when easier paths beckoned. The craft halls worked with joy that had been absent since kingdoms learned that survival was achievement enough for any age to claim. Young hands learned skills their masters had preserved through years when making seemed luxury the world could not afford. Hammers rang with music that spoke of tools rather than weapons, their rhythms carrying hope that what was built might endure longer than the builders who shaped it. Minas Anor became Minas Tirith as towers grew tall enough to watch horizons that stretched beyond the count of leagues. The city's white stones caught sunrise like mirrors reflecting light from sources cleaner than any earthly flame, and its gardens bloomed with flowers that remembered songs sung in halls where kings had walked in glory. Yet beauty served purpose now rather than pride, every fair thing placed where it would bring comfort to hearts that had learned to value shelter above splendor. The mirror showed glimpses of realm that grew stronger through choosing depth over breadth, quality over quantity in all things that mattered when tested by forces that acknowledged no mercy in their hunger. Gondor's borders might not stretch as far as they had in the Ship King's time, but what remained was defended by folk whose loyalty ran deeper than any oath could measure. Stewards came and went like seasons turning in their ancient dance, each one adding threads to tapestry that displayed no single hero's deeds but countless acts of quiet courage that kept hope alive when darkness pressed against all other lights. Gondor breathed differently under rule that promised nothing more than faithful watching for the king's return. The realm's heartbeat slowed from the frantic pulse of kingdoms, fighting for survival to the steady rhythm of folk who had learned that patience was virtue. When strength alone could not preserve what remained worth preserving, Minas Anna's bells rang with different music now, their bronze voices speaking endurance rather than triumph. Their names would be remembered in songs that spoke not of battles won, but of duties fulfilled when fulfillment brought no reward, save knowledge that tomorrow might find the realm still standing. The eastern borders grew secure as watchers learned to read signs that spoke of movements in lands where maps marked only emptiness stretching toward, horizons that acknowledged no king's dominion. Rangers carried messages between outposts that kept vigil against threats that came not as armies, but as whispers carried on winds that blew from directions with no names. Trade roads carried friendship between realms that had learned to value alliance over isolation. The dwarf lords opened halls that had been sealed since shadow first crept down from northern peaks, their axes ringing with rhythms that spoke of welcome rather than warning. Even the elven realms stirred from watchfulness that had lasted longer than mortal memory could compass. Yet beneath the growth and healing, currents moved that spoke of trials merely postponed rather than prevented. The stewards ruled with wisdom, but their authority rested on promise that true kingship would return, when Middle-earth had need of crowns that commanded rather than served. The white rod was symbol of trust rather than power, and trust was currency that could be spent but never replaced if lost through carelessness or pride. The golden wood flourished under protection that had grown stronger through centuries of testing. The mallorn trees spread their silver crowns wider with each year's passing, offering sanctuary to any who came seeking beauty rather than conquest. Children born in their shadows learned star names in tongues that predated the rise and fall of kingdoms, their voices carrying forward memory of light that endured through every trial the world had yet witnessed. Nenya sang on Galadriel's finger with power that flowed through root and branch like water, finding channels carved by patience rather than flood. The ring of water blessed every effort that served protection rather than aggrandizement, every choice that put love before ambition in scales that weighed the worth of mortal endeavor. The third age was growing old, but not weak. Its strength concentrated like metal refined in fires that had burned away. Everything save what was essential for the trials yet to come. The stewards held watch with devotion that made kingship seem pale shadow of true. Authority earned through service that continued when the served had forgotten to be grateful. In halls where faithfulness had become foundation stronger than stone, hope endured like flame that fed on its own burning. The shadow crept back into Mirkwood, like tide returning to claim shores it had never truly abandoned. Galadriel felt its approach through Ninya's growing chill, the ring of water trembling on her finger as darkness pressed against borders that had known peace since the necromancer's first retreat. 4 centuries of watchful quiet ended as malice that had learned. Patience through exile came home to tower that had waited empty for its master's return. Dol Guldur's stones blazed with sickly light that made stars dim in their courses. The fortress had seemed abandoned, ruin, where only carrion birds nested in chambers that had once rung with voice speaking commands in black speech. Now fires burned in windows that had stared empty across lands, slowly healing from wounds that had seemed mortal. The necromancer walked his halls again, and darkness spread like oil spilled on water. Saruman's messenger came riding through paths that opened reluctantly to urgent need. The white wizard's summons carried weight of necessity that brooked no delay. Words written in haste by hand that had grown steady through years of studying powers too dangerous for lesser minds to contemplate. The time had come for council such as Middle-earth had not seen since the last alliance gathered for war. They met in Rivendell's hidden halls, where starlight fell through leaves that had never known winter's touch. 5 voices spoke in tongues older than kingdoms, while shadow pressed against every border that acknowledged their authority. Galadriel felt the weight of decision settling over them like snow that would not melt with spring's return. Choices that would shape whatever remained of light in Middle-earth. Gandalf's staff blazed silver in hands that trembled not with age, but with knowledge purchased at prices that made even immortal hearts grow weary. The grey pilgrim spoke of journeys that had carried him close to borders where sanity frayed like rope worn thin by constant strain. His words painted visions that chilled blood despite fires burning bright in hearths carved from living stone. The necromancer was Sauron returned. The name fell into silence like stone dropped in depths that had no bottom. All their hopes of victory, won through the last alliance's sacrifice, crumbled like walls built on sand that shifted when tested by tide's relentless pressure. The Dark Lord had not passed beyond the circles of the world, but hidden in shadows that grew deeper while his enemies celebrated triumph that was only intermission between acts of tragedy not yet completed. Radagast brought word from forests where trees whispered secrets in voices that carried more truth than any herald's report. The eastern woods bred creatures that should not have existed in world where light had triumphed over shadow. Spiders whose voices spoke words in black speech. Wolves whose eyes held malice older than hunger. Shapes that moved between beast and nightmare, depending on which heart beheld them. Years crawled by while the White Council gathered evidence that might convince hearts reluctant to accept that peace was only gift that could be revoked without warning. The necromancer's influence spread through lands that had thought themselves beyond reach of any evil save time's passage. Villages emptied between sunset and dawn, their people vanishing like smoke dispersed by wind that blew from directions maps had never named. Saruman's voice carried conviction that burned bright as forge fire. When the council met again, two-way choices that all were bitter as medicine taken to preserve life that seemed hardly worth preserving. The white wizard spoke of striking while enemy thought himself hidden, of assault that would drive darkness from stronghold that had become cancer in Middle-earth's heart. The assault came at summer's height, when Dol Guldur's towers cast shadows that reached toward realms that had never known their touch. The White Council moved like storm breaking over peaks that had thought themselves safe from heaven's fury. Saruman's power blazed white-hot against walls that had been built with malice rather than stone. And Gandalf's staff sang with music that made even dead things remember songs they had heard in creation's dawn. But victory tasted of ashes in mouths that had hungered for triumph absolute rather than temporary. The Dark Lord fled rather than face destruction that would scatter his form like mist before wind, too strong for shadow to withstand. His tower stood empty, a skull picked clean by carrion birds. But emptiness was not defeat when patience was weapon that served darkness better than any sword. Galadriel watched through the mirror's depths as shapes moved eastward like storm clouds, gathering beyond mountains that had seemed protection enough against any weather the world might send. Sauron's retreat was strategic withdrawal, not surrender to forces that commanded only temporary advantage. In Mordor's depths, where fires had burned since the world's youth, malice gathered strength for testing that would decide whether light or shadow ruled when the Third Age reached its ending. The Golden Wood stood ready like beacon in darkness that had swallowed so much hope, its borders shifting to welcome any who sought sanctuary from world that had learned new lessons about how fragile peace could be when tested by patience that outlasted kingdoms. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that shone dimmer now, their silver crowns catching light that seemed to come from shores more distant than memory could compass. Nenya sang with power that flowed through root and branch like blood, through veins of creature whose heartbeat measured ages rather than moments. The ring of water had felt its master's presence like poison seeping into wells that had run clear since creation's dawn. The final testing approached like tide that acknowledged no boundary to its rising, and when it came, the free peoples would learn whether hope was strong enough to survive. Whatever breaking was required to purchase tomorrow's dawn. The empty tower stood like broken tooth in mouth that had learned to bite with other fangs. Dol Guldur's stones no longer wept shadows, but their silence carried weight heavier than any scream that had echoed from chambers where malice had taken shape and flesh. Galadriel walked the borders of Mirkwood where healing crept through soil like water seeping into ground baked hard by years of drought. Sunlight touched leaves that had known only starlight for centuries. The great trees straightened slowly as if winter's grip was finally loosening from branches that had bent beneath burdens no living thing should bear. Springs bubbled clear where poison had run thick as blood, and flowers bloomed in patterns that spoke protection in tongues older than the black speech that had fouled the very air. Yet the cleansing felt incomplete. Thranduil's folk returned to halls they had abandoned when shadow pressed too close for comfort, but their voices carried undertones that spoke of wounds not fully healed. The wood remembered too much of what it had endured to trust that peace was anything more than intermission between acts of tragedy, whose final scenes remained unwritten. The necromancer's flight had scattered lesser evils like sparks blown from forge fire, but sparks could kindle new blazes if they found fuel dry enough to catch their flame. Orcs fled deeper into mountains where ancient tunnels led to depths that maps had never charted. Spiders retreated to webs spun in darkness absolute, their voices carrying poison that would seep into dreams of folk who thought themselves safe behind walls that seemed solid as bedrock. Years flowed by while the free peoples learned to breathe air that no longer tasted of corruption. Trade roads reopened through valleys where merchants had feared to venture since their grandfather's time. The great bridge at Lake Town bore traffic again, its timbers singing with voices of folk who carried goods rather than weapons across waters that reflected hope instead of horror. But Galadriel felt currents moving beneath visible events like underground rivers that would surface when pressure found cracks in earth that seemed solid. The mirror showed glimpses of powers stirring in places where darkness had taken deeper root than war could reach. The eastern lands bred malice that fed on its own hunger. growing stronger rather than weaker through isolation from light that might have turned it toward better purposes. Dale's kingdom prospered under rule that remembered how to value peace above glory. King Girian's wisdom flowed through council chambers where voices spoke of building rather than breaking, their words carrying hope that what was raised might endure longer than the hands that shaped it. Children played in streets their parents had, built through labor that blessed rather than cursed the ground that supported their foundations. The long lake carried ships whose holds bore goods that spoke of realms learning to trust again in futures bright with possibility. Merchants who had hoarded gold through years of watching for threats that came like thieves in night's darkest hour now spent freely on ventures that required faith in tomorrow's dawn. Their laughter rang across waters that had known only silence since fear learned to swim. Erebor's forges rang with hammers that shaped tools rather than weapons, their rhythms carrying music that made even stones remember songs they had heard when the world was young. The dwarves worked with joy that had been absent since their mountain halls. First felt shadow creeping through passages carved by their own hands. Gold flowed like water, finding its level, but now it purchased beauty rather than protection against evils that might never come. The golden woods stood ready like harbor, prepared for ships that might yet need sanctuary from storms gathering beyond horizons that seemed clear as crystal. The mallorn trees grew taller with each season's turning, their silver crowns catching starlight that seemed brighter now that Dol Guldur's malice no longer pressed against heaven's dome. Yet Nenya trembled on Galadriel's finger with knowledge that peace was respite rather than resolution. Messages came sometimes through paths that few could find, carried by riders whose horses bore no marks of the journeys that should have left them exhausted beyond recovery. They spoke of movements glimpsed at edge of vision, shapes that might have been clouds if clouds could move against wind that blew from every quarter. The watchers reported nothing and everything, their words precise as arrows, but striking targets that dissolved like mist when examined closely. Saruman's visits to the Golden Wood grew less frequent as his attention turned toward studies that consumed more time with each passing year. His tower in Isengard rang with sounds that made the mallorn trees lean away from winds that carried whispers of knowledge pursued beyond wisdom's counsel. The White Wizard spoke less of alliance and more of necessity that brooked no questions from hearts to assemble to understand choices that required strength earned through solitude. The seasons turned with rhythm that acknowledged neither haste nor delay, while Middle-earth learned what peace meant when purchased not through victory but through enemies, retreat to strongholds too distant for immediate concern. Children born during these years knew shadow only as word in stories. Their grandparents told when winter winds made hearthfires dance with memories of times when such flames were luxury rather than comfort taken for granted. Yet beneath the peace and prosperity, Galadriel felt winter approaching despite summer's warmth. The Third Age was drawing toward its climax, like play moving toward scenes that would determine whether tragedy or triumph claimed the final curtain. The empty fortress had been symptom rather than disease, and diseases that retreated often returned with strength that made their first assault seem gentle as spring rain. In the Goldenwood hope kindled bright against whatever darkness gathered beyond the edges of sight. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang with voices clearer than they had rung since the elder days. But their song carried undertones that spoke of testing yet to come, when all would hang upon choices made by hearts that knew not what power lay in their hands. Fire fell from heaven like stars torn loose from their moorings by claws that had learned to grasp more than gold. Smaug the mighty descended upon Araba, with wings that blotted out the sun and voice that spoke destruction in syllables that made mountains weep. The dragon's breath turned stone to slag and hope to ash, while Dale burned like torch held too close to wind that fed on flame itself. Galadriel felt the mountain's agony through Ninya's blazing light, the ring of water trembling as if it shared the suffering of folk who had thought themselves safe behind walls carved from living rock. The lonely mountain screamed as fire poured through passages that had rung with hammer songs since the world's youth. Dwarf gold melted like candle wax, while voices that had sung creation's music fell silent forever. King Thor died with crown melting on his brow, his treasure halls transformed into funeral pyre that would burn in memory long after flames guttered to embers. The dwarves fled through secret ways that led nowhere save exile, their beards singed and their hearts broken by sight of homeland, reduced to charnel house where their ancestors' bones fed fires that gave no warmth. Dale's towers collapsed like dreams destroyed by waking, their white stones blackened by breath that had learned malice in depths where light never reached. Lake Town's bridges bore refugees whose eyes held visions they would carry to graves that had not yet been dug. Children cried for parents consumed by flames, and parents wept for children who had become smoke scattered by winds that blew from directions with no names. The dragon coiled himself around wealth that had taken centuries to gather, his scales reflecting gold that would purchase nothing, now save the knowledge that greed was hunger that fed on its own satisfaction. Smaug's voice echoed through chambers where silence pressed against the heart like weight of earth on buried things. The desolation spread around his lair like plague that killed by proximity alone. Years crawled by while the free peoples learned what absence meant when prosperity vanished like mist before sun that gave heat but no comfort. Trade roads that had carried friendship between realms became highways for refugees, who bore nothing save memories of homes that existed now only in songs, too painful to sing. The northern kingdoms drew apart like family members who could no longer bear to share, grief that multiplied rather than diminished when divided. But patience was weapon that served more than evil, and in the turning of seasons hope found form that seemed too small to bear the weight that would be placed upon it. A burglar came walking roads that led toward Dragonfire, his feet carrying him toward destiny he could not imagine, though it shaped every step he took. Bilbo Baggins bore no sword that blazed with starlight, but his heart held courage that would kindle fires in ashes that seemed cold beyond any warming. The golden wood felt changes, moving like underground rivers, seeking surface, where pressure found cracks in earth that seemed solid. Galadriel walked among mallown trees that leaned closer, as if offering comfort for sorrows they could sense, but not fully comprehend. The mirror showed glimpses of small hands lifting treasure that would purchase more than mountains of gold. A ring that sang with malice older than the dragon's hunger. The company of Thorin Oakenshield moved like memory of hope, returning to lands that had forgotten how to dream of better days. Their axes rang with music that spoke of reclamation rather than conquest, voices raised in songs that carried forward grief transformed into purpose. They walked paths that led through darkness toward light that might exist only in hearts, too stubborn to accept that some things could never be restored. Smaug fell from sky like star, extinguished by archer whose arrow found mark that had been foretold in prophecies written before the dragon learned to fly. The great worm's death screams shattered windows in Lake Town, where folk had learned to sleep with one eye watching horizon that had birthed too much fire. His body struck earth with impact that shook foundations of mountains that had thought themselves eternal. The dragon's death unleashed forces that had been gathering like storm clouds, massing beyond peaks that hid their fury. Armies marched from every quarter toward treasure that lay unguarded beneath sky that had known only dragon shadow for generations. The battle of 5 armies raged, where gold was prize, but freedom was true victory, that would be won through blood, spilled willingly, for sake of those who would inherit. Whatever peace such sacrifice might purchase, when dawn broke over battlefield that had drunk deep of courage and folly in equal measure, the lonely mountain stood free of dragon fire for first time since children had played in Dale's gardens. Thorin's crown passed 2 hands that would hold it not as inheritance claimed through birthright, but as trust given by folk who had paid its price in full. The kingdom under the mountain lived again, scarred but not broken by trials that had tested whether stone was stronger than flame. Yet in the dragon's hoard lay treasure that no dwarf lord would claim. Ring that had found finger it was meant to bear for purposes neither burglar nor dragon could foresee. The one ring travelled westward in pocket that carried more than its owner knew. Malice disguised as trinket that seemed too small to threaten world that had survived dragonfire and orc blade. The golden woods stood ready like harbour, prepared for ships that carried both hope and shadow in their holds. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang with voices stronger for having endured testing that had burned away everything save what was essential for trials yet to come. Nenya blazed on Galadriel's finger with power that recognized kinship approaching, bonds that would test whether love was stronger than dominion when the final choice demanded sacrifice that might seem too great for any heart to bear. Barad-dûr rose from Mordor's plains like nightmare given substance and will. Stone by stone the dark tower climbed toward heaven that recoiled from its reaching, black walls growing taller with each season's malice, while foundations sank deeper into earth that screamed with voices of the damned. Galadriel felt its building through Nenya's agony, the ring of water burning cold as winter's heart, while power that acknowledged no master save itself took shape in fortress that would dwarf mountains. The fires of Orodrin blazed red against southern skies like wound torn in night's fabric by claws that had learned cruelty beyond any beast's understanding. Mount Doom vomited ash that fell like snow on lands too distant to have felt its heat, and winds carried whispers in black, speech that fouled the very air with syllables that should never have been voiced by any tongue that loved the light. Sauron had cast off deception's mask at last. No longer did he work through servants, whose hearts he had corrupted with gifts that seemed beautiful until their true price became clear. The Dark Lord walked his tower's heights in majesty, terrible a storm that gathered all the sky's fury into single bolt that would shatter whatever it struck. His will reached forth through every league his malice could touch, seeking always for treasure that had slipped from his grasp when victory seemed certain as sunrise. The One Ring sang in Bag End's parlour where its bearer smoked pipe that held more than leaf. Bilbo's hands shook when he touched gold that had seemed harmless trinket, won through cleverness rather than battle, but now its weight pressed against his spirit like chain forged from his own diminishing years. The ring whispered promises in voices sweeter than any melody the old hobbit had heard, and each whisper cost him something he could not name but felt slipping away like water through cupped palms. Gandalf's visits to the Shire grew more frequent as the grey pilgrim's suspicions hardened into certainty that chilled his heart. Despite fires burning bright in hobbit holes carved into hillsides that had known only peace, his eyes measured changes in friend whose youth had lasted far beyond any natural span, noting how Bilbo's fingers lingered over treasure that seemed too small to have purchased Dragon's death yet, somehow commanded attention that made all other possessions seem worthless. The shadows spread like oil spilled on water, its influence seeping through cracks in defenses that had seemed solid as bedrock. Mordor's borders expanded not through conquest, but through corruption that made neighboring lands inhospitable to folk who breathed free air and spoke words that carried no malice. Creatures crept from pits that had been sealed since the last alliance's victory, their forms twisted into shapes that mocked memory of things that had once walked upright in starlight. Years passed while darkness gathered strength like storm that fed on its own fury. The Nazgul rode forth from Minas Morgul, where stone had learned to weep poison instead of dew, their voices carrying terror that froze blood in veins of creatures that had never known fear's touch. The Nine served Master whose will commanded them absolutely, but their hunger was their own, and it grew larger rather than smaller through feeding on despair that spread wherever their shadow fell. The eastern lands bred armies that multiplied like locusts, stripped of everything save hunger and knowledge. That weakness called to strength as carrion called to crows. Orcs poured from breeding pits where malice had learned to take flesh and bone as raw material for weapons that thought and hated and killed with joy that surpassed any beast's simple hunger. Their voices rose in songs that celebrated destruction for its own sake, harmony twisted into discord that made even stones weep. Dale and Erebar felt pressure building like water behind dam that creaked with strain of holding back flood that grew mightier with each season's rain. The dwarf lords forged weapons in halls that rang with hammer songs, but their music carried undertones that spoke of endings approaching whether hearts were ready or not. King Dane's crown weighed heavy as mountains, while scouts brought word of movements in lands where maps marked only emptiness. The golden wood drew its borders closer, like cloak pulled tight against wind that carried scents of distant burning. Refugees came not in armies, but as scattered, remnants of folk who had fled from dreams that knocked at their doors with voices of loved ones long dead. They spoke of shadows that moved independently of any light that cast them, of wells that ran red though no blood had been spilled within leagues of their location. Nenya blazed on Galadriel's finger with light that seemed to weep silver tears, while power that had remained hidden since the last alliance gathered strength for revelation that would shake Middle-earth to its foundations. The ring of water felt its master's presence like poison seeping into springs that had bubbled clear since creation's dawn. Every stream that flowed toward Anduin carried whispers of malice that grew stronger with each league the waters travelled. The mirror showed visions that shifted like flames in wind that blew from directions maps had never named. She saw armies gathering under banners that had not flown since the elder days, their numbers beyond counting, yet still not sufficient for battles that would decide whether light or shadow ruled when the third age reached its ending. And always at the center of every vision, stood shape that memory recognized, though reason recoiled from naming what should have passed beyond all return. Messages passed between the free peoples like water finding its level, while urgency pressed against every decision that might delay or hasten conflict that approached like tide that acknowledged no boundary to its rising. The kingdom stirred with purpose that burned bright as forge fire, but their strength seemed fragile as spider silk before storm that had been gathering for centuries. In the goldenwood hope kindled despite knowledge that testing approached which would demand more than any single heart should be asked to bear. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang with voices clearer for having endured darkness, but their song carried undertones that spoke of choices coming when all would hang upon courage, that asked no reward save preservation of what it loved. The final act was beginning. The birthday party ended in wonder that curdled into unease before the last guest had walked the lane back to Hobbiton proper. Bilbo Baggins vanished like smoke dispersed by wind that blew from no earthly quarter, his final words echoing through Bag End's parlour while ring slipped from finger grown too thin to hold treasure that had seemed harmless for 60 years. The old hobbit's possessions lay scattered like memories of life that had lasted far beyond any natural span. Gandalf stood alone in chambers where laughter had rung only moments before, his staff blazing with light that revealed more than any guest would have been comfortable seeing. The grey pilgrim's eyes measured absence that felt heavier than presence, noting how shadows seemed deeper where Bilbo's form had stood, and how the very air trembled with echoes of power that had acknowledged no master save itself. Frodo inherited more than gold or jewels, when Bag End's deed passed 2 hands that had never suspected what burden would come with gift that seemed too generous for any heart to refuse. The young hobbit moved through rooms that felt larger now, as if walls had stretched to accommodate emptiness that no furniture could fill. His fingers traced surfaces that held memory of touches too light to have worn grooves, yet somehow present as scars, invisible to any eye save memories. Years crawled by while Gandalf walked roads that led toward libraries where dust-covered tomes held secrets too dangerous for casual reading. The wizard's research carried him through archives that had been sealed since kings whose names were forgotten had ordered knowledge buried rather than risk its misuse. His hands shook as he turned pages that crumbled at the touch, their words written in inks that had been mixed with blood of those who had learned wisdom too late to profit from its teaching. The fire test came on spring evening when Bag End's hearth burned with flames that gave no warmth, despite wood that should have blazed hot enough to heat water for tea. Frodo watched as letters appeared on gold that had seemed unmarked by any tool, syllables in black speech that fouled the very air with meaning too terrible for innocent tongue to voice. The ring sang with malice that had remained hidden through decades of seeming harmlessness. Gandalf's voice carried weight of mountains when he spoke words that transformed comfortable parlour into council chamber, where fate of Middle-earth would be decided by hobbit whose greatest ambition had been tending garden that bloomed behind door painted green as spring's first leaves. The grey pilgrim's wisdom flowed like water, finding channels carved by necessity rather than choice, his words painting visions that chilled blood despite flames, dancing in grate carved from stone that had never known dragon fire. The one ring had returned to light after centuries of hiding in depths where patience had learned to call itself by sweeter names. Sauron's will reached forth through every league his malice could touch, seeking treasure that had slipped from grasp when victory seemed certain as sunrise. The Dark Lord's awareness pressed against borders that had seemed secure, his hunger growing larger rather than smaller through knowledge that power absolute was within reaching. Messages flew between realms on wings that belonged to birds, too wise to rest where unfriendly eyes might mark their passage. The free peoples stirred with urgency that burned bright as forge fire while time shortened like days in winter's grip. Councils gathered in halls, where voices spoke of choices that would determine whether light or shadow ruled when the Third Age reached its ending, that approached like tide, acknowledging no boundary to its rising. The Nazgul emerged from Mina's Morgul, where stone had learned to weep poison instead of dew, their forms clothed in terror that made brave hearts quail like children before thunder. The Nine rode forth on errands that would brook no failure, their voices carrying across leagues like wolves, howling for prey that could not hide though it ran to Earth's ending. They sought Shire that had seemed too distant and too peaceful for any evil to notice. Frodo felt weights settling on shoulders that had been shaped for carrying. Nothing heavier than responsibility for garden that bloomed behind windows, carved to frame views of hills where nothing more dangerous than foxes hunted. The ring pressed against his spirit like chain forged from years he would never live to see, its whispers growing stronger with each day's passage, though he tried to stop his ears, against promises that seemed too fair to carry any price worth fearing. The golden wood drew its borders tighter as Galadriel felt malice pressing against protections that had stood since the Second Age's ending. Nenya blazed on her finger with light that seemed to weep while power that had remained. Hidden gathered strength for revelation that would shake foundations of world that had grown comfortable with peace purchased through others' sacrifice. The Ring of Water recognized kinship approaching, bonds that would test whether love was stronger than dominion. The mirror showed visions that shifted like flames in wind, glimpses of small feet walking roads that led to war darkness deeper than any cave that hobbit children had dared explore in games that seemed innocent as flowers, blooming in meadows where lambs played. She saw courage that had never been tested by anything more dangerous than neighbors, disapproval facing malice that had learned patience through defeats that would have broken lesser hunger. Saruman's voice carried new urgency when he spoke of ring that had been found at last, his words painting necessity in colors that made even wise hearts grow cold with recognition of choices that offered no path save forward into shadows that might swallow all light. The White Wizard's knowledge had grown vast as mountain ranges, but his understanding had narrowed like river channeled between walls that grew higher with each season's building. In Bag End's parlor, the fire burned low while decisions took shape that would determine whether hope was strong enough to survive whatever breaking was required to purchase tomorrow's dawn. The ring waited with patience that had outlasted empires, its song growing, sweeter with each moment that brought its master closer to triumph that had been postponed but never prevented. The hunt had begun. The Black Riders came to Hobbiton like storm clouds that cast shadows deeper than any natural weather could account for. Their horses left no hoofprints on roads that had known only cartwheels and bare feet. But the very stones grew cold where they passed, and flowers withered in gardens that had bloomed eternal, since the Shire learned to trust in tomorrow's kindness. The Nazgul's voices carried across leagues like wind moaning through graves that had been disturbed by hands that belonged to no living thing. Frodo fled through darkness that pressed against him like water seeking its level, the ring's weight growing heavier with each step that carried him further from Hearthfire that had seemed protection enough against any evil the world might send. His feet found paths that led nowhere save toward dangers he could not imagine. Yet still he walked because standing still meant surrender to hunters whose patience had outlasted kingdoms. The old forest whispered with voices that remembered songs from before the Shire learned to count years. Its trees leaning closer as if offering shelter to small courage that faced malice older than their roots. Tom Bombadil's house stood like island of joy in sea that grew stormier with each tide's turning, his laughter ringing clear through valleys where despair had learned to creep like mist that chilled more than winter's breath. But even the Master's power had limits that would not stretch to guard those who must walk roads leading beyond his borders. The ring sang with hunger that had grown vast through long fasting, its voice calling to Master whose will reached forth through every league his malice could touch. No sanctuary would shelter treasure that blazed like beacon in darkness that had learned to see with eyes that never closed. The Barrow Downs breathed with exhalations that carried sense of graves opened before their time, ancient kings stirring in sleep that had lasted since stars were young. Wights walked in forms that mocked memory of folk who had once stood tall in sunlight, their voices speaking words in tongues that had been corrupted by knowledge of things that should have remained buried in earth that wept for innocence lost. Breeze gates opened to travellers whose small stature concealed purposes that would shake Middle-earth to its foundations. The prancing pony's hearth burned bright with flames that seemed dimmer than they had only days before, as if light itself grew weary of standing against shadows that pressed from every quarter. Innkeeper's voice carried cheer that rang hollow in ears that had learned to hear, malice in wind that blew from directions with no names. Strider emerged from corner where shadows had seemed empty, his grey eyes holding depths that spoke of roads walked in service to hope that might prove too fragile for burdens it would be asked to bear. Aragorn's voice carried authority earned through years of standing guard while others slept in peace they had never known was gift rather than birthright. The ranger's sword sang with music that remembered oaths sworn in halls, where kings had ruled before darkness learned to wear crowns. The hunt continued through lands that grew stranger with each league the fellowship travelled, toward councils that would determine whether courage was strong enough to face malice that acknowledged no mercy in its hunger. Weathertop stood like broken tooth in jaw that had learned to bite with other fangs, its crown shattered by forces that had tested whether stone could stand against will that brooked no opposition to its designs. The Palantir blazed in Orthank's height, where Saruman's wisdom had curdled into hunger that fed on its own ambition. The White Wizard spoke words that fouled the very air with meaning too terrible for innocent ears to hear, his voice painting necessity in colours that made even wise hearts grow cold with recognition of prices that wisdom might demand from those who sought understanding beyond proper bounds. Rivendell's halls opened to receive guests whose arrival had been foretold in dreams that mixed hope with nightmare in equal measure. Elrond's house stood like harbour where ships could find refuge from storms that raged beyond the count of mortal endurance, its walls carved from stone that remembered songs sung when the world was young and unmarred by shadow's touch. The council gathered beneath stars that seemed dimmer now, their light pressed back by darkness, that had learned to reach toward heaven with claws that could grasp more than earth. Voices spoke in tongues older than kingdoms, while choices took shape that would determine whether the Third Age ended in triumph, or tragedy that would echo through whatever ages followed. Boromir's horns sang with music that carried memory of Gondor's glory, but his eyes held hunger that spoke of need grown so great that wisdom might bend before necessity's cruel demands. The White City's champion bore sword that blazed with light earned through generations of standing against shadow. Yet still his heart trembled before tasks that seemed too great for any single will to accomplish. The ring lay on pedestal where all could see treasure that had purchased more sorrow than any gold could weigh, its surface reflecting faces that would be changed forever, by choices made in chambers where starlight fell through leaves that had never known winter's touch. Power absolute rested within reaching of hands that shook with knowledge of what such grasping might cost. The golden wood felt currents moving like underground rivers seeking surface where pressure found cracks in earth that seemed solid. Galadriel walked among mallorn trees that leaned closer as if offering comfort for griefs they could sense but not fully comprehend. Their silver leaves rustling with voices that spoke of testing approaching like tide that acknowledged no boundary to its rising. The hunt was closing like net drawn tight around prey that had run as far as feet could, carry courage that had never been tested by anything more dangerous than neighbors' disapproval, facing malice that had learned patience through defeats that would have broken lesser hunger. Nine walkers crossed the threshold into darkness that had teeth and claws and memory of things that should have stayed buried in depths where light never reached. Galadriel felt their passage through Moria's halls like knife drawn across flesh that would never heal completely. Nenya blazing with pain that spoke of ancient friend falling into shadow deeper than any pit the dwarves had ever delved. Gandalf the Grey plunged into abyss that swallowed his light like water extinguishing flame, his staff blazing one final time before darkness claimed voice that had sung hope into hearts that had forgotten how to dream. The Balrog's whip cracked like thunder in chambers where only echoes remained of hammer songs that had made even mountains dance with joy. 8 companions stumbled from gates that wept for folk who would never again walk paths carved by their ancestors' hands. Their eyes held visions that would haunt sleep for years yet to come. Images of friend consumed by fires that gave no warmth while protecting those who had barely learned to count him dear. Aragorn's voice carried weight of leadership, thrust upon shoulders that had borne only responsibility for hidden watchers in lands that never knew his name. The Golden Wood opened its borders to receive guests whose arrival had been written in songs older than sorrow, its paths appearing beneath feet that stumbled with grief too great for any single heart to hold alone. The mallorn trees leaned down as if offering comfort that no words could provide, their silver leaves rustling with voices that spoke healing in tongues that predated speech itself. Celeborn's wisdom flowed like water, finding channels carved by patient years rather than sudden flood, his words carrying strength that came from watching seasons turn while mountains learned humility. The Lord of Lorien walked among the fellowship with grace that honored both their purpose and their pain, his presence steadying hearts that had been shaken by loss they could not yet fully comprehend. But it was in the mirror's depths that truth revealed itself like dawn breaking over peaks that pierce the sky. Galadriel stood beside silver waters that reflected more than faces bent above them, her voice carrying power that flowed from sources deeper than any well that mortal hands had ever dug. The ring-bearer looked into depths that showed visions shifting like flames in wind, glimpses of futures that might yet come to pass if courage did not fail at the testing. Sam's loyalty blazed bright as any star when he plunged into waters that claimed him not through malice, but through love that would follow his master beyond the circles of the world. His hands grasped more than flesh when he pulled Frodo from depths that had shown visions too terrible for any heart to bear unwounded. Friendship proving stronger than fear of drowning in sorrows that belonged to larger griefs than any gardener should be asked to understand. The test came in garden where Elena bloomed eternal, and shadows fell gently as benediction rather than threat. Frodo's trembling hand extended ring that blazed with malice older than kingdoms, its song growing sweeter with proximity to power that could command Middle-earth's fate with single word. Galadriel's fingers reached toward treasure that had purchased more sorrow than any gold could weigh. In that moment between thought and deed, choice balanced on knife's edge that would determine whether darkness absolute claimed dominion or whether love proved stronger than dominion's seductive promises. The ring whispered of realms that would bow before lady whose beauty commanded stars themselves, of gardens that would bloom eternal under rule that acknowledged no ending to its benevolent tyranny. But Galadriel had learned wisdom through losses that carved deeper than any blade could cut, and her voice rang clear as water falling over stone when she spoke words that shattered chains she had not known were wrapped around her heart. She would remain herself, diminished perhaps, but still herself, and sail into the west when her guardianship was no longer needed by lands that would learn to flourish without her protection. The ring's song faltered like flame guttering in wind, too strong for any fire to withstand. Power absolute recoiled from love that chose sacrifice over dominion. And for one shining moment, Middle-earth breathed easier, as if great weight had been lifted from shoulders that had borne burdens too long without relief. The fellowship's breaking came like heart torn by choices that offered no path save forward into darkness or backward into failure that would doom all hope to ash and memory. Boromir's horn sang its last song while arrows found marks in flesh that had been shaped for bearing swords in service to city whose white towers would weep for champion lost in woods that had known only peace. His death purchased time 4 feet too small to run far but swift, enough to evade pursuit that thundered through forests where no orc voice should have been heard. Frodo and Sam walked eastward while their companions chose paths that led toward battles where courage would be tested by forces that acknowledged no mercy in their hunger for destruction. The golden wood stood ready like harbour, prepared for whatever storms yet approached, its borders shifting to accommodate needs that grew more urgent with each day's passage. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that seemed brighter now that one great test had been passed, their crowns catching light that flowed from sources cleaner than any earthly flame. Nenya blazed on Galadriel's finger with power that had been purified through choosing love over dominion, when dominion seemed gift too precious for any heart to refuse. The ring of water sang with voices that carried hope across leagues where shadow pressed against every border that acknowledged light's authority. The war of the ring had begun. The world shuddered, like beast struck mortal blow when armies met on Pelinor's field, where Minas Tirith's towers caught sunrise that might have been the last to illuminate stones raised by hands that loved beauty more than conquest. Galadriel felt every death through Nenya's blazing light, the ring of water trembling as if it shared agony of folk who fell beneath weapons forged in malice, older than their grandfather's grief. The mirror showed glimpses that cut like shattered glass, Theoden falling with horse and crown, while light gutted in eyes that had seen too much of war's true face. The Pelennor running red with blood of those who had ridden from distant halls to stand against shadow that pressed from every quarter. Yet still hope flickered in hearts that chose to die free rather than live as slaves to will that brooked no opposition to its designs. But beneath the carnage and the courage, smaller movements carried weight that would tip scales balanced between light and darkness. 2 hobbits climbed Mount Doom's slopes while the world's attention turned toward battles that raged like storm fronts, colliding above lands that had known only peace. Their feet found paths that led through fire toward moment when all would hang upon choice made by heart too small to bear burden that had broken kings. The rings screamed when fire claimed it at last, its voice tearing through Nenya's song like knife drawn across silver strings. Galadriel fell to her knees beside the mirrored waters as power that had shaped the third ages every turning dissolved, like mist before wind that blew from directions cleaner than any earthly source could provide. The malice that had pressed against her borders for centuries simply ceased to exist. Barador's fall shook Middle-earth to its roots, the dark towers' stones screaming as they tumbled into ruin that would mark Mordor's plains until grass learned to grow again in soil poisoned by malice too long enthroned. The earthquake rolled across leagues like tide of liberation, and where its waves passed, the very air grew cleaner, as if wind had remembered how to blow from gardens where flowers bloomed for joy alone. In the golden wood, the malon trees straightened like dancers released from postures that had cramped their silver limbs for ages beyond counting. Their leaves sang with voices that had been silent since shadow first learned to press against borders that acknowledged light's authority. Springs bubbled clearer and flowers bloomed, brighter as if the earth itself was waking from fever dreams that had lasted longer than kingdoms. The Nazgul's destruction came like dawn breaking over peaks that had known only night, their forms dissolving as power that had bound them to shapes that mocked memory of men. They once had been simply vanished, like smoke dispersed by wind too strong for any shadow to withstand. The 9 who had ridden terror across Middle-earth became nothing more than empty robes falling to earth that would drink their essence and transform it into flowers that would bloom where carrion birds had once circled. Nenya's song changed like river, finding new channels carved by waters that had learned to flow toward sea rather than stagnant pools where corruption bred in depths that never knew starlight's touch. The ring of water blazed with power purified through testing that had burned away everything save what was essential for healing world that had been wounded by malice older than memory could compass. The armies of the west stood victorious on fields where Sauron's host had melted like snow before spring's advance, their banners flying proud against sky that seemed brighter now that Barad-dûr's shadow no longer pressed against heaven's dome. Yet victory tasted bittersweet in mouths that had hungered for peace purchased at prices that made even triumph feel hollow as echo in chambers where friends would never again raise voices in song. Aragorn's coronation came with summer's height, when flowers bloomed in gardens that had been planted by hands whose owners would never see their beauty reach full flower. The returned king's crown caught light that flowed from sources cleaner than any forge fire, and his voice carried across courtyards where children played games their parents had learned during siege's darkest hours. The age of kings was beginning again, but these would be rulers who remembered what dominion meant when wielded by hearts that had learned wisdom through loss that carved deeper than any blade could cut. Gondor's white towers rang with voices raised in celebration, but the songs carried undertones that spoke of friends whose absence made even joy feel incomplete. Trade roads opened that had been closed since darkness first learnt to walk, upright in forms that mocked memory of folk who had once dwelt in halls where laughter rang clear as water falling over stone. Merchants carried goods that spoke of realms eager to rebuild what war had torn down, their caravans bearing hope as well as gold to lands that had thought themselves beyond reach of any comfort save that which they could provide for themselves. The golden wood felt changes flowing through root and branch like sap rising in trees that had waited through winter longer than most could remember. The sylvan folk emerged from groves where they had hidden during years when shadow pressed too close for any heart to bear without breaking. Their voices joined songs that carried power older than the count of kingdoms, melodies that would heal wounds carved by malice that had finally learned to die. Yet beneath the healing and the hope, Galadriel felt tides turning that spoke of endings as well as beginnings. The Third Age was drawing toward its close-like play, moving toward final scenes that would determine whether tragedy or triumph claimed the curtain's fall. Her guardianship was ending, and with it would end her time in lands that had known her protection since the Second Age's violent birth. The mallorn trees reached toward stars that sang with voices clearer than they had rung since creation's dawn, their silver crowns catching light that seemed to flow from shores where healing lived and hope was more than memory of better days. In their shadows folk learned to dream again of futures bright with possibility, but dreams carried knowledge that some gifts were given only for seasons rather than ages. The War of the Ring was ended, but the greater victory lay in hearts that had chosen love over dominion when dominion seemed prized too precious for any spirit to refuse. The mallorn leaves turned gold for the final time beneath Galadriel's touch, their ancient voices singing farewells in tongues older than sorrow. She walked paths that had known her footsteps for more than 7,000 years, her hands trailing light that blessed bark and stone with memories of protection that would endure long after her presence, became legend whispered in evening winds. The golden wood would not diminish with her leaving. Celeborn's wisdom ran deep as mountain roots, and the sylvan folk had learned songs that carried power enough to guard what beauty remained when the elder days passed into memory. The realm she had shaped from exile's necessity would flourish under different guardianship, its borders tended by love rather than the strength that had held shadow at bay through ages of testing. Nenya sang its last song on her finger, the ring of water flowing with light that seemed to come from shores where healing lived beyond all hurt. The three had served their purpose through the long watch, preserving beauty while darkness pressed from every quarter. Now their power would fade like starlight touched by dawn, gentle as breath released after holding too long against the tide. The mirror's silver surface showed no visions now, save peace settling over lands that had learned to trust in tomorrow's kindness. Children played in gardens where their parents had dug graves, and their laughter rang clearer than any prophecy through valleys that remembered how to dream of joy, rather than merely hope for survival's bitter gift. Her departure came quietly as autumn mist rising from waters that had reflected her face through seasons beyond counting. No trumpets announced the lady's leaving. No banners flew to mark the end of guardianship that had shaped Middle-earth's fate since Numenor learned to sail beyond the sunset. She simply walked westward while starlight blessed her, path with gleams that spoke of journeys ending where they had begun so long ago. The grey havens welcomed her with salt wind that carried scents of home remembered across the circles of the world. Cerdun's ancient eyes held depths that spoke of ships prepared for voyages that would not return. His hands steady on tiller that would guide souls beyond the reach of time's cruel current. The harbour rang with voices that sang not of endings, but of circles completed. Gandalf waited beside waters where white ships rode at anchor, his staff blazing with light that had guided more than footsteps through darkness that would trouble Middle-earth no more. The wizard's form seemed less solid now, as if flesh had become habit rather than necessity for spirit that had always belonged to realms beyond the sea. His smile carried warmth that had kindled hope in hearts that had forgotten how to dream. Elrond stood with grief and joy warring in eyes that had seen too much of both for any single spirit to hold without breaking. His daughter's choice had purchased happiness that would last while the world endured. But the price was separation that would stretch across seas no living ship could cross. Love sometimes demanded sacrifices that wisdom knew were necessary, yet hearts still mourned as losses beyond any comfort's power to heal. Frodo came last of the ring-bearers, his small form bearing wounds that no earthly healing could mend completely. The hobbit's eyes held depths that spoke of prices paid in pain that would never fully fade. Courage that had faced malice absolute and emerged victorious, but scarred beyond any smith's skill to repair. His place was earned through suffering willingly accepted for sake of those who would inherit whatever peace such sacrifice might purchase. The ship that bore them westward rode currents that flowed toward shores where light was born and beauty dwelt beyond the reach of any shadow to diminish. Its sails caught wind that sang with voices of the Valar themselves, and its passage left wake that sparkled with starlight fallen to bless waters that would carry precious cargo home at last. Galadriel stood at the bow while Middle-earth's coastline faded into memory touched with gold. From sunset that painted clouds with colours too fair for any earthly painter to capture, the wind lifted her hair like banner flying proud against sky that stretched toward horizons, where hope lived in forms too bright for mortal eyes to behold directly. Behind them, the third age continued, its turning toward whatever trials the fourth would bring. But those troubles would be borne by hearts that had learnt strength through standing against darkness when all seemed lost. The free peoples would prosper under protection earned through blood and sacrifice, freely given. Their children inheriting peace that had been purchased at prices only the broken could fully comprehend. The sea sang beneath the keel as ship found currents that led toward shores where healing waited for wounds that had carved too deep for any earthly remedy to reach. Galadriel's long exile was ending at last. Her test passed through choosing love over dominion, when dominion seemed gift too precious for any heart to refuse. The stars wheeled overhead in patterns that spoke of journeys ending where they had begun, circles completed and debts paid in full. The music of creation flowed around them like tide that lifts all vessels riding its blessed current, carrying souls home to harbors where anchor could be dropped at last. Sleep came gently as ships sailed beyond the circles of the world, her dreams filled with mallorn groves where children played in starlight that would never fade. The golden wood lived on in heart that had shaped it from necessity into beauty. Memory preserved like flower pressed between pages of book that would be read when all other tales were forgotten. So ends the chronicle of Galadriel the Beautiful, whose choices shaped the fate of Middle-earth through 7,000 years of exile, guardianship, and final redemption. May her light kindle in your dreams as you sail toward rest that waits beyond the western sea, where all journeys end in peace that surpasses understanding. The grey ships carry us all toward dawn.